Nobody cares. Yeah, I thought I had more water than this. Shit. Shit on me. No shit. Son of a bitch. I thought I had. I gotta turn my steering wheel. This is not gonna work out. I don't like my camera like this. I'm a bit of perfectionist, you know what I'm saying, though? This is not right. It's not right. You know, the Richie show's gotta be right. You know, I can't. I'm professional, man. I'm professional at being unprofessional. Son of a high quality tape. I can't stress that. Yeah, I gotta start the car. Okay. All right. Here we go. All right. Well, hmm. Well, there you go. Tape. What's going on right now? Like, you know, I have no. Wow. You know, subscribe to this channel. Go somewhere else. Damn it, motherfucker. Hold on a second. This is what happens when we have low quality tape in the house. And there we go. Okay. When you have low quality tape, you get a low quality show. Oh, son of a bitch. Can we even say that phrase anymore? Right? Not all sons are born of a bitch. What if it's a son of a non bitch? Right? Son of a non bitch, right? Next at 10. Sources say some kids were not born of women. Next at 10. I don't know about that, but next at 10 was your mom, your dad, and your dad, your mom. I don't know. Nobody cares. What a stupid place. I don't even know why I'm here. I don't know. I thought Sacco was going to show up, but, you know, it is what it is. I don't know. I guess Sacco's not here. Sacco's not here. Sacco, you know, I used to rely on Sacco. You know, Sacco used to mean something in this network. He was a man you could build a house upon. He was a fortress. He was the rock of this community. And now this community is just like I don't know what I don't know what it is. It's just like it's not good no more. You know what I'm saying? Though it's not good. I don't know what else we could do, but it is what it is. Caleb, how you doing? You having fun? Everyone's having fun tonight. Yeah, good, good, good. This I smoked last night. Um, and I don't normally hang out at lounges that late, but I was at a lounge and I actually had this as a third cigar, which once again, that's a terrible time to have a new cigar. But here's the good thing. I actually really enjoyed this as a third cigar. That's when you have like a moment of regret and you're like, wow, I wish I would have smoked this as the first cigar of the day. So now today I bought it again, $11. I'd say a solid mid-tier cigar price for a Corona. Basically, it's Toro at 46. Basically, it's a Toro with AIDS because picture a Toro, a 52 Toro, and then he got AIDS, and then he lost all of his muscle mass. So a Corona is basically a Toro with AIDS. I mean, it is what it is. I didn't make up these rules. I also found out about a new thing on some TV show. They were talking about this guy's wife went to the hospital because she kept on having orgasms, and she had what was called persistent general arousal disorder. Now, I don't know if that's a disorder, but she couldn't work. She had to stay home because she said even turning on the TV or opening up a coffee, or any kind of can opener, anything doing something would make her have an orgasm. And they used a couple in the show, like to recreate, that situation. And the look on the guy's face was not sadness. Like normally, if like you're on a TV show and you're like, "Yes, my wife is terminally ill," or "My wife has been having seizures. Doctor, can you help me?" They're like, "So how did you feel about it?" And he's like, "I mean, his wife was having like 100 orgasms a day. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I think you feel like the man. You're like, hey, babe, you want some popcorn?" She's like, "Oh, hey, babe, I'm just gonna turn on the light real quick." And she's, "Ah, this is the stupid world we live in. I hate this place. You think I want to be here? Where's Sacco? Where's?" It's good yawning. Where's PG? Where's PG? Nobody's here. Uh, you know, I don't know why we're here then. You know what I'm saying though? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. But it is what it is. Yeah, DVD. Yeah, am I in a world where the bots aren't reliable? Sacco's not reliable, but Gio's reliable? Like, where am I? Jeremy, I don't know what happened to Jeremy. I think Jeremy's gone. I think Jeremy, I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. I hope they didn't get him. Jeremy's gone. AP is not reliable. I don't know what's going on. AP. Yeah, where AP is just AP is just GONE gone. I just can't stress it enough. Like I don't even want to light this motherfucking cigar. You don't fucking deserve it. You don't deserve it. You don't fucking deserve it. How about that? You like that? You want a cigar? How about now? 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 Huh? Oh, God help me. I hate this place so much. God forgive me, but I hate this channel. You never, one day when they look back at Richie's life, they're going to go, wow, what an interesting show. Never has there ever been a place. You're used to every day being bombarded with people pretending to be your friends. How you doing? Try my pillow. Hey, how you doing? Next at 10. Hey, make sure you watch our show 7 p.m. Make sure you like and subscribe. And if you want to become a partner of the channel, blah 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 blah. Everyone acting like they're here for your best interest. Really? And then there's Richie. Leave. Get out of here. I hate you. These are the things that, you don't hear, but you need to hear because this is what's called reality. There you go. There you go. I don't know. Um, Gio, would you do your fucking job? Gio, would you do your job? Gio, would you just do your job, man? Gio, you got two jobs, man. Don't disappoint me tonight, Gio. Do your job, baby. Do your job. Let's see if the dome is activated. I will say this. The quality on this cigar is phenomenal. The build, everything about the bands, the quality of the wrapper. Um, I don't know the blend of the Aganorsa Rare Leaf Reserve, but the fit and finish is top notch. The bands are top notch. The pack is top notch. The smell of the foot, beautiful. funky. Now let's use a knife to cut this open because I don't want to damage it. I don't want to damage it. But so let's cut the cap. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. I must say the quality on this Aganorsa cigar. There's different tiers to every brand, right? Except for like Atabey. But even then, I know they got Bandoleros, which are still like top tier cigars. So yeah, um, this this Aganorsa, it's more of an expensive cigar for Aganorsa for the size, but I think they give you a lot for the money. I think Aganorsa is a solid brand. I guess we're not going to get Geo tonight, huh? Is Geo not? I'm sorry, Geo. Is Sacco not coming here? Is Sacco not coming here? Sacco, 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 baby, Sacco. Sacco's not reliable. You know what? I don't. I was waiting to light this cigar for Sacco. You know what I'm saying, though? And do your job, Gio. I guess not, man. Not, baby. Yeah, there you go. Sakes, what is happening? This show is falling apart. You know, I'm gonna. Am I gonna have to have Mister Semi Reliable on? Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to go that. Why am I talking to you while you're naked? You're naked, and then and Sacco is not reliable. Chewy is. I don't know. Is Chewy's alive? Is Chewy alive? Is Chewy alive? Is Chewy alive? Is Chewy alive? I don't know if Chewy's alive. I don't know if Chewy's alive. Is it? I just got to keep it to reviews because this channel, the lives are dead, man. And I get it. Aganorsa is not a sexy brand, so you're never gonna draw a big following with Aganorsa. Although at the same time, you're really not gonna get people saying their cigars suck. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Yeah, the guy passed. That's life, baby. Smoke your best shit. Smoke your best shit. Yeah, I saw a bunch of people posting stuff today. I don't know if it's too soon. Sometimes I feel when something bad happens in the cigar community, people try to almost, I hate to say it, capitalize on it, and I hate to say it, try to get hits from it, try to get that's not me being conspiracy. I mean, I mean, it hasn't even been 24 hours, or maybe it has been, but it's like because guys know people are gonna start googling on YouTube. The Zeal cigar guy, did he die? And so of course people want to have a new video rest in peace, man. Like right away. I mean, the guy's not even buried yet, and people are already posting like, what is your fucking is your channel a news channel? Like, can you let the family bury him, and then you want to make a remembrance video? I see what people are doing. It's just a way to fucking try to earn some YouTube ad revenue. Like everyone's gonna start posting like, "Oh yeah, he was my best friend." Like, okay, like of course, rest in peace. But all of a sudden, everyone's all these channels for these guys that are making videos. The guy just died yesterday, and now today, everyone's making these hour videos. Oh man, oh yeah, oh man. When did you make a video about the guy when he was alive? You never made a motherfucking video about the guy when he was alive. And then rest in peace, the guy died yesterday. And then today, all these fucking channels, oh man, rest in peace. Oh, great guy. What? He was a great guy. Why didn't you make a fucking video when he was alive? Bunch of fucking hypocrites. Yeah, that's why, my show's not that popular because I tell the fucking truth. Truth doesn't sell that well. I'm just saying though, bro. You know, all these channels, I saw these videos today. And I get it. I'm not the guy, rest in peace to him and his family. It's terrible. But the guy's not even dead 24 hours, and all these channels making videos real quick. They're just trying to cash in on the ad revenue. Get a few 5,000, 10,000 hit videos. And the point is though, all those channels before that, I never seen them collaborating with that guy like he was like they were actually friends. You get what I'm saying though? If in life, if somebody never talked about you when you were alive, and then they only talk about you after you're dead, you I don't want. I want to change the topic, but you understand. I see right through that. You know what I'm saying? Though, what we have? Yeah, that's why I didn't make a video about that. I didn't know. In fact, I've talked about different. I always felt the yellow one, and that was their stick. Where Richie's stick is. I just tell the truth. You know, but yeah, I always thought they were yelling too much. Now, that wasn't a knock at him as a man. I'm entitled to have my opinion. When I watch that channel, I'm like, why you gotta start off yelling at me? I would never allow a grown man in real life walk into a room, look at me, and start yelling. Like that's it. We're not doing that. So, but it is what it is. I get it. It's entertainment, and people want to be like, entertain me, man. So I get it. He was doing what he's doing, and clearly that works better for the masses. If I start coming here and just, I have fancy backgrounds, and start selling lighters and cutters. It's what the masses want, you know, merchandise. You couldn't give it, it is what it is. Whatever. It is what it is. The cigar starts off at a medium full. It's a strong cigar off the bat. It's about 70% darkness, though. Not as dark as, let's say, uh, a Maduro, but it feels like a night. If you like cigars around a sun grown kind of a cigar, long, heavy finish. I'm glad I bought this again as the first cigar. You'll be blown away by this Aganorsa. This is a strong, spicy cigar in Corona. Get the Corona. Strong, spicy cigar. Long, heavy finish. It's very oily, very buttery. It has a rich, raw sugar to it, though, but got a lot of motherfucking spice and red pepper and a lot of earth. and a long, heavy finish. That the finish is a little caustic, and I don't mean like it's shitty, like dirty. I mean just like it's aggressive. It's aggressive. God, that finish is aggressive. That finish is aggressive. This cigar, for such a classy looking, and the quality, and the wrappers, and the wrapper quality. I don't mean the band. We'll call this bands. Not saying the wrapper. The wrapper of the cigar. Um, yeah, that's a hot tamale. That's a strong cigar. I really like this cigar. So much so that I went back and bought it the next day. Um, the cigar is going to get a 4.6. It is a solid cigar. If you like stronger cigars without going the Maduro route, I think you're going to like this cigar. Okay. Where's Sacco? That's a major letdown. Where's Sacco? Where's Sacco? Where's Sacco? This cigar is getting stronger and stronger. It's almost full strength right there. That's a ballsy cigar. Really. That's a motherfucking ballsy cigar. Really, really unbelievable. I probably should just made this into a review, because tonight apparently the lounge is dead, and I really could care less. I mean, clearly I made my last episode, so in a way I'm just kind of like a ghost returning back to his old house, and you're like, I used to be over here. Uh, mhm, mhm. This is not Supreme Leaf. This is the Rare Leaf. This is the Rare Leaf. It's the Rare Leaf Reserve. Rare Leaf Reserve, by Aganorsa Leaf, and it's phenomenal. It is great. I mean, holy shit! I'm at full strength. Long, heavy finish. Tons of spice, buttery oiliness, coats the tongue, but a lot of good rich raw sugar. So I mean, the cigar does a lot for $11 for a Corona. So you could say, oh, it's kind of expensive for a mid-tier Corona, but it does a lot. The quality's there on this. Um, I would say box worthy in a sense, but would have to really get to know that cigar if it's something you want. When I say this cigar is aggressive, like it's punching you in the mouth. Like this cigar hits harder than a Padron 64, like natural. Like this cigar is in your this cigar is up your ass. This cigar is in you. This cigar is like a colonoscopy. This I'm sorry, mama, but tonight I'm cleaning out my colon. The wrapper grade on this cigar, it looks like a tan leather like jacket. It really is. Everything about the cigar, the look, the feel, the draw, the pack, the wrapper grade quality, the color of the leaf and the wrapper, like, and even the bands. Everything about this, and then the flavor, forget about, and then the strength, forget about it, and then the finish, forget about it. No, this cigar is pretty scary. It's a pretty scary cigar. I don't know about that. Well, we got a guy in from Long Island. We got a guy in from Long Island. We got a guy in from Long Island. AP is not reliable. Fuck AP. I'm just gonna say it. AP's just been hating on Richie. He says he loves this place. and then he's never around. He's got his own chat, and God bless his show. But you're forgetting where you come from, motherfucker. And oh, I don't need to be on Richie's show. I don't even want to be around Richie. Fuck Richie. Here, this will be AP. Fuck Richie. I hate Richie. Fuck him and his Corolla. Fuck his motherfucking Corolla. I could have 10 guys on my show. What other topics do you want to talk about tonight? Fucking Richie just lopping heads. Lop, lop, lop. Yeah. Did you ever hear that famous singer from the 80s, Cyndi Lauper? Lop. Girls just want to have fun. Lop, lop. Just the wanna. Lop. Just marijuana. Lop. Oh, daddy dear, you are still number one. Lop, lop. Everyone's getting lopped. Fuck it. In fact, next time you're in bed with a beautiful woman, I hope, um, she's like, "What do you want to do, baby?" Just lop it, baby. You like that? Lop it up. Lop it up. While you're down there, lop on these. Lop. Lop on it, all right? You like that? Lop on. I gotta get out of this stupid fucking place. Fucking lop on this shit. Cyndi lop on these. You know what I'm saying, though? Lop on these nuts. They sit in. Oh, you want to play a board game? No, I don't play checkers. I play Monopoly. Monopoly. Park Place? Park that ass on these nuts. Monopoly. Ooh, $200. Pass go. Monopoly. It is what it is. It's Monopoly. You know. Anthony P is just Anthony P is not a friend of the show anymore. He has said with his actions, fuck Richie. Fuck and Sacco. I don't even know who the fuck this guy is. It's not. It's not.
What's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, my friend?
What's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
Oh,
You fresh?
just being yeah, bro. I'm being a positive pillar of the community. Can you tell my
Nice.
vibe?
Nice.
Dude, I don't even imagine like people's experience throughout their whole life. Every channel's commercial trying to be your friend and because they want your money and and your allegiance, and every TV show. Make sure you tune in and and your job is like, oh yeah, we're having a pizza party today. Oh yeah. And then Richie's like, why the fuck are you here? This place is a piece of shit, Sodom and Gomorrah. Get the fuck out of here. And then Anthony P, go fuck yourself. Just Richie destroys, and the only thing left is the truth, right? Like that guy, is it Brad? He passed away, and rest in peace. It's terrible. But today, I see a whole bunch of people making all these videos, right? Oh, rest in peace. The guy just died yesterday. Give a little time for the family. The point is, what they're doing is they're trying to cash in and
That's
get
right.
5, 10,000 hits on the
Yep.
commercials. That's all it is.
It's
You know what I'm saying,
disgraceful.
though?
It's disgraceful.
Like guys, unless like you were his best friend or his family or you work for him, even if you work for him, give it a day. Like, what are you like? God forbid, some of my family died. Like the next day, I'm like at the morgue. I'm like, hey guys, we're live at the morgue. Yep, that's him. Yeah, that's Uncle Jojo. That is him. Yeah, that tattoo. Yep. Oh, I always remember that tattoo. Oh, that was him. Thanks a lot, guys. Make sure you like and subscribe. Like, for God's sakes, like, have some fucking class. And what I'm saying is, none of these channels I've ever seen them have a video dedicated to this guy when he was alive. And then the guy dies not even 24 hours and you have videos dedicated. They're just trying to, on the algorithm, get 10,000, 20,000 hits to make some money on the fucking. Come on, man.
It's a shame. It's a shame.
You know what it is though, bro? The truth doesn't sell. People don't
It's,
people don't read into it that much. People don't
you're
give a
right.
shit. People just want to be entertained. You know what I'm saying though?
Uh-huh.
And in a way, they're giving the masses what they want. You know what I'm saying though? Like, do
Yeah,
you
but
think like all these channels, which I've never seen that guy on those guys' channels on their show,
uh-huh.
um, and all of a sudden you're making videos like teary eyed, like you didn't even know the fucking guy. You know what I'm saying though? Like, literally, you didn't know the guy, but you're gonna make an hour video to make sure you like it. Listen, now that he's gone, make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Listen, come to me for your channel. I tell people to leave this fucking channel. In fact, I have guys within my channel to kick you to the dome. You know what I'm saying?
I saw the same thing. As soon as I went on YouTube, I ran across 2 videos already.
Mhm. Yeah, because I was looking to see if the company said anything, had made an official statement. Meanwhile,
Right.
these guys already like selling T-shirts. Oh, rest it, R.I.P. You know, saying
Yeah,
like, it is what
it's a
you're right.
shame.
Like it's a little disgraceful. You know what I'm saying though?
Mm,
Like if a guy died in your fire department, like the next day
mhm.
you're not gonna make YouTube videos about it,
Mm.
especially if you didn't know him like that. And even if you did know him, it doesn't make any sense. But
No,
if you
still
if
doesn't.
but if he's just in your department and you never work with him, and you're gonna
Uh-huh.
make a video to try to act like to get like make you look good. To me, it
Right.
makes you look like a hypocrite. Like, come on, man.
Yeah. Even if
Yeah.
you did know him, just out of respect to the family, you don't do it.
Hey, give it some time. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying though? But
Yep.
but people are showing the humanity or the lack thereof. Like,
Uh-huh.
like I said, they're just trying to cash in and get some free
That's right.
hits. They'll get
Mhm.
a couple of bucks off the commercial revenue. I'm telling you, man. But as far as him as a man in the cigar community, it is a major loss because he had a big channel, yeah, and he seemed like a nice guy. I don't know him,
Yeah.
but of course I didn't like all the yelling he did, but that was his shtick,
Right,
and
right.
you got a lot of people like to get yelled at. You know what I'm saying? No, like it is what
I
I hate to say. It,
guess.
most
Yeah.
most people are bitches, and so if a guy
Yeah.
starts it off, "Hey guys, make sure blah blah blah," and most people are like, "Yes, yes, whatever you say," you know. So like, that's I'm a stand up guy, so I
Yeah.
never I'll never start off with yelling because I'm going to be respectful to people I'm talking to because I don't know
Right.
who I'm talking to.
Mhm.
At the same time, I'm not going to let you yell at me, so I
Yep.
never do anything to someone I don't like. That way, if someone does something I don't like, you did it first. Does
Mhm.
that make any sense?
100%.
Uh,
There's people
But
putting up videos that haven't made videos in over a year. I see videos going up. They haven't done a cigar review in a year. And yeah,
yeah,
I saw one
maybe I
all
should.
teary-eyed.
Maybe I should try to. Next week I'll try to spread my own rumors. Richie's got AIDS, and then I'll make a video like, "Yeah, I knew this guy Richie. Yeah, it's too bad he's got AIDS now." Like, nobody would do shit. Like Richie's got AIDS. They got medication for that now. Yeah.
Yeah, and then you beat it. Then you beat
I
it.
beat I beat it, guys. Congratulations. That's it. Um, what's funny? Like I try to even I try to even have Geo on because no one's reliable here. And Geo's like, I'm naked. Yeah, that's I saw. Geo's like, I'll still hang out, but I can't come on the live. So literally, I got to just talk to Geo naked. Fucking bizarre. Because how do I know he's not squeezing his balls?
No. Did I freeze?
What happened? Yeah, you froze. What the fuck is that?
What the fuck is that? I look stupid.
Yeah, yeah. Well, turn your camera around and then
Oh,
hit the
that's good.
camera button, like the reverse button, and then come back.
There we go. Let's see.
Because right now I'm just looking like I'm just staring at inside your mouth. Now you're like, you look, bro. You look retarded. You know
I
what I'm
know I
saying?
do. Hold on.
You
I'm
look
gonna go
retarded. All right.
up. I'll be right back.
Next at 10. Next at 10. Richie interviews the first Long Island retarded fireman. So,
I'll be
how,
right back.
how do you go up the ladder? Do you go up the ladder vertically or horizontally? You know what I'm saying, though? Motherfucker.
Much better. That
There
was
you go.
that was terrible. They couldn't just get a good pose of me. It had to be
I don't
that
know,
one.
man. no, bro. What do you think, bro? It's like day 25 going to the gym every fucking day, bro.
Mhm.
Fucking look at that,
Like,
bro.
you might have got a little bigger there. Yeah,
Every
should
day,
have.
man. Every day, bro. That's
Oh,
just my four, bro. Every day, bro.
you're gonna break the Corolla. You're gonna break it.
Dude, every fucking day,
All
bro.
right. So
Yeah.
what was this about a Russian? Or
So,
we're not talking about that. We don't have to.
yeah, well,
Okay. All right. Never mind.
the private chat.
Okay.
No, the private chat because
Mhm.
things can be taken out of context. You know what I'm saying? Though,
True.
so,
That's true. That's
um,
true.
and I never know who's watching. But there's
That's true.
nothing, I mean, that was just, you know, I don't
Mhm.
know. It was just strange because there was an attractive woman at the gym, and
Mhm.
she just approached me after I was done working out, and she's like, "Oh, I like what you do here because like I have like a whole different routine I do there, and with those bands and with the other equipment there, and like I do it for an hour and a half straight, like no breaks, like boot
Mhm.
camp style, man. Fucking like, dude, like when I'm done there, I'm sweating balls, but like it's like really strength training, but also it's cardio, but it's stamina. It's stamina. It's all. It's not just if you only do cardio, you'll lean up, but you'll be a weak bitch. And if you just do weights, yeah, you'll bulk up, but then you'll have no stamina. And you know
Right.
what I'm saying? No, and if you get what I'm saying. So it's a
Mhm.
mix of everything. But with the bands, most people could do one band and they do like 3 or 4 reps.
Right.
I'm doing like 50, 60 fucking reps with 5 fucking bands. Like my hands, there's so much handles because each
Huh.
band when I throw them over the bar, you know what I'm talking
Right.
about? You have a
Mhm.
handle for each, on each side. So when I'm doing my reps, I have like 5 handles in my hand. Like you know what I'm saying though?
Uh-huh.
Dude, so it looks fucking insane. And I'm telling you, bro, nobody is doing that shit. I'm telling you, bro. Come on down with Richie for 1 hour and a half of doing that shit. You'll die. Like you know what I'm saying? Though, dude,
I'm
it's
sure.
bro. Um, so, but for right now, I had like you know all my energy is going to that until I get reestablished down here. So I got some
Mhm.
time to just like go ham. It's not like I had a long day at work. It's like you know what I'm saying? No, just like I'm going to the point where like what you do is one thing, but how much you do in the like time compounds. I just
Mhm.
like if an easy day at work, or if you got to do a lot in a short period of time. So like, there's no breaks, and for an hour and a half, like you could push yourself to where you almost pass out, like where you just like. So I almost pass out. Like I push to the point where like it's past. Well, I'm a little tired now, or oh, I'm sweating a little bit. No, it's
Right.
like until like I'm literally get myself off the ground, and I'm like it feels like round 10, and you're like, fuck, But like I have the time right now, you know,
Right.
and in a short period of time, you could do a lot. You know what I'm saying though? And so, anyways, this woman came up to me and she's like, "Oh, I'd like to train with you, and I want you to show me all the techniques you're doing." And so meanwhile, I guess she's been watching me. I'm like, "What the fuck is this?" If it was like a trap, like, am I gonna lose a
Ah.
kidney? You know. So long story short, um, and she's like, when do you come back here? I'm like, well, I come here every day. She's like, okay, so what time tomorrow? I'm like, time tomorrow? Like she's so aggressive, and I'm like, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3. But I was like, no, tomorrow I'm gonna come later tonight because tomorrow I have somewhere to be at 11. And I'm getting a
Mhm.
haircut at 3. So I said tomorrow's not gonna work out. She's like, okay, so Saturday? I'm like, yeah, Saturday. But how are you gonna know exact? I was like, well, that's like, it's easier if you just take my number. She's like, well, call me right now. And I'm like, okay, lady, take it easy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, shit, you know what I'm saying though? So I'm like, okay, what's your number? And I call her number, and she tells me a name, and she saves it. And then I'm like, oh, she's like, okay, so next time you come here, just text me or call me. I'm like, okay, well, she's gonna be waiting around like Batman, like to come there. You know what I'm saying though? And she's like, how far do you live from here? I'm like, I don't know, 5 minutes, lady. She's like, well, I'm 10 minutes. And I'm like, okay, for shit's sake, like, is it that serious? And then I'm like, listen, I just gotta be upfront. I said, you're a beautiful woman. I said, uh, are you married? You got a man? And she's like, she's Russian. She's like,
Right.
yes, I have a husband. And I'm like, yeah. I was like, this is not going to be good. I was like, I can't be texting you or calling you, even though you want me to show you this workout routine. And also, I said, like, you seem like you're just doing cardio. She's like, yes, but I want to build muscle, yeah. And I'm like, I don't think you're not gonna be able to do what I'm doing. She's like, yeah, I only do cardio. I need strength. I need to get strong. I'm like, what is she training for? The fuck is what is she training? All of a sudden she's gonna do something bad at home. Like, you know what I'm saying? No, like she's gonna hit her husband with a hammer, but she's like, I need to break cantaloupe one shot with this hammer. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking dude, I'm not making any of this shit up, man. It doesn't make any sense. So I'm like, okay. So I'm like, I don't think I should be calling you. You know, you got a husband. So even
Mhm.
though I said, look, I'm not trying to pursue you like that. But you gave me a number already. I don't know if it's a good idea I call you or text you because even though she's like, no,
Yeah.
it's okay. Yeah, I have lots of gym friends, and I'm like, but she's like, no, my husband, no, I have lots of gym friends, and I'm like, it just didn't. It just, you know what I'm saying though, and like it just didn't. It
Yeah.
didn't
It's
feel. It
just
felt
it's a
weird.
little
You know
it's
what
a
I'm
little
saying?
weird. Yeah, it's weird.
It's weird. Weird. It was way too
Mhm.
aggressive. You know what I'm saying though? Like this is how like Richie ends up in the Russian mob. Like the Russian guy's gonna corner me with his 3 Land Rovers, and he's like, "You owe me debt. What debt? You going to train my wife to kill me, huh? No, I respect it, killer. Now you use your skills for me, yeah. What? You know what I'm saying? You will be my driver, so I know where you are. You could not be with my wife if you're with me, yeah. And you're like, the fuck is this? The fuck is it? You are a big man, yeah. I feed you, man. Yeah, good. It's good. The fuck, bro? Bro, you got to be careful with Russians, like down here in the
Oh, fuck
Miami
yeah.
area. Like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, dude. No, I'm not. Dude,
Mhm.
the Italian in me is like, especially when it comes to someone else's wife, because she was so aggressive. I'm thinking she's single, but then
Mhm.
after she got my number and everything, I'm like, "Wait, but are you married? You have a kid? I didn't see a ring." And she's like, "Yes, I have husband." And I'm like, "No, no, no, no." I was like, "No, I can't text you now. I can't. No, it's okay. My husband. No, I have a gym, a friend." You know, she's gonna wait around for me. Like she's waiting around. Literally, she's like, "You're here tomorrow? What time? 2, 3? You know? Come on, man."
Wow. That's pretty weird.
Mm.
Run. Run.
Just like I gotta change gyms. No, still she got my fucking number.
Yeah.
Fucking shit. I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's
That
funny
is
shit.
strange though.
That it's weird, but some funny shit.
It's funny. Listen, I've been hit on by women before,
Right.
but this was just like it was too. It's almost like it doesn't make any sense. The bat sense in me is like
Mhm.
this is not real because normally not now what I do at the gym is not normal, and I do it for an hour and
Right.
a half, and like it's like almost like if someone was training for like a fight or something like that because it's not
Mhm.
it's like strength, stamina. It's like but I'm in a different mode right now, and I'm just like I'm
Mhm.
working out like a fucking animal. I'm working out like I'm 20 years old again, like back in the Marines. I'm working like a fucking animal, and just for her to come up to me, I'm like sweating. I'm all done. I'm drinking some water. I like your exercise. I'm like, what? Can you teach me? I'm like, what? Like this is like how like an action porno starts. Like you know what I'm saying though? Like it's called like the teacher. You teach me? Yes, teach me. First we must shower. Then you teach me. First we have vodka. You're like, what? Fuck. First you teach me. Yeah. Yeah. Why would you want to work out like that?
I don't know. Just it doesn't seem right. It doesn't. Don't text her.
Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm,
Mm.
mm-mm, mm-mm.
If you run into her, you run into her. But
Yeah, 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 yeah. No, yeah, it doesn't. I don't like the whole thing. You know what I'm
mhm.
saying though? Even if she wasn't married, it's too forward.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? And
Very.
maybe it's nothing, but percentage wise, it's not normal. You know what I'm saying
Yeah.
though?
It's very aggressive. Very aggressive.
Hmm.
I guess they're
Yeah, like
different.
normal.
Maybe they're just different in Florida.
Yeah, but also like okay, you want me to teach you what for free? It's $100 an hour, baby. You know what I'm saying?
Ah.
No, like what am I? What am I? Just a free teacher now? All of a sudden, you know what I'm saying? No? And then because think about it, it's like you here tomorrow? Yeah, good. 2 o'clock? And I'm like, I don't know if listen to like fucking. Also, Richie's fucking like Richie has his own like combat gym. Also, like he rents out a small place. All right, guys, we're only training with axes, bricks, and rocks, and like and like gigantic rubber bands for tension. Just like it's all women that just want to like get back at their husbands or their boyfriends. Okay, now here is 2 eggs. Break the eggs. Good job. All right, good job. Okay. I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's odd,
I don't know.
very odd.
Odd, right? Odd.
Mhm.
Yeah. What was he saying about Biden? He said the pro-Palestinians.
What's the story
Yeah, that's
about
probably the excuse they're giving. Nobody wants to see Biden do the.
State of
Dude,
the
this is the
Union?
weakest. This is the weakest president we ever had. This is the weakest this country's ever been. Like on every level. Literally destroyed the country by with the border, trying to get not only free votes, but the corporations want new cheap labor. I hate to say, it,
Mhm,
people come in illegally. They're happy to they'll come in at bottom wage labor, but to them it's a
yep,
lot of money. Oh yeah, this is great. They needed new people to come in on the bottom.
mhm. It's
And
true.
also, they even said they're like, oh, Americans are not having kids anymore. Yeah, because it's so expensive. Yeah, okay,
Mhm,
so yeah, they're just gonna
mhm.
replace you.
So did you hear about
Like,
the body parts they found up here?
yeah, I also heard that the DA let the people go.
Yep, yep, with ankle bracelets. But the
There
whole
you go.
house, there was blood all over the house. They have them on video putting body parts, I don't know, in dumpsters and shit, and they
Yeah,
let him
yeah, yeah.
out. And they let
That's
him out.
Democrats. That's
They let him
Democrats.
out.
That's Democrats. I
Wow,
can't stress it enough. Complete collapse. Democrats
that
create collapse. You know what I'm saying? No, it's goes. How do you have a society?
just doesn't make any sense.
Well,
They
because
let
they
him
said, well, mutilation of bodies is under the bail reform. Who decided that? Ooh,
yeah,
mutilating bodies? No, you can't charge them bail. They have to be released until they go to court.
that's bullshit.
There you go. Literally, Freddy Krueger and Jason. They're like
Yep,
Jason Voorhees. Yes, sir. You're being charged with double homicide and mutilating of a corpse. How do you plead? Not guilty. Okay, sir. We're gonna need you to come back in 60 days. Would somebody get a fucking ankle bracelet for this cocksucker? He's like he's just laughing like that. It's not even the sound. He's like,
uh, mhm,
he's like, he's like, that's it. I get to leave. Like he pulls up his
mm,
hockey mask. He's like, wait, I could go? He's like, are you fucking serious? I'm a
mm,
serial killer. I have an
mm,
axe in the courthouse. They're like, it's okay, Jason. We're Democrats.
mhm. Now, wouldn't you consider a person like that a flight risk? If they're gonna try to get you on double homicide, they're a
Bro,
flight risk.
ankle bracelet. They already know how to chop off body parts. They'll
Mhm,
chop off their fucking ankle to get that shit off.
exactly.
You know what I'm saying though? Because if you chop your ankle off, the ankle bracelet doesn't break. They're not gonna know you
Uh,
left.
that's
They'll
true.
lose an ankle. They'll chop it off. Chop it off.
Mm,
Yeah.
fucking crazy.
dude, dude. Yeah, so they'll put 1,000 guys National Guard for the fucking subway. Why don't you just let the all the people get carry permits in one day? Oh yeah,
Mhm.
hold on. Are you a felon? No. You got a finger? Yes. Okay, here's your carry license. Here's a free Glock. It'd be cheaper than doing this.
What do you say? 750 National Guards? Really?
Yeah, but here's the thing. That's not the answer. We don't need a
No, it's
police.
not the answer.
The military is not supposed to be there as a because see people
Mhm,
go, oh, it's for your safety. Oh, so you create a problem, you let the criminals out forever, right?
mhm.
And then the resolve is make it a police state. I'm
Yep,
not against the police. I'm not against the military, but you're not supposed to have a police state where it's like
correct.
like RoboCop, like drop it, citizen, like every
Yep,
corner. No, the people should be free. Criminals, you lock them up, you
mhm.
keep them in prison, right, for long sentences. Maybe they get reformed, and the good people should all be strapped. So when they're going to work, if someone tries to rob them, they fucking blast them. So, meanwhile, the guy 2 months ago who had a gun illegally in New York, a woman got attacked. and the guy shot the criminal, right? Who a criminal had a lengthy record, and they arrest
Mhm.
the guy for shooting the criminal while he was attacking the woman because guns are bad. But then the governor sends 1,000 troops with guns to the train station.
Wow.
Do you see the hypocrisy? Guns for people in uniform? Oh, it's
Yep.
okay.
Yeah.
And I'm not against the military. You understand what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
no, I understand
okay,
100%.
okay, okay, hold on, bro. You have a gun in your house, right? You can
Mhm.
protect your family, right? No, no, no. Turn it in, but we'll put a soldier outside your door. That's not so cool, bro.
No.
It's illegal. It's illegal. It was a
Mhm.
posse comitatus. You can't have fucking. You can't have the military unless in emergency police its own people
Mhm.
because that's a police state. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying though?
Mhm.
And especially when you created the own emergency. You understand
Yep.
that?
Yep. New York is getting worse and worse.
I
The whole
told you, man.
the
It's
whole
collapse.
country is, but New York is getting worse and worse.
New York is just a future of everywhere else. Collapse.
Mhm.
Complete, complete collapse. Complete collapse. Let me tell you something about the homeless problem down here in Florida compared to Colorado. Not even 100 to 1. Yeah, you see a little bit here and there. Why? They don't tolerate that shit.
Mm.
There's plenty of work down here, but if you want to just lay around the streets and shoot up heroin up your ass and put fentanyl on your dick, no,
Mhm.
you're gonna get arrested and you're gonna go
Mhm.
to prison. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
No.
Yep.
So and you're stealing and everything. So no. Um, we're in Colorado. Whoa, that's literally the cops. People breaking the cars. Oh, we can't do
Mhm.
nothing about it. We can't. You know, come on. Hey, just don't leave anything valuable in the car. You got
Mhm.
insurance. Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah.
It's not
See if they try to push.
it's not right.
See if they try to push Richie on the tracks. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. It is what it is. Go for it, bro. What are you smoking?
A bull, LFD, bull. It's the first one I ever had, actually.
It's a great cigar that builds up. It starts off on a strength point that it's very light.
It
If
is.
you hold the smoke, it reminds you a little bit of Don Carlos. Let it
Mhm.
build up. By the midway point, it starts getting really magical. If was that your first cigar of the day,
It's, first one, yep.
that's the
Yep.
way you gotta do that cigar.
No. It was
Um,
re it was really good, and it was light, so I didn't expect the nicotine kick that came behind it.
no, just because it's very light, like that's due to the wrapper, but it's
Yeah.
got strong tobacco in it. But the
Mhm.
light wrapper, it does, and also it's a fat gauge, man.
Yep.
At one point, it's what is it 60 something,
Something like that.
64.
It was fucking big. It was
Where are
huge.
you at right now? Where's the cigar?
Oh, I'm dead. That's all that's left.
Oh, you're at the end. So it built up though at the end, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that's a big fucking cigar, man. And I found that cigar to be slow burning. Yeah, you get a lot of time with that cigar. You can easily get an hour and a half, 2 hours, depending how
Mhm.
you smoke. I'm saying though. I enjoyed that cigar. A lot of guys shit on it. They don't get it. The bull.
Mhm.
It's a beautiful cigar. Um, I think it's just too big of a size for the blend, but
Right.
that's what they want to do. And for LFD, it was different from they're generally making strong cigars, so it was very different.
Yeah.
You know.
It was tasty.
Um,
It was really tasty.
yeah,
I liked it.
yeah, because I'm pretty sure Lito is his favorite cigar. He smokes a little Cameroon.
Mm.
So it's funny for such a strong brand. His favorite shit is Cameroon.
Wow.
No, the
I ha
Andalusian Bull is one of the greats.
Mhm.
You got to respect the cigar. It's been around for what over 5 years, maybe more, and it still has so much demand. It has a lot of respect. The only guys I don't get it, if you're looking for a Padron, it's not going to be a Padron. If you
Mm.
like Don Carlos or those kind of cigars, you're going to love that cigar.
Mhm.
Uh, Price point is $20. What did you pay for it?
I got it online. I wanna say it was like 17,
You
16,
stole it.
17.
You stole it at
Yeah.
that. You stole it at that price.
Yeah, I bought 2 of them.
Mhm. Dude, this cigar is awesome, man. You gotta check this out. The Aganorsa Rare Leaf.
Right.
This is the Rare Leaf Reserve. Um, Corojo in Corona, six
Mhm.
by 40. Everything about it is perfect. The size with the profile, like, dude, like I don't even need to try this in Robusto or Toro. Like, just the Corona size is perfect with this. Like, it is strong. Like, I
Mhm.
wouldn't say full blown ass kicking, but semi ass kicking. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like holy shit. Like, and it's, the blend is really great, and really clean flavors. Um, it's smooth enough, but even when you release the smoke though, the finish, you're like, is this cigar gonna make me shit my pants? Like, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Though? Like, it's got so much spice. It's got
Uh,
so much black and red pepper that you're like, bro, like, am I gonna shit my pants? You know what I'm saying? Like you don't want to have dairy before you smoke this cigar because you'll shit your pants. You know? You're like, it's not for the timid. It's not an early smoke. It's not for newbies.
right.
Um, yeah, it's got raw sugar. It's got plenty of earth. Um, not a lot of charred wood or cedar, but a lot of earth, a lot of black pepper, a lot of red pepper. It has a very oily, buttery feel to it as well, though. And that is
Mhm.
not really a flavor, but that gives the cigar vibe. But it's very
Sure.
oily and buttery because the wrapper on this looks like a leather jacket. Like the wrapper is itself, you know what I'm saying? And the bands are great, but well, I don't just hide. Listen, bro, I had one last night. I was hanging out with Big Time Tommy, um,
Mhm.
and I smoked 3 cigars with him. I started off with the Perdomo 60th Maduro. I didn't like the 30th anniversary. I didn't say I didn't like it, but the Perdomo 30th anniversary in Maduro in Churchill was my least favorite, and they're all like 54 gauge. So the only one that gets bigger is the Gordo. So I tried the Gordo last night just to see if it changed the blend. Well, actually, for the Maduro, the Gordo was better because
Mm,
I found the Maduro in 54, the flavor what in 60 it kind of opened up a little more and the flavor was better. So if you're going to check out the 30th Maduro, try it in Gordo. The sweetness was much better, not just because it was sweeter, but the way
mhm.
it fit the profile was a better fit. So if you're going
Right.
to try the 30th anniversary Perdomo in Maduro, get the Gordo. Now, as far as the sun grown and the Churchill, sun grown in the Connecticut, the Churchills were phenomenal. But and then after that, I did a Padron 64 Maduro, like the Toro size,
Right.
and then I did this cigar. Bro, fucking smoked my fucking brains out with Big Time Tommy. I had a bunch of guys from New York, and fucking we ordered Domino's, you know, saying no at 10, 11 o'clock at
Mhm.
night. I was there with him till 2 a.m. You know, in the
Uh,
end, it was just me and Tommy. We were hanging out and talking, like, all
mhm.
right, man, I guess we're going to go home and get some sleep. I was like, all right, see you later, Big Time Tommy. He's
Mm.
like, see you later, Big D. You know what I'm saying? No. So it's just, dude, it's like a
Mhm.
dream come true just to hang out with a guy like that. That's such an influence, not only in the Italian community, but just as a self made guy. And just to talk to him, and he's so down to earth. And I ask him so many different questions just because I want to just learn in his mindset, like how do you start doing these things? Like
Right.
how did you get your own cigar with CLE? And like how do these things happen? And then how from there, how do you if you want to change things or the bands or the sizes or how do you
Mhm.
do promotional nights? How does that work? Um, his wine company, there are things doing with that, and the future, everything else. And I don't want there's other things that haven't come out yet, so I don't want to talk about those
Right.
on the live. But he has other endeavors, and it's just interesting to find out about. Um, it's like he basically all the things he was interested in, he found a way to through his how do you say brand, which is himself, just like a Mr. T or something like that, you know,
Mhm.
and how he basically found a way to rep the stuff he already was using because
Right.
you know what I'm saying no because he's a huge following, but he has this huge following. But at the same time, the whole time we're there throughout the night, he's getting calls from this person, that person. And they're like, "Oh, Big Time Tommy." He's like, "Oh, what's up, man?" He's like, "Oh, I'm with my brother-in-law. He just wants to say hello." And he would talk to him for 15 minutes. "Hey, what's up, man?" Oh, like he knew the guy, but he didn't know his
Right.
brother-in-law. He'd be like, "Oh yeah," he's and it was like, "Oh, like Tommy, oh man, big huge fan, man. Thanks for talking to me." And he's like, "Oh yeah, man, how you doing, man? What do you smoke a cigar?" Blah, blah, blah. Like and like he really like he's like even though he's so famous, like yeah, of course he respects. Yeah, I'm sure he appreciates people showing love like that. But at the same
Right.
time, he's not like, yeah, thanks a lot. What do you want to autograph?
Mhm.
No, he's like literally he'll talk to the people, you know, and like he just it's just strange how down to earth he is and approachable.
Right.
Like when I got there was so huge crowd, and so I sat kind of right outside with him. I sat at my own table, but you know, I gave him a handshake and I kind of sat out there with him. But
Mhm.
then one guy left. And as soon as that guy left, he's like, yo, Big D, fucking come closer, man. Get over here. What are you doing? Come sit over here with me, man. And he's like, oh, Big D goes way back. He used to drive me around limos back in New York. I go back with him, from New York like 5 years ago. And he's talking. He's like, we went to San
Alright.
Gennaro Festival. He was on the stage with me as my bodyguard. He walked up there with Vinny Vella because Vinny Vella I met, from The Sopranos. When
Right.
I was parking the limo, Vinny Vella was standing outside. I didn't know it was Vinny Vella, which Vinny Vella was in Goodfellas, Casino, a bunch of
Mhm.
movies. Look up Vinny Vella, and this is like right before he died. So he's standing outside, looks like a well dressed, old man. And so I park in the car, and then I grab a cigar and I'm lighting it up, and I'm like, "Yeah, how you doing?" He's like, "How you doing?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm doing all right." And he goes, "All right." I go, "You want a fucking cigar?" He goes, "Yeah." So I gave him a Cohiba. It was Cohiba Dominicana, and he's lighting it up. He's like, and I'm like, "Yeah, you like cigars?" He's like, "Yeah, I like cigars." So we're smoking. He goes, "You know who the fuck I am?" I go, "No, but you seem like a guy to be respected, so I gave you respect, and that's that." And he goes, "I'm fucking Vinny Vella," and I was like, "And?" He goes, "Goodfellas, Sopranos, Casino, da da da, da da da, da da." Yeah. And I'm like, "All right, man." He's like, so he respected that I didn't
Alright.
know him, and I just gave him
Mhm.
respect. I gave him a cigar before I knew he was famous, right?
Right.
So he
That's right.
goes, "You know what?" He goes, "I'm going to the festival down the street." He goes, "You going there?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Come on." He goes, "You go in there. You're gonna go in as my bodyguard. Clear the way." Blah 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 blah. I'm like, "Okay." So I walked into the San Gennaro Festival, going to go meet Big Time Tommy, who was on the stage, and I'm with Vinny Vella, and once I get into the crowd, everyone's like, "Vinny, Vinny," and Vinny Vella's like, "Oh, keep away unless they're hot," So fucking, fucking. That's fuck out of the way. Oh, okay, all right, fuck it. And then we end up on the stage, and I got him a chair because he's an older guy, so
Right.
he's just sitting there. I'm saying, smoking my cigar again, fucking. And so Tommy was telling the story, like, he's like, we're waiting for Big D, and he's parking the limo, and then he walks in with Vinny Fellas. So it was just like, just a great guy to hang around, and a lot of, and
Right.
that's how personal he is. Like, he remembers a story like that, and it's not like, so I don't know. He's just a lot of fun to be around, and
Right.
the jokes and everything, and the busted balls, like, it literally,
Mhm.
like, fucking, they're filming another season for Amazon for Gravesend, which is the mafia show they're doing out of Brooklyn with
Mhm.
William DeMeo.
Mhm.
And I believe William Forsythe was in the show. Richie.
Right. Right.
So
Right.
like, I hope I get to meet Richie. Fucking dude, fucking, it's like fucking. Imagine, I'm like one friend away from like
Yep.
hanging out with Richie. Like, I don't
With the
even.
real
I was looking. He has no idea. Like Richie, like fucking like
That's awesome.
mhm.
That's awesome.
Yeah, bro. So I mean, it's and so the Domino's is there. The fuck, I'm sitting there, and the Domino's is by my table, whatever. And I'm like,
Mhm.
Tommy, you want a slice? He's like, yeah, Big D. What they got? I'm like, oh, they got onions and peppers. They got a meatball and pepperoni. He's like, give me an onion and pepper one. So I'm like, oh, so I'm handing the box of pizza to Tommy. He tried to take it out, but like they didn't cut it good because it's
Right.
Florida.
Right.
Like, what the fuck? I'm like, yeah, they never cut pizza right in Florida. You got to rip it off and everything. So it was just funny. It's just like fucking like,
Right.
because all the real pizzerias were closed. It was late, so
Right.
the only thing left open was Domino's. You know what I'm saying though? And
Mhm.
it was. We just had great conversation. We ended up talking about this, talking about
Right.
serial killers, talking about this. It was fucking, you know, talking about
That's
the
cool.
lotto and different stories, and just it's just great hanging out. Like, it wasn't like, oh
Mhm.
guys, I gotta get out of here. No one else is on my level. Like, what I'm saying, he's just hanging out with regular guys.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Though? And mm.
It's
Joey,
like
so what's up?
a slow
What's
burner
that?
you got there. It's like a slow burner.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wouldn't even say it's really wet, but it's very thick tobacco and a very thick
Mm.
wrap. Yeah, bro, this is a fucking Corona, man. I've been here for
Yeah.
an hour.
Holy
What am
shit.
I? 2 inches in? It's
Wow.
fucking crazy when you think about that, right?
Yeah.
Fucking crazy. Um, it's just he has this big van outside. I mean, it's a high top conversion van, and
Mhm.
it just says like all over it, like Big Time Tommy. You know what I'm saying though? Like, he's got like, like a 4 foot boom box in. Like, you open the doors, it's like, So obviously it was late at night. So, but I mean, he can set up wherever he's at. He can just set up a scene like, it's Big Time Tommy. Let's get the party started. Like, he could be like at a
Right.
truck stop, fucking just sitting there with his fucking. Like, oh god, he's a cool guy, man. It's
Nice.
yeah, but yeah. So in fact, he invited me. Nick Biondetto, Vendetta, you know what I'm talking about? The comedian.
Mhm,
Remember the Italian comedian guy that was started being famous on Facebook at first?
mhm.
He's always
Yeah,
driving around
I
his
knew.
car.
Yep.
He had stand up. Nick Biondetto, right? Biondetto, or was it?
I know something like that, but I know who you talked about.
Um, I think in like 2 weeks they're all going to his show,
Right.
and oh, Big D, you should come. I'm like, so I want to go to the fucking comedy club, and I think William DeMeo is gonna be there, the guy who's the star
Wow.
from Grey's End,
Right, right.
I already met him through Big Time Tommy last time, and they got a real interesting crew, guys from
Wow.
New York,
Yeah, that's
and
cool.
yeah, like one guy's an ex cop, one guy's like not like an ex pro boxer, but like a guy that he definitely could have went like he could have went semi pro. Like he's like 60 years old, this guy, and he's still in phenomenal boxing shape. You know what I'm saying
Right.
though?
Right.
And every time I see him, he's like, "Oh man, I wouldn't want to fight you, Big D." I'm like, "Nah, bro, you still got it too." I was like, "I don't want to fight. Like, you got to fight you." So I always, I don't just. He's like, "No, no, man, you're bigger than me." I'm like, "Nah, but dude, you could probably fucking scrap." He's like, "Yeah, yeah, I still got it." So it's just, it's a good crew of guys, and so
Right.
hopefully I'll get to go down to the comedy club with all those guys, and I don't know, who knows, man. It's
You're meeting all kinds of people,
yeah, but it's
but down to
listen,
earth people.
it's
That's what's
spending
cool
the
about it.
time. It's spend the time and also know how to fit in with the crew and,
Right.
and be your end up thing, not be a bitch, but at the same time, like you got to listen more than you speak, because when you're with a big crew, you
Mhm.
don't want to try to take over. Like I'm not the hot shit. Who the fuck am I? You know what I'm saying? Though, I mean, being humble is better to have
Yep.
people talk about you than talk about yourself.
It's true. Yep.
Yeah. What I find funny with Coronas, they go out easy in between puffs, and that's not the
Right.
cigar's fault. Coronas, the one downside of that small size, you got maybe 30 seconds, and that cigar
Yep.
will go out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? No, and not that it's
Right.
good, but this is such a slow burning cigar. You almost have to stay on it, So the one downside of a small stick in diameter, but normally like a small stick wouldn't burn this slow though because there's not that much tobacco, right? Not in this
Right.
case. Aganorsa, man, they don't jip you on tobacco. They're fucking packing. This cigar was like
That's what I
heavy.
was gonna say. Is it a real tight pack? Yeah.
Yeah, but the draw's not bad. I wish
Yeah,
I could
yeah.
have dry boxed it for like 2 days. But even then, it's just such a you get a lot of time out of this thing. Fuck, when you have a 2 hour Corona.
Wow, that's great. That's cool.
Yeah, so Tommy's got a new version of a cigar, which was smart. They're making a 5x55. You know what I'm saying? No, he's like, yeah, Big D. And I got the 770 and I got the 660. But, we got to get a cigar, that maybe some guys don't like a gigantic cigar. And, I was
Right.
like, well, yeah, 555 is still a fat Robusto. It's still big, but it's small compared to a 7x70. So you're
Mhm.
going to get a guy that wouldn't normally try that cigar because, like, I don't fuck with 770s. So 5x55, and plus you'll make that version a little stronger. So maybe you'll go after one guys that want a stronger version and two guys that want a little more, I guess you would say like a realistic size. But
Right.
5x55 is still a big size, but it's small compared to a 7x70.
Yeah, 7 by 70, that's fucking huge. That's too big for me.
Yeah, but see, for his situation and the way he hangs out with cigars, because
Mhm.
he's talking to everyone like that,
That's
so
true.
he's relighting it constantly. He's hanging out, smoking for 20 minutes, it goes out, bullshit, and then all of a sudden light it back up. And so, and so with that kind of big cigar, and it's not like a super strong blend, it works for that kind of situation, where
Right.
you can literally get like 4 hours out of a 7x70. You know what I'm saying though? So if you're gonna hang out at a cigar shop for 8 hours, you smoke two cigars, you know,
Right, right,
you know. So fucking like, and so it's for that kind of style of hanging out, it makes sense.
right.
Like if he was smoking Padron, he'd go through 8 Padrons. You know what I'm
Wow.
saying?
Yeah, yeah.
It's
He'll be blown out.
no flavor. Fuck, I mean, 8 Padrones a night, man. Holy shit. Fucking.
Have you tried any of his cigars?
Mhm. It was good. It was good quality, but if you have to not want a strong cigar. I smoked it with him, but I smoked the Gordo, and he specifically didn't want a very spicy cigar or a very earthy cigar. He wanted milk chocolate, but a very smooth, a little bit of nuttiness, but
Mhm.
not that dark. But it was still a darker cigar. But he wanted, so it is a very smooth experience, and it's a quality tobacco. But if you want a big cigar that's not the moment, but backs the moment. So so it might not be my particular cup of tea for what I normally smoke smaller gauge, stronger cigars, but for some people that might be exactly what they want. You know what I'm saying? And the
Right.
price point down here in Florida is only $10 for a 7 by 70. I mean, that's a great price point. But you all right?
Yeah, yeah. My wife was talking to me.
Mm. But so for like I said, so I think the 5 by 55 when that comes out, that'll probably be. I would like that better because it'd be a little spicier the cigar and a little stronger. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? And the shortest, get right to it. Because me and him were talking about that about how the dimensions. I said, listen, Tommy, when you start off at 7 inches, that smoke has got to travel 7 inches, and there's going to be loss. And so he agreed with that, and he was talking about that.
Mhm.
So who knows if they'll have even a shorter version, like a nub? I think that would be a good idea,
Mhm.
like a 4 by 54 or something like that. Um, but yeah, he's going to be updating some other things, which I don't want to say yet because he hasn't
Yeah,
done
yeah,
it
yeah.
yet. But yeah, it's just cool getting to be around that and talk about
Right.
someone who's did it, and I'm proud of him, to have all
Mhm.
those things, and he's always open to like what's new in the future. So um, you know, whatever. It's just cool also to hang out with him, but it's just, even outside of all that, it's just a fun vibe.
Right.
It's not like there. It's like, oh, who's this asshole? Like, nobody's talking to me. So it's a
Right.
great.
Cool.
We were talking about members only. I was asking because they did a commercial with the guy Willie DeMayo for the members only. Those jackets, they're
Mhm.
coming back
Mhm.
out, and they're really
Really?
popular again in New York City, and they're even making members jackets for girls and members only jackets for girls. So he did a
Mhm.
commercial with that, and they're going to be doing another commercial. So we're talking about that and everything. So it's interesting how just
Oh.
you know, yeah, pretty cool.
You gotta
What
enjoy
am I gonna
yourself.
what am I gonna say? Yeah, yeah, I got my show too. I tell everyone to
Mhm.
leave. So, yeah, yeah. I made like $8 last month in advertisements. I'm on a much smaller level, but I haven't really. I don't even try to push this channel. I hate
Right.
this place. So it is what it is.
It's a place.
Yeah, like Long Island. Yeah, I said like
Yeah, it's a place.
Long Island is a certified nickname
Mhm.
with no legal standing. It's a real nickname.
It is. It is.
It's a real nickname, but it has no legal grounds.
Mhm.
Like if you said, "Oh, you're a Long Island fireman," where? Oh,
Mhm.
in the Bethpage Fire Department. Where does it say Long Island? Well, it's in Long Island. Okay.
Right.
What's the address? Oh, Bethpage, New York. Oof. 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 Like, what do your fire trucks say?
Mastic Beach, New York.
Oof.
Mhm.
So if my house is on fire, is the Long Island fire going to come?
Nope, we don't have one.
Oof.
We have Suffolk
So
County
therefore,
Fire.
yeah. So therefore, if there's a fire in Long Island, there is no fire in Long Island because the
Right.
real fire department would be Mastic Beach, New York, and
Mhm.
they would show up with the Suffolk County Police,
Mhm.
um, and that's real.
Mhm. I'd never thought of it before that it was a nickname until you brought it up, and it got me
And
thinking.
I'm not against
No, no,
using
no,
my
I
name.
understand.
But what I'm
No, no, I
saying is,
understand.
call it for what it is. Call it what it is. It's not a
Right.
legal stand. Don't say you're a Long
Mhm.
Island fireman. If you're using it just as a nomenclature, like, yeah, yeah, I'm from Long Island, and then, oh, just so people have an idea because it's a good
Exactly.
nickname,
Exactly.
Suffolk or whatever. But then you're like, oh, so well, where do you live though? Oh, I live in Mastic Beach, which is in Suffolk County, which
Right.
Suffolk County in the state of New York.
Yeah. Long Island is just easy when you're speaking to somebody. Where do you live? Long Island. I say Long Island because they think you live in a city. So you say
Yeah.
Long Island, they know where you are. You're out on the island somewhere.
But that's also false because Queens and Brooklyn, which are part of the five boroughs, are legally on your Long Island
Yeah.
because they're on that island.
Mhm.
Brooklyn's on an island, baby.
Right.
Queens on an island.
You know how it is when you talk to somebody. As soon as if you say you're from New York, they think you live in the middle of Manhattan somewhere. So,
Yeah, I get that. So all
yeah.
I was bringing attention that stop acting like Long Island. When I say it's a real place, I'm not saying it's not a real nickname.
No, no,
Yeah,
no,
it is.
true. Yeah, I understand.
You know, no, like oh look at the hockey team, the Islanders, and where do they play? Where do they play?
Where they play? Where they play?
Where?
New Jersey?
Oh, now they're in Jersey, they're not in
Nah, I
Nassau
don't know.
County.
I have no idea. I don't watch hockey.
Well, they're not in.
I
They're
think
not
they're
in.
in Nassau Coliseum. Used to be, right? I think they have a new one.
Yeah, and where's Nassau? Uniondale. It's Uniondale, New York.
Mhm,
So the Islanders play in Uniondale, New York.
mhm. Well, no, I know.
Do you see?
Mhm.
That's what I was trying to say, man.
Oh, I understand.
If you're from Long Island, uh, and you have a carry license in Suffolk, why do you have a Suffolk County pistol permit and it says state of New York on it? Where does it
Right.
say Island? You're like, no, I got a Long Island pistol license. Drop it. You're under arrest. No, you don't. No, no, you don't.
Yeah, no, that's true. You're
So
right.
that's why the Island serial killer is bullshit. Because I get know why it's not. Know why? I'll tell you why. Because Suffolk County, like I lived in Nassau County, Massapequa, but the
Mhm.
bodies were found mostly in Suffolk County. Suffolk County didn't want to be known as the Suffolk County serial killer because why? That's too real.
Right,
Call it Long Island, so it's just vague. It's a
right.
nickname.
Mhm.
It's a nickname. We don't want to ruin the property value. It's a Long Island serial killer. No, isn't it Suffolk County? Isn't the say,
Mhm.
come on, Richie.
It's true.
Is the they call the guy Rex Huberman, right?
Yep.
Is um is he going to go to a Long Island prison or a Long Island court?
No. Suffolk County. Mhm.
But it's funny because he lives in Nassau County, so he's getting a lot of entities involved. Because of course
Yeah.
Nassau County is going to be involved, Suffolk County is going to be involved,
Mhm.
um, New York City's involved because he worked in the city too. So
Yep.
he got the whole fucking area, you know what I'm saying
Mhm.
though, involved. And
Mhm.
then even the nickname, he got the nickname involved. He got Suffolk County involved. Uh, but what's funny is how come he got arrested and not released when these people chopping bodies up,
Yep.
and they
Interest.
know they know that they did it, right? The
Yep.
other guy
They
it's the
know.
same,
100%.
right? And let me tell you something, he's still innocent until convicted. And I say
Mhm.
that only because we're not a banana republic. Just because it was on the news and he's
Right.
alleged, he's not convicted yet. You know what I'm saying though? If it
Right.
was such a slam dunk case, he would have been like, yeah, you got me. It's on camera.
Right.
So honestly, I think they try to crucify him beforehand so he cannot get a fair trial. How can he get a
Right.
fair trial? Because
Yep.
they're like, oh, he owned 300 guns, all legal. They were
Right.
all legal. So like, okay, he was an avid hunter and a gun collector. Okay,
Mhm.
all right, but so how could you? I don't understand how they're proving that he did it. Oh,
That that's what I was just gonna say. So many years ago, like, how did they piece that together? And how did they right away say his wife and kids were away when it happened? Like, how did they track all that down and they didn't know exactly the day they were murdered and all that? How do they know?
but dude, all that time and all those bodies so old. What DNA evidence, even hair, being
Right,
especially
exactly.
in aquatic locations,
Yeah,
with all that salt water, how the hell would any DNA even apply?
yeah.
You know what I'm saying though? All that shit.
I understand. I agree. I
It's
wanna see the evidence.
especially when they had all these bodies, but they're like, oh,
Mhm.
we only did 4 of them. So who's doing the other ones? What were they
Yep,
taking turns?
yep,
So we're okay. If I was him, right? Let's say he did do it, but like, listen, there was still 30 other bodies there. Let me flip all my friends, and you just give me 20 years. You know what I'm saying, though,
right,
or at least
right,
give me accommodations. You know what I'm saying? Though, at least at least
mhm,
he'll have an easier. Because nobody really gets life in New York State. 20 years, maybe 30, but they don't. They really don't do life without parole in New York State. Because even then,
right,
if give it 25 years, and they'll let you out.
yeah,
So if I was him, why isn't he flipping? But
mhm,
if maybe he's not flipping because they're forgetting the fact. Oh, Long Island serial killer, 30 bodies, whatever it is. Who killed all these other girls?
right. Or maybe he did flip. We just don't know yet.
I think the people he could flip on, they won't let that flip.
Right.
I think they'll kill. I think they'll kill him because it's politicians, it's dirty
Uh-huh.
cops. I'm not saying all cops are dirty, but the ex-Suffolk police chief, he's involved. What happened to him? He went
Uh-huh.
to federal prison over hiding all the facts. So how come the
Yep.
ex-police chief not being questioned again?
Yep.
How come? How come? If Rex, why does Rex Huberman have no connection to the police chief? When the police chief, when it was happening, he's like, yeah, we don't want any help from the FBI. And also the ex-police chief, when that druggie broke into his car, right?
Mm-hmm.
They
Mm-hmm.
found adult toys, snuff film,
Yep.
kitty film, terrible things in his cop car.
Yep.
Also, he got multiple prostitutes pregnant, and they stole his
Mm-hmm.
guns when he was on the job. He was
Right.
banging hookers in his cop car, and they were stealing his Glock 19. And so he doesn't know Rex Huberman.
Yep. Is I don't know. Maybe we'll find out in the end.
Mm-mm.
You don't think so?
In my opinion, it's too big. And just like everyone knows John Wayne Gacy, right? Sick
Mm-hmm.
fuck. But John Wayne Gacy wasn't acting alone. John Wayne Gacy was a major political donor to the Democrat Party. He had Secret Service access to the president. He had pictures with the president at donor parties. He had clearance from the Secret Service.
Right.
I think it was the fact of, I was it 16 people had keys to his house that they found that after they found the bodies,
Mm-hmm.
so many other people had access to his house. Why do they all have keys to his house, his basement? Because he was throwing wild parties and they were killing kids in the house.
Mm-hmm.
That sick Illuminati shit and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So why was he the only guy? Now, of course, for him, once he got arrested, yeah, he wanted to say he's the only guy because, yeah, I did it all. You know what I'm saying, though? Because he
Right.
wanted all the, or maybe he didn't want his family touched. So who knows? You know what I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
though? But bottom line is, like, so there's no way he was acting on alone. You know what I'm saying, though?
Mm-hmm.
Just so convenient that this guy was a major Democratic donor and to the Democratic Party and going to all these big wig parties. And on the
Right.
side, he's doing, but he's just doing it for his own sick pleasure. Come
Yep.
on,
Yep. No.
come on. Like literally, a guy that hangs out with the president at parties is also a clown doing this shit. Like, come on, that's
Yeah.
it. Yeah, there's nothing else to find out. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. I don't understand how, like I said before, they can connect him to these murders. Like, what kind of evidence could there
and
possibly be left?
why did it take like 15
And
years? Come on.
why did it take so long?
Also, the girl that broke it open, right? The girl that died on 911. Remember?
Mhm.
And why is that 911 call suppressed?
Right.
Even the judge told Suffolk Police released the audio, and now they're saying,
Yep.
"Oh, we don't know why."
Mhm.
She didn't say he Rex Huberman.
Right.
She never said this
Exactly.
big fucking guy. She ran
Mhm.
out of a house party. It was
Yep.
not, and that girl was the main thing that broke it open, right?
Mhm.
And she magically they found her where all the other bodies were, and she was on the phone with the police for how long? An hour, and nobody came to help her out.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense
And
either.
and she said they are trying to kill me.
Yeah, she did say they.
They. And when she ran to the one neighbor's house, why wouldn't you just stay in the neighbor's house?
Right.
Stay in the, the
Yep.
fuck is that? The
Mhm.
fuck is that? The
Just
neighbor's
makes
part of it. You
doesn't
fuck.
make any sense.
If a girl runs to your house saying they're gonna kill me, you say lock the door. I got a gun. Call the police.
Right.
Get the cops here, honey. Calm down. Whatever. Give her a beer. Relax.
Yep.
You're safe. You let her run out,
Yep.
and she drowns in 2 inches of water.
Yeah. It's
And she had her pimp there. Not a pimp. She had a driver. It was an
Java,
Asian
yeah.
guy. A
Yep.
driver. So she even had security. So like, where was her driver? You know what I'm saying though?
Right.
And,
But
unless I was
and that
said
was her boyfriend, right? Wasn't that her boyfriend, the driver? Something like that? I thought it was her boyfriend, or her boyfriend knew about it, that
no
she was
boyfriend knew
doing
about it.
this.
The driver was an Asian guy or something like that.
Okay.
And so the whole thing stinks. When I say the whole thing stinks, the whole thing stinks. The whole thing stinks.
It
So
does.
she that Rex Human's house, and that's the girl that broke open the whole case.
Right.
Say the police chief that didn't want no help, that was into all that snuff porn. Oh yeah, not connected. and all those people at the party, they're trying to kill me.
Yep.
Not connected. It's Rex
Yeah.
Huberman, 15 years. You know, the gun collector.
Mhm.
You know, the guy who had YouTube videos. He had
Mhm.
YouTube videos,
Yep. I saw him.
and they found him from a slice of pizza.
Yeah.
The whole. Oh yeah, slice of pizza.
They just
The,
happened to check a random slice of pizza? No.
yeah,
They
they
were
got a slice of
watching
pizza.
him. But how did
Got the
they
box.
yeah, how did they track it to him?
They framed this motherfucker. They got the
You
DNA
think
off the
so?
box. They
Okay. I never thought of
found
the
the per-
frame part.
they found the perfect guy to frame. You get the evidence, you plant the evidence, and yeah, here's the guy. Case closed. It's not any
Right.
of the dirty cops. It's not any of the politicians or oh, how about the guy from the nursery that hung himself?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, so part of those big parties where he would be at, right? Because he
Mhm.
knew them. The guy that owned the Long
I
Island, they
know
call it, but it's in
mhm.
Riverhead.
I know what you're
Long
talking about.
Island, the Long Island Aquarium, right? The only
Mhm.
aquarium in Riverhead, right?
Mhm.
He also owned a big nursery, big money,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
And the girls were all found in burlap. His company has burlap because they
Mhm.
have it's a big, for what's it called,
To pull the trees and shit.
landscaping company.
Yeah.
But they sell
Yep.
a Bissett nursery. Yeah,
Mhm. Yep.
they go and question him, and then he hangs himself, and he's worth $100 million.
Yep.
He didn't hung himself. They questioned him, and he probably would say, "I'll flip," and they hung him. His people hung him.
Mhm.
No guy worth $100 million is hanging himself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry because he could beat the case, or he's like, "Well, I'll fight it in court,
Right.
or I'll flip." You know what I'm saying? Though. So, wait. So he magically, if he had nothing to do with it, why would they question him? And then if he had nothing to do with it, why would he hang himself? They got rid of him. They got rid of him. Oh, so but did Rex Huberman know that guy? No, no, no. So
Yeah.
you have the Bissett nursery guy who hangs himself,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
Um, you got the police chief that went to federal prison. None of these guys know Rex Huberman. You
Mhm.
got that house party by that guy. Remember that guy? They had that guy. They what do you call it? They interviewed that guy, and he's like, "Oh no, I was just throwing a big party for my friends." Well, he's not part of it, of course. The cops take an hour to show up. He's not part of it. She goes
Right.
to the neighbor's house. Rex Huberman 15 years later. Come on. I mean, how does that story make any sense?
You think it well, I'm sure it did. Put up a flag a long time ago when they said, "Tell the FBI to stay out, stay out. We don't want them."
Yep. Yep. Yeah, so not only was he a sick fuck, the police chief, right?
Mhm.
And not only that, the police chief's friend, the guy that was in charge of like Suffolk County medical examiner, right? Look
That's
up
right.
that guy. He lived
Mhm.
over there in Gilgo, and he said he was running, and he had video. He was like part of like the town, like not the mayor, but like on the town board,
Mhm.
and he had access to the cameras for that area, and those tapes disappeared.
Wow.
Convenient. And he said, "Oh, yeah, there was no tape." Okay. Okay. And then, but also, he would always have hookers at his house because he said he was running a house for wayward women, for women, with nowhere to go. Well, how would he meet them? He wasn't a licensed woman shelter,
Right.
so
Right.
he just has women, but he has access to drugs and narcotics. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? No, good the doctor, and he could fucking, you know what I'm saying? He just said, "I was just trying to help hookers out."
Yeah.
Oh,
And
and
they
then
just
the
happen
news,
they just happen to find him.
yeah, and when the news went to ask him about it, he faked a heart attack. He's like, "Oh, stop asking me. Oh, heart attack!" And he fell on the ground. Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, yeah, mhm.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. So no, not dude, nothing to see here. It was all Rex Superman.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna say not convicted yet. I'm not saying he could be part of something, and maybe that was just a spot that a lot of guys dumped bodies.
Right.
Okay, but to say it was only him is asinine. What about that doctor, the medical examiner? What about the police chief? What about all of his crazy shit in his car? Like, where's
Mhm.
that police chief even? Where's he even buying snuff film?
Mhm.
Because the first articles were saying snuff film, and then it said illegal pornography, and then it was saying like, it was just then it came out it was just pornography. Like, and that's why that
Right.
police chief, when they arrested that kid, who stole
Mhm.
from his car. He's like,
Yep.
"Where's my fucking bag?" And he cleared out the police department, said, "Everyone leave," and he tied him to the floor, like you know
Yep.
what I'm saying? No, tortured him for hours, and that guy got
Mhm.
a couple $1 million.
Yes, he did.
And he violated his rights, and that's why he
Mhm.
went to federal prison. The police chief.
Yep.
So, and then you have the guy, the DA, who went to federal prison too. The DA, the DA,
Oh, yes,
uh,
yes, 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 yes. Spota
is it Dormer?
is,
Dormer? Spoda, Richard Spoda.
Spota, yeah.
So Richard Spoda, okay, Richard Spoda, this cocksucker back in the '80s, his big case that broke him out, that made him famous, was look it up. I think it was in the town of Smithtown or Northport. This young boy, teenager or something like the young kid, was killed in a satanic ritual. He got tied up in the woods, and these kids stuffed rocks down his throat in a satanic ritual. Do you know who flipped on his friends? But he said I had nothing to do with it, but he flipped on his
Right.
friends. Oh bullshit. With Spoda, the
Who?
police chief, when he was a kid.
Mm.
This is,
What
this
a
is not this is not hearsay.
Yeah, 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 yeah. No, I've heard a lot of this already. It's
So you're telling me the dirtiest DA and the dirtiest police chief, and he worked his way up the ranks, you know,
Mhm.
nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it.
Yep.
No, nothing to do with it. Yeah, it's Rex Huberman. They found a big, scary looking guy who owned a bunch of guns. You know what I'm saying, though?
Mhm.
And so either it's a perfect patsy, or maybe he was a killer, but he couldn't have been all those killing. Because
Yeah.
how do you forget about all it? He was the bad guy they needed. There you
Right.
go. Found out where a slice of pizza.
Hmm.
In my opinion, they took their time because they needed a perfect patsy. You know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
Whether he's a killer or not, he's not. He didn't kill all those people. And
No.
and it turned, and meanwhile, that police chief last year, remember, he got arrested
Mhm.
in the park.
Yep. Yep.
Uh, he was trying to deal with some guys, and it
Yep.
was undercover cops. Apparently, they have
Mhm.
undercover cops that had to suck your cock. It was at a Vietnam Memorial Park in Dayton, and they met each other at 10 o'clock in the morning. And the ex police chief is there, and I guess he's not on probation no more or parole. And like he pulled out he was wearing sweatpants and he pulled out his cock, and the
Right.
under, undercover cops like, "You're under arrest." But I don't know how they got these 451 undercover cops. Like, I'm sure they have. Would he wink on him? He's like, "Yeah, pull it out. Yeah, let me see it, big boy." So
Uh,
yeah, that guy, he has nothing to do with it.
yep.
Literally, the guy's pulling his cock out
Yep.
at Vietnam War,
And they dropped all the charges.
dropped all the charges.
Yep.
And the crazy thing was the guy in the videos for the news, because they had Suffolk police there, but they also had Park police. And
Right.
one of the high ranking guys in the Park police is a guy that I knew from back in New York, and I'm not even going to say his name.
Right, right.
But he was on the news. And when the whole thing happened with the chief back in the day, like that was his boy because he was in the fourth precinct, and that police chief when he did that crime, he wasn't chief yet. He was in charge of the fourth precinct. He was I don't know if he was the captain or whatever. He was in
Right.
charge of it.
Mhm.
After that event, they made him chief.
Right.
Spoda made him chief.
Spota pointed.
So my point is though, that guy that was buddy buddy with that future chief, then when that
Mhm.
arrest happened in Bald Hill, he was on the news, and that's his boy. So in a
Right.
way, it's like damage control because it's like, yeah, he got arrested, but whatever. They probably fucked up the evidence and they made it go away.
Right, right. What a web. What a web.
Because I remember when that happened, I was at the cigar lounge with him and
Yep.
his wife, and the police chief was got arrested, and his wife said, "Are we gonna be okay?" He's like, "No, no." He's like, "We're good." Like meaning him. Like he said, "No, we're good." He's like, "They got nothing on me, whatever the hell." You know what I'm saying? Though. So like
Interesting.
that police chief was dirty, man,
Yeah. Interesting.
and he had a lot of dirty cops.
Yeah.
And when that chief was going through his trial in prison, I forget how many, but when I say it was a lot of Suffolk police, sergeants, the detectives, all retired, just retired,
Yeah.
magically retired, went away.
Yep.
They checked because you know what I'm saying. Now before they could get convicted and lose their pension,
Right. Well, they let him retire.
hmm Yeah, he's getting like $100 and something thousand dollar
Mhm.
pension.
Yep.
Yeah,
The whole time he was in prison, he was collecting.
yeah, and Social Security. Yep.
Mhm.
And yeah, that police chief was so dirty. When I drove Uber at night, I actually met a call girl, nice girl, pretty girl. I drove her and drove her a few times. After I drove her once, then she got my number. Then sometimes if she wanted to drive somewhere, she would just call me directly to drive. Because a lot of
Mhm.
those girls, if they met someone they knew that they could
Right.
trust, it's like,
Mhm.
So and I'd give a better deal. I would cut out the Uber price. Let's say it was $50. I'll just give me 40. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I make more money, be cheaper for them.
Mhm.
Um, 'Cause that time that the topic was very popular, the Gilgo Beach. This was like 5, 6 years ago, and she told me that she went to a party and she was with the chief, and she told me that he couldn't get it up, and that she said that he had a very small dick, and she
Right.
laughed how small it was, and he shit out of her for that.
Wow.
And then she told me after that party, then he paid her a bunch of money, and then he just left her like that.
Mhm.
Then she told me after that party, though, he called her up to see her again. She saw him again, whatever. But then after that, she was at Smith Haven Mall. She was with her girlfriend, and, stupid young kids in their early 20s,
Mhm.
and they were stealing some clothes, whatever, shoplifting.
Yeah.
Well, these two undercover cops, they thought they were security. They came and said, "Come with us," and they arrested her, and they brought her in an unmarked police car. And she's like, "Well, they're in Smith Haven Mall." And she's like, "What
Right.
are you taking me to the fourth precinct?" But they were up Nichols Road and went north towards
Mhm.
Stony Brook. And she's like,
Right.
"This is fourth precinct. Why aren't you taking me to Smithtown Hot Box and fourth precinct?" She's been arrested before. She's like, Where are you taking me?" And they took her to the woods. And they had her in the back. And long story short, but the cuffs were in front of her,
Right.
and when they pulled her into the woods, and she said it was a white and a black cop, and they were undercover, and they brought her to the woods, and she's getting scared now, right? Because why would they take her in the
Sure.
woods
Fuck
up in
yeah.
Stony Brook? Well, and they popped the trunk. So when the one cop went to get out to take her out, and this is like in Sopranos when people get whacked in the woods.
Yeah, really.
So she told me they didn't pat her down, and when the cop went to get her out, she stabbed the cop in the arm, and she fucking ran. And when she
Right.
turned around after she ran, in the cop car in the trunk was like whips and chains and like dildos and weird shit. No
What?
joke, and it makes sense.
Oh,
Look, but remember the police chief? He had
yeah.
dildos and shit and stuff film in his cop car. There was some sick fucking whatever it is. Maybe the police chief's like, well, yeah, he banged this hooker twice. He roughed her up. He said, you know what? Let's get rid of him because
Yeah.
that might be a thing where this guy would rough up hookers, beat the shit out of them, and have his people just get rid of him. And so eventually they caught up with her, you know, and when they brought her in, then she, told the whole story. And they're like, "Oh, you're making this story up." But she's like, "I'm not making this story up. Fucking, they arrested me. Fucking there. Why did they bring me to fourth precinct?" And
Right.
she never got charged for stabbing the police officer because it didn't happen, right? Because how can he
Right.
explain where he got stabbed? You know what I'm saying
Mhm.
though?
Yeah, that's true.
Because if he says, "Oh, she stabbed me," where did this happen? Where
Mhm.
it happened in Stony Brook? Why the fuck you arrested this potato mall and you take her to the sixth precinct?
Oh, wow.
So I put her in touch with Turney, Ray Turney, the guy that's the main lawyer for this
Mhm.
whole Gilgo Bay. I know him because Stash's wife is the ostinator for court and everything, and she's in a
Uh-huh.
lot of those proceedings. So she
Oh,
knows him. I told her
okay.
that story, and she gave me his phone number, and I called her, and he's like, "I need to speak to this girl." And I spoke to her about that, and she's like, "Okay." And then she called me back, and she goes, "I can't do it." I'm like, "Why?" She goes, "They'll kill me." She goes, "I'm too afraid." She was too afraid because when I
Yep.
told him the whole story, and I'd also told him about the things she knew, and he's like, "No, there's no way she would know all this if she's making this shit up." Even
Right.
the fact that this guy small dick, you know what I'm saying? No, and like
Yep.
he's like, "No," you know what I'm saying? No, so
Mhm.
how crazy that Richie got involved with the
Yeah.
Gilgo Beach serial investigation, and yeah, so
And and that was towards the beginning. That was in the beginning.
mhm,
Yeah.
mhm. Well, at what point did that girl say anything about Rex Huberman?
Mm, it's true.
I'm not.
And
I'm doing.
I
I'm not
but
making
I
this shit up.
also find it hard to believe If
She
this
lived in
guy
Deer Park.
if this guy killed these girls, you're telling me 15 years went by and he never killed another person? Right?
Exactly. They knew who it was. Why were they watching him for 15 years? Come on.
15 years. That's a long time.
Bro, they needed somebody. One, it's convenient at Suffolk. They got someone
Right.
who wasn't in Suffolk, in Nassau. That way
But
eyes don't look at Suffolk.
yeah. But we don't hear anything about it anymore. It's not in the news. I don't know if there's even a trial going on yet. You hear nothing.
When I say the whole thing stinks, tell me anything what I told you that sounds like I'm making this shit up about
No, it
any of
doesn't.
those guys.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't sound like you're making it up at all. It's just what a crazy web they weave.
Dude, that guy Ray Tierney, because I'm sure he gets, guys, people, oh yeah, I know about the case. Yeah, okay, jerk off. Like because
Mhm,
I told Trista's secretary, and he called me back personally on my cell phone,
right,
and I told him again, and he's like, I need to meet this girl. He's like, what's her name? I told him the name. He's like, I need to meet this girl, And then when I talked to her on the phone, and then she's like, I'm too afraid,
right,
dude, why would she make up that story, man?
mhm. I'd be
And if
scared too if I was her.
if that shit in the trunk and everything, and also it wasn't just the chief, that was his people. You know what I'm
Right.
saying though? How
Crazy
would those
shit, man.
why would undercovers be arrested a prostitute shoplifting at Smith Mall? It's a fuck.
Right,
Stealing a t-shirt. No, because they were watching her because the chief wanted her gone.
right. Yeah, when shoplifting at Smith Haven Mall doesn't go down like that. They catch you in
No.
security, they call the police, marked cars come down.
They took her to, and also in Stony Brook. So that's a whole other area that I've been looking. There's a lot of wooded areas in Stony Brook, man. No
Yeah,
cameras. And the fact, so like I would be looking in that area. That's why he's
mhm,
really interested. And the fact that she said the cop car had a whole bunch of torture shit in the trunk. You know what I'm saying
right,
though? And the fact that she said the police officer was not charged. Of course she wasn't charged. Because they can't say why they were there.
right,
Like, yes, it is legal to stab a police officer if he takes you to the woods. You know what I'm saying
right,
though? Because a
right,
policeman can't take you to the fucking, the fuck is that? They arrest you and they book you, right? And then you have
right,
your rights. You get a lawyer or you pay bail
mhm,
or whatever. They don't
right,
go, hey, AP, you're under arrest, and then they fucking take you to a cliff. You're like, what the fuck is this? You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah,
at that point, like you're allowed to defend yourself because this is illegal arrest. Clearly
absolutely.
they were gonna, you know,
Mm. The whole thing is just fucking crazy.
that's that's some scary shit, bro.
Mhm,
And that shit never got resolved. And I'm not sure
no.
what he did with that information, but if something ever happens to Richie, I didn't do it. I'm not suicidal. I'm not homicide. If they ever set up Richie, you know what I'm
Right,
saying though, for any of the, you know what I'm saying though, because I'm sure the cops don't like that guy, the lawyer Ray Tierney, but they can't touch him because it's too hot. You know what I'm saying though.
right, right. Yeah, he's been very outspoken for many, many years.
He has to be though because he's got to go forefront. You know what I'm saying though.
Mhm,
But trust me, if something happens to him, like they did it.
mhm,
Like if he has a heart attack or a fentanyl overdose, you know what I'm saying. They're like, yeah,
right,
like because that's what that's the police chief told that kid. He said I'll give you a heroin overdose and fucking make it look like you're an addict. I'll give you a hot
really?
shot. So these cops fucking have hot shots.
Right,
A dose of heroin that will kill you. A hot shot where it's like too strong.
yep,
So
yep,
fucking they'll get rid of you. Oh yeah, he's a drug addict. Oh, we
wow,
tried to resuscitate, but he didn't make it.
crazy
When
shit,
you have cops willing to commit murder like that, especially to undesirables like drug addicts and prostitutes, nobody cares.
right,
Nobody cares.
it's true.
She
They're
was a
just
nice
for
girl.
normally, they're just forgotten.
She was the kind of girl that like I even told like, why are you doing this? Like she seemed like a really nice, like a homely girl. And like one time I picked her up because she wanted to go to a store. She got in my car with like a plastic, like a Tupperware bowl, like
Mhm,
Rubbermaid, like this big. But she
right,
like lucky she was wearing like her pajamas,
right,
She got in the car, and I'm like, "Well, you having breakfast?" She's like, "Yep." She's eating her Lucky Charms. And I just remember it was such a human moment, and and I was like, "Honey, you got to get out of this lifestyle. Like, like it's too seedy. You know what I'm saying? No, and once you get involved with
Mhm.
dirty cops, you know, um, another worker girl that I drove, Uber at night in '83, out in Farmville area,
Right.
And I asked her, I said, so, this is near the sixth precinct. I said, do cops ever come? She goes, I have cops fucking me, and they come in uniform. You know what I'm saying? They don't give a shit. You know,
Wow.
you know. Like
That's
she's like
ballsy.
I fucked probably half the sixth precinct already. You know what I'm saying? Though,
Wow.
try to get a cop discount.
Yeah. That's pretty
So, dude,
ballsy.
bro, bro, bro. They advertise it right on the internet. How the cops not arresting everyone?
Mhm. Yeah. And all those cops from back then, they're all gone. They're all gone. Or they retired or whatever. Gone.
Another dirty cop I knew from that old cigar lounge, which I won't say his name, but
Mhm.
his father was police chief in a small Nassau County village police, which I won't say which
Mhm.
one either. But he was a Suffolk cop, but his father was a police chief of, like, let's say, for example, Glen Cove Police, but it wasn't Glen Cove. I'll just
Right,
so
right.
anyways, but his family's got pull, right?
Mhm.
This cop was dirty, and from the people I knew, he would take guns off the street and not charge people and just sell them. He'd sell Glocks for 2,000 on the street, stolen Glocks. In New
Right,
York, people
right.
hot gun, two Glock, just take them off the streets, and he was flipping them. And I didn't see the guy for a few years because I stopped hanging out at that cigar lounge. And I'm doing Uber, and I'm in, I guess, Eastern, no, Western Ronkonkoma. Past Ronkonkoma is what? Wisconsin, almost on Portion Road. You know what I'm saying, though? Like
Yeah.
that kind of
Yep.
area.
Mhm.
And like the town. Um, and there was like a nightclub over there, like a bar nightclub. It's like a bar, wing place, whatever. So I
Right.
pull up to the place to pick up my customers, and there's a cop car there, and it's like parked though, like illegally the way it's parked. There's only one, and there was no
Right.
lights on it. What the fuck is that about? So the people get in the car. And I'm like, why is there a cop car parked like that? Like only one cop car. Like there's no lights on. Like what's going on? He's like, oh, that motherfucker. He's like, that fucking cop is in there, and he was drinking beer and slamming shots and hitting on all the
What?
girls. And the guy came out, and that was the guy I know that was selling the stolen Glocks. You know,
Wow.
that motherfucker, man. Fourth precinct. That's how fucking dirty he was. Drinking in
Mhm.
uniform and
Where
getting
the
shit.
squad car? Where the squad car?
Not giving a fuck.
Wow.
When he came out, I purposely didn't say hello to him because I didn't want him to know
Yeah,
that I
yeah,
knew
yeah.
shit. So they got in the car, and after we left, I'm like, "Yeah, you hear something funny? I know that cocksucker.
Mhm.
He can get you a hot Glock." You know what I'm saying? No, like,
Yeah.
like, oh, I believe it. This guy's fucking drinking in uniform, fucking hitting on all the girls. You know what I'm saying? Though, like the people in the bar, were like, "Yo, man, you gotta fucking chill out." And he was like, "Fuck you, I'm a cop." Like,
Wow.
fair no fair. How you have a guy doing shots in uniform, like with his
Mhm.
cop car there, drinking and driving with a loaded firearm?
Yeah.
Nobody cares
Yeah, well, back then, no one cared. Is what you can't do that shit today.
because there's too many cameras.
Yeah, there's too many
Too, too,
cameras. This it wouldn't fly today.
and meanwhile, that cop, he was such an alcoholic because when I knew him, he's been to rehab a few times and he kept his job.
Wow.
They say, you do 90 days, you do a
Right,
rehab
right.
upstate, they send you to Boca. Fucking.
Mhm. Mhm.
Well, his daddy was the police chief.
Wow.
Okay, I'll say the town. It was Rockville Center. So
Mhm.
it's what it is. I don't say what year.
Right.
Obviously, I'm sure that
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't make this shit up.
Yeah. But back then, there was a lot of dirty going on. A lot of dirty.
Well,
A lot.
it's just funny how that guy who was friends with that police chief
Mhm.
retired. And he was dirty. He became very high level in the parks department. And
Right.
what's are the parks? All the beaches,
Yeah. That's true.
all of the little
Yeah.
too convenient.
Yeah.
And then how do you have him as the main police officer on the news talking about that ex police chief?
Right.
And I'm like, why is he on? That's his friend. That's his friend.
Right.
It's damage control.
Mm, crazy shit.
I stopped being friends with that guy because back then I was a little more of a wild man. Which I'm not going to go into those stories,
Mhm.
but at all. But I stopped being friends with that guy and hang out at that cigar lounge because he said some really disturbing things, which I'm not going to go into.
Right.
But it was about kids, and this guy was
Mhm.
he would say some there about kids, like really creepy shit. Let's say a
Mhm.
pretty girl's walking by this lounge, and all the guys like, "Oh, look at that piece of ass," a woman, and he'd be like, "Ah, she's too old. I like him younger." He would say weird shit like that, and all the guys would be
Wow.
like, he'd be like, "Ah, I'm just kidding." But he's like,
Yeah, yeah,
but
yeah.
he'd be like, 14's better. I'm like, no, that's not. What the fuck? And guys, any guy that jokes about that, what I'm saying though,
Right.
and
Yeah.
I was always telling my man,
You don't even joke like that. If you joke like that, then I think there's a little truth in there, a little bit,
well, he had 4 kids and after his divorce, his kids never wanted to see him. So I'm sure you can figure that out.
right? Hmm.
I don't make any of this shit up, man, but I'm being a little vague
Yeah, no, I understand.
because I still go back to Suffolk County to see my kids.
Sure.
So I don't want
Yeah,
to get a
yeah,
hot. I don't want. Oh, Richie died of a fentanyl overdose. Oh, sure, yeah, fucking, fucking.
yeah,
If that ever happens, I got murdered. You know what I'm saying though.
yeah, uh-huh.
Fucking.
Yeah,
If I ever go missing, look for me in Stony Brook in the woods. Fucking,
yeah.
fucking, yeah. But you know,
It was a really dirty area for that type of shit, to say the
mhm.
least.
It was so bad. The FBI said that the Suffolk County Police Internal Affairs could not be trusted, and the
Yep,
FBI actually took over internal affairs. Do you know that?
yep,
They
yep.
actually put interim police from the FBI over Suffolk County Police, and then now it's much more reformed, and now it's like, you know that shit can't happen no more. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
no, no.
So you had
It's
the
way
FBI.
different now. They
Yeah,
cleaned it. They cleaned it out.
yeah, yeah. When you see Suffolk cops now in Suffolk County, they don't have that same bravado. Back then, being
No,
a Suffolk cop was better than a made man. These guys could kill people.
no,
I mean,
no.
get rid of you. You know what I'm saying
Yep.
though. And I'm not talking about in the line of duty. I'm all about that. If the cops got to do what they do, I respect that.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
yeah.
but hey, but these guys, these motherfuckers, they could tie you up somewhere and leave you to die.
Yep.
You know. So which was weird because I ended up at the fourth precinct when I watched that correction officer got ran over twice.
Yes, yes.
Ended up doing me a favor, being a witness. And then
Mhm.
I was with them that whole night, and they called me back to the fourth precinct, and I
Right.
was in the scene where they tied up that kid to the floor.
Mhm.
And though, and the detectives were like, "Look, we appreciate what you told us." He's like, "But we're not supposed to show you these videos. But I'm just gonna let them play and leave the room." And he leaves the room, and I'm watching the videos, and you see the video of my car, and you see everything
Right.
what happened. And then they saw everything was true what I said. I think I ran over. I pulled my car to block the road and block so nobody ran him
Mhm.
over. I called 911 and everything. And so, like, we know you're telling the truth, but like you said, I forget if I said it was like a white SUV or a white truck, and whatever it was the opposite because it was happening so
Uh,
fast.
yeah,
You
yeah,
know?
yeah, yeah.
And they're like, maybe you have to watch this video. You want to just change a few things in your statement. They wanted to make it look so. You know what I'm saying though? And then
Right,
that shit.
right.
And at that point I just gave them whatever the fuck they wanted. I was like, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
sure, exactly
Mhm.
what you said. And they were like, okay, so then this happened. I'm like, yep. He's like, okay, sign here. He's like, and then you said this happened. I'm like, yep. He's like, okay, sign here. And the people kept on leaving the room. And then some guy, he would give the paperwork to some guy. He looked at it. He would go, and then he would come back to my room. He's like, and then you said this happened, right? And I'm like, yep, I signed it. And he went back, and the guy in the other room was like this. He goes, and I said, all right, thank you, Mr. Mlazi. We really appreciate it. Suffolk County
Yeah,
Police.
yeah.
And I never heard anything about him.
That guy didn't get killed though, right? He just
He
got
went
ran
out on three.
over. Oh,
Mhm.
he did.
He got ran
Mm.
out. He got went out. He's not working. And then, so he broke everything. I mean, all the internal organs. But
Yep.
that was actually defense. Um, the kid never got brought to charges because what happened was those two off-duty correction officers from Riverhead, the guy they went to in his car, um, his son, the correction officer's son, had
Right.
problems with the guy, maybe young 20s, right? Whatever it
Mhm.
is, they had beef. So these correction officers, whether they followed him to that area because they lived in that neighborhood, or they just saw him at the bar and like, yeah, that's the motherfucker. Fucking my whatever they whatever. I don't know what beef it was,
Right.
but the and his friend, they went to his car in the dark parking lot. I'm watching it all happen, and they're
Right.
banging on the phone. Get the fuck out of the car! And the kid just backed his car up because he didn't. I don't know if he knew whatever it was, but he's like, no, I'm not getting the fuck out of the car. They had no legal grounds. They're not in uniform as Suffolk police. They're
Right.
there as drunk pedestrians, off duty
Mhm.
correction power. And fucking so when he backed up and got the fuck out of there, because he was afraid for his life, right?
Mhm.
And I'm sure they were armed, right? And so he ran him over twice, but that was, if you understand the whole situation, he was scared to
Yeah.
death, and he had
Sure.
no intent to run him over. It wasn't his intention. So, anyways, after that, you never heard anything about it
No.
ever.
No.
How could they
No.
press charges? They
I remember
charges.
I remember seeing it on the news.
Mhm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, yeah. So after I went to the fourth precinct, then I went back to the place that day, the next day, and it was right after the fourth precinct, and I was on the news with ABC 7,
Yeah, that's what I
and
was
they
talking
interviewed
about.
Rich.
I saw it.
The news was so dry. They're like, okay, sir. I'm not wearing a mask, and they're like, okay, we'll social distance. And I'm like, I'm having a cigar in my hand. And she's like, well, you just can't light it. I'm like, okay, and she's like, when we start off though, she's like, just tell me exactly where the body was, and was there blood? Which way was his head? Like they're a bunch of sick fuck. And then
Yeah.
as soon as the camera comes on, hi, I'm Kaidi Chung with News 11. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, before that, she's like, where was the body? Did he make noise when they ran over him?
Oh god.
Like, dude, they're sick. To get all the gruesome details.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like the before and after, man. Like, so I'm sure the Suffolk police were probably not happy that I went on the news about
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
but
yeah.
gave
So
them what they wanted.
so that kid was never charged with anything?
You never heard anything about that story ever
No,
again.
I didn't. I only saw it on the news. I saw you on the news
Mhm.
and never heard about it since.
There you go.
No.
Fourth precinct, man, dirtiest precinct in Suffolk County.
Mm.
Because you got to remember, fourth precinct is Hauppauge, and Hauppauge
Right.
is where the head county is. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? No, so like,
Mhm.
that's like God's territory. How much money's over there in the Smithtown?
Yeah.
Was the head of the harbor over there? Fucking big fucking money, man.
Mhm.
And a lot of politics. You know what I'm saying though?
Yep.
Like seven precinct, they're just worried about fucking all that.
Right.
They have a real crime going down there. The cops are in a war zone. You know what
Yep.
I'm saying? The
It's true.
guys, machetes and child
Right.
molesters out there. So
Yeah, but now we just have young cops, you know, far from corrupt these days.
it's just crazy when you think about it. Somehow in my life, I have a knack to be in situations,
Right.
just like I said, like you said, all this week or the past few weeks, hanging out with Big Time Tommy and all
Mhm.
these things, or being involved with the Gilgo Beach serial killer
Mhm.
investigation, and with finding out information about shit, and the lawyer wants to know about it, or in that case, a dirty cop situation, or correction officers and everything, and the whole thing stunk
Right.
because when it happened, I already called the police and I'm on the phone with the 911. And the partner of the guy, I didn't know that was his partner. This was his friend. He's like, Gary, and they're like, okay, what's his name? I'm like, his name's Gary, right? And the guy's like, just leave me alone, man. I'm like, because of course he didn't want because he's like, man, we're
Right.
not even supposed to be drunk. We're off duty and we were harassing a guy, but I didn't know that. So he literally didn't even call the police. He didn't even call an ambulance. And I
Wow.
told him, kind of strange. Like this is his friend. You get run over twice, and you don't call an ambulance. Why
Right.
did you call an ambulance? Maybe you didn't want to be in the report. I wasn't here, right?
Mhm. Uh, you're
Hey,
you
dude, if you were that was your friend, right? Your partner,
yeah,
and he drove by car. You gonna call for an ambulance?
absolutely. The first thing I'm gonna do.
They didn't call at all. Especially as a
Interesting.
trained correct, right?
Uh,
They get just as much training as the police. So I went police. And like his his sergeant, all these fucking
oh,
bigwigs came
wow.
there. And I just Suffolk County detective though. but he would go back and talk to them. They put him in the back of a black Dodge Ram, the his partner,
Mhm.
and I was in like a Chevy Impala with the detective,
Mhm.
and kind of interesting. He was sitting in the front seat, and he just wanted to get everything, the information. But I remember just sitting with that guy. And I was there for hours. But I was in the dark in front of O'Malley's bar. What is
Mhm.
O'Malley's in Center? Is that what it is?
I think so. O'Malley's.
In Center, there's only one big Irish pub in Center Reach.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Right
yeah,
next,
yeah, yeah.
right next to the gas
Mhm.
station.
Yep. Mhm. Yep.
It's like, man, I could sense how much power these fucking
Yeah.
guys have, and I was glad I was on the other side of it. But it's like these guys they could set you up any which fucking dirty way, and they're all because why would the detective be schmoozing with all the all the correction officer union guys, and
Right.
they found the way to fucking make this. Because if anything, forget about charging the guy. These guys should have been charged.
Right.
They should have
Right.
been. You know what I'm saying though?
Mhm.
So you saw the blue line. You saw the Suffolk cops
Mhm.
protecting correction officers.
Absolutely. Yep.
Because what were they doing drinking and going to I guess you would say not only assault but confront and accost someone
Right.
and he's with his girlfriend too, so he has a witness because it was a girl that went in the car too. It was a pretty good.
Oh.
I was checking her ass out. It was a long park
Right,
clutch.
right.
But the video evidence they got from next door, soundtracks in Center Reach.
Mhm. Yep.
So that had all the video evidence, and they have really good cameras because they have expensive shit there. So they have really good security
Mhm.
cameras. So you saw. um, so when I tell people when I tell a story, I don't tell you unless it's true. I
Right.
don't
Yeah.
lie. So it's you know it's pretty. I remember when I called my dad after it happened, they wouldn't let me leave because my car was part of the crime scene. Tape, and there was my Corolla, like my smoke mobile. You fucking shit. This Corolla has been around crime scenes. I remember 2 years before that, I got shot. Corolla,
Mhm. Yep.
killed a rabbit, decapitated a rabbit. This fucking this Corolla, fucking shit, man. Toyota, baby.
It
Fucking.
it's seen everything.
You had hookers that survived the Gilgo, like fuck, yeah, fuck,
Wow.
got some miles on it. It's got some miles on it.
Mm.
Yeah, man. I mean, I don't know. A cigar is great. I mean,
Uh,
2 hours in, I still have like 3 inches left. This is the
that's
slowest burning.
crazy. It's just phenomenal how you end up in all these situations.
My father said, he goes, I don't understand how you end up being around these situations. He's like, I don't have one of these stories in my life. And then
Right.
you have 3 days ago, I saved the guy's life. I go
That's
into a
right.
rant
That's right.
by Cape Canaveral, picking up my daughter who's in town for one day from Mexico from a cruise. We get in the car.
Right.
Quick and get some. I got French toast, and
Right.
eggs. Yeah, man. Yeah. So I could go to that town anytime. They
Yeah,
know me
yeah.
over there. I'm good in that town. Cape Canaveral, that the town right over there.
Right.
I'm. They're like, oh, you're our hero. You know what I'm saying? I can go.
I can't believe I can't believe not one person had their phone out videoing this. People video everything. Yeah, it's true. Right.
5 other people tried, but they tried. The guy was still sitting. You're not gonna do the
Right.
Heimlich with the guy sitting, but he was a big guy, big for them,
Right.
like probably 232. And like he was pretty solid, very muscular, and he had like a bodybuilder shirt on. So he's only like 5'8", maybe 5'9", but like really wide build. You know what I'm saying? Though
Right.
definitely probably. You know what I'm saying? Though,
Yeah.
uh, as for his size, he looked too jacked. If that makes
Mhm.
any sense.
Yep.
And which makes sense because those guys have huge egos and vanity. So
Yep.
after I gave I threw him in the air like a bitch and gave the Heimlich to him. Once he was literally he was still in the air, He's like, "Put me down. I'm fine. Put me down. Put me down.
I
Put me
can't
down."
believe he didn't thank you, didn't buy let me buy this. Something what's your name? Nothing.
So what's funny is he stayed there another half hour. I don't know what he do.
That's
Finish when he finished his food. What the fuck is
that
that? And
that's fucking whacked.
everyone kept on coming to me, thanking me. People said, "Wow,
Right,
we tried. 5 other people tried, and they couldn't do it."
right,
And like you become like a rag doll. We couldn't pick him up.
right.
You're really strong. Yeah.
But the guy
Well,
himself just walks out.
when he walked out, he walked past me because like picture the diner was like a Y shaped, so it was like
Mhm.
one big area, and then you kind of turned, and this is another area, but it was a wall between. And then over here, I was like in the so picture like I was in this spot. You
Right,
walk in at this spot, and I went to the back and over here. So I had to run into that room where he was
right.
choking. So it was just a great adrenaline rush
Oh,
to
yeah,
like someone be like, "This guy's gonna die," and just run in. That was it, not even
yeah,
a minute, and just run in there and just like
right,
juggernaut this motherfucker. And I mean, like, dude, fuck it, adrenaline rush number
right,
one, just fucking through this guy. You know what I'm saying? Because he was like this. He was like, ah, like he was at the end.
yeah,
Like what I'm saying though, because people already tried. You know what I'm saying though.
yeah.
Yeah, right. Not even a thank
Not
you.
a
No.
thank you, not even stop by where you're eating before he leaves, and "You
Not
saved my
even say
life." Nothing.
Yeah. Not even saying, "Let me pay for your breakfast. Let me give you $100.
Yeah.
Let me if your gas tank.
Yep,
Let me give you a
yep, yeah, 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 yeah. Well, you weren't fine a minute ago.
Well, yeah, because if he wasn't fun, I'd be arrested for assault. You don't normally get to pick up grown men and squeeze them. You know what I'm saying? No fuck,
Right,
because I mean, it's just like dude. I gave that guy fucking good. He was choking to death.
right.
I'm glad it worked. Because imagine if it didn't work, and you're like fucking like not only the guy choked, he had broken ribs. You're like, oh, I
Right.
tried to fuck. And the sheriff showed up. She was wearing all fucking green, like real like local town sheriff.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah. Yeah,
And
they
hat. He,
they
he He came in real shit. When he came in, like he was the law. He came in, and the waitress just like, no, everything's fine. Not even an ambulance, because obviously in those towns,
right,
you know, just one cut. He didn't even run in. He walked in. Like he walked in, like took off his hat. He's like, "Howdy, man." Fucking someone's choking to death, and he didn't know that I saved his life. And he's
right.
like, "No, it's okay. Guy over there, he saved his life." He's like, he looked at me, he looked at her. He's like, "I guess I'll be going my way." He's just fucking. He probably said he was there for 8 hours doing overtime. I gotta do some.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Mhm. Fucking shit, man. Yeah, man. I mean, so yeah, I don't know how these things happen. Um, but I don't know what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, really.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Man, so Florida's been good though. Got to meet
yeah,
Steve Simon, Nick Perdomo, and save someone's life.
right,
And Big Time Tommy hanging out with him every day.
right.
That'd be cool to, if somehow like fucking Richie gets to play like a villain with Richie on that show.
That'd be wild shit.
They're like, all right, Richie, in this scene, you're gonna get killed by Richie. And you're like, all right, I agree. Fucking agree. He did Bobby Lupo. He did Richie. Fucking Richie did Richie. Fucking like fucking. I just want to get whacked on a TV show. Fucking
Right.
with my like shoot him in the head. He's like shoot him in the head again. Fucking. It would be good in the scene though. I guess my head would take up too much of the camera. Fucking guy's head is tremendous. I had to sit all the way in the back. You know what I'm
They
saying?
gotta
Fucking
zoom all the way out.
fucking got a tremendous skull. We got to do a panoramic walk. I don't know. I don't know, but every episode's different depending on what I have on. And I gotta say, when I have you on, well, every person's very consistent. When I
Right.
have you on, always cover dirty cops, Long
Sure.
Island conspiracies. Um, I acknowledge Long Island. It
Mhm.
is a real nickname, and it does have a real meaning. It just has no legal meaning. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yeah, I grew up on Long Island, but I didn't grow up in Long Island. I grew up in Suffolk County. I was born in Stony Brook, New York. So
Mhm.
how could I be born in Long Island? Nobody is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But it is an accepted nickname. Kind of like if you're from the, I was a North Shore guy, right?
Mhm.
You hang out in Port Jeff. You're a North Shore guy, but the North Shore is not real. You could say, oh, North Shore, but okay,
Right.
you hang out in Port Jeff. That's you know, if there was a fire in Port Jeff, like 911, where emergency? You know, we're on the North Shore. Down by the water. This white dress is on fire. The North Shore. I'm saying of Long
It's
Island, North Shore of Long.
it, it's a big ferry on fire. It's a big
Come
boat.
on, you know, it's a real place. Here, talk to Anthony P. Anthony P. used to make it off of me. I think he loves this place, but also me and him are just always battling about
Yeah,
that. You know
yeah.
what I'm saying? Though, you know,
It's all in fun.
oh sure,
It's
you know,
all
what I'm
in
saying,
fun.
I
Yeah.
think he said his schedule changed. I think he said he's getting up early. So,
Yeah, he's been getting up really early, so like
mm.
I think he's leaving at like 5 a.m. in the morning.
Bro, this is the fucking
Holy
slow
shit.
46, bro. You would think a 40-minute smoke, bro, full flavor, full strength, almost the whole time. Super long, heavy finish, very oily, buttery, slightly nutty, rich raw sugar, tons of black pepper, too much red pepper, really heavy finish, and a lot of earth.
Right.
But 70%. So overall, it's got a lot. But the flavors, it works. The cigar is better than a lot of other Corojo cigars. But we didn't get a blend check. I mean, everyone, the chat's been dead. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, really. I don't even know what time it is. What time is it?
Yeah, it's only 10:20.
Oh, that's it.
Soccer seconds, and then because I was asking where Sacco, and it didn't show up, and then you came here, I put you on. Well,
He's naked. Right.
oh, you know why? You know,
Well,
I don't want to.
he's been more reliable.
He's
He's
trying
trying.
though.
He's trying.
He's trying. But I even asked PG to come on the show before the show, and but he was busy at work, so
Uh,
you know. But I feel like the live is, I don't know, things go through changes, and I think maybe because of the time
yeah.
change too. Like, I don't know, guys. I feel like some of the lives are huge and some of the lives are dead.
Yeah, it's weird. It could go either way. And then sometimes it's 1,000 bots. I don't know where they
Yeah,
come from.
there was only like, hey, here we go. Here's AP's friend. Tell AP, fucking, he's not reliable, Mikey. And look, bro. When it comes to talking about like dirty cops and shit, I'm not about like cops should be able to cook the books a little bit, and
Mhm.
maybe throw a bone here and there or hook up their friends. I'm not against that, but
Right.
they shouldn't take you to the woods and kill you. That's where like
Nah. Yeah,
that's
really.
that's
Gotta
too
draw the
much.
line somewhere.
Yeah, you know, yeah, hooking up their friends for like, oh, you're a little over the limit tonight, huh? All right. Oh, you
Right.
know this guy? All right. Leave the car here. We'll give you a ride home. Okay. You know, but that level of like abuse, what I'm
Right.
saying, it's like holy. Can you imagine taking your fire truck, your chief car, and parking it at fucking O'Malley's and getting shit faced?
Absolutely not. Mm,
How much trouble would you get in?
a lot. I'd lose my truck. They would take it. Um, depends. It's possible, depends on what I was doing, you know? Yes.
You're not
Mhm.
like,
That
it could,
that's a problem. That's a problem. We we
well, that's
we tell members,
yeah.
just driving down the road with a sticker on your car, you're representing us,
Mhm.
you know?
Yeah, so if you get into a road rage incident or something
That's
like that,
right, and they
it was
call.
just that just happened. Yeah, that just happened in Connecticut where
Mhm,
this off-duty cop was at he had a red light, but then it was green and he wasn't turning. So the guy had like a camera in his car. He was like a delivery driver, and he
mhm,
honked his horn like, "Come on, man, what the going on?" The guy gave him the finger. He's like, "Yeah, fuck
yep,
you too." And so the guy came to his window and punched him through the window, and so he filed assault charges. But of
right,
course, the cop just gave him 1 day suspension, and nothing happened to him. So then, of course, the news and this big YouTube channel got involved for corruption, and they did an investigation. But then they just protected the guy. Like, dude,
right,
you can't have cops off duty punching people for
yeah,
no reason, like, on camera, and then nothing happens. Like
yeah,
this, when you have that much level of
yeah.
power, you know what I'm saying? Though.
If you have a sticker on your car and you cut someone off, our phone will be ringing in less than an hour.
Mm,
People call, people call.
yeah,
So if you're gonna do it, don't put a sticker on your car. Don't wear a shirt.
shit.
Don't wear a jacket. Don't represent.
Pretty much when you leave your house, like you can't do anything stupid. There's cameras
That's
everywhere,
right.
man. Even in people's
Yep,
cars. Thing though, it's like you can't do anything. Everything you're
that's
being
right.
watched when you go out in public. Well, you gotta be like, just lay the
That's
fuck
right.
low.
That's right.
So I don't like going to like I don't even go to bars,
Mhm.
like bars. I'll go to cigar, but I'm talking like bars.
Right. Yeah.
It's what good? Like you've been there before. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like, at 40 years old.
Yep, yep.
So what would you rate that cigar you have?
Um, I would say, out of 10, maybe a 7.5, 7.8.
Yeah, I think world renowned blend.
Yeah.
I think for what was great about the cigar. I remember the cigar, not but for the brand. It
Mhm.
was a very unique blend and size and
Mhm.
packaging and tier of cigars. That was like the first like top tier cigar they made.
Right.
And expensive for LFD, but it was not. It was obtainable. When it
Yeah.
first came out, $15 or something. So back
Mhm.
then it was LFD $15, but oh no, it's a special cigar. And it was, and they would sell out. And I I respect what they did with that. Yes, I feel the size is cumbersome, and I feel the
Yes.
size is too big, but it's what they chose to be. It's called Andalusian bull, so bulls are big, right? So, um, but it does creep up on you though. Like
Yes, it
by
did.
into the second, third, you're like, oof. And if you're holding the smoke a
Right.
lot, like
Right.
it,
Yeah. I I started getting a little jittery towards the end, and I smoke a lot of cigars. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. So that lighter wrapper, which I don't even know what
Neither do
wrapper is
I,
on that,
I don't
is
know. I don't know what's on.
I don't think Puro.
I will say I haven't smoked that many LFD, but I could say it was the best LFD I've had.
Mhm.
Uh, but
Yeah,
I
he
haven't
said.
smoked that many. What's
Mikey
that?
said he goes for example. He says Michael Vick when he got arrested, it said Atlanta Falcons quarterback arrested. Yeah, if you're part of something bigger than you, when you get
That's right.
jammed up, you're making
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And that's what we tell new members. You get into an accident or like it's road rage or you get into a fight in a bar or the diner, God forbid after the bar. The first thing they say, it was a fireman from here.
Yeah,
The
and
first thing they say.
good news goes away in 2 seconds. Bad news lasts a long time.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? It lasts
Yeah.
a long time, and that can affect you politically. It can affect your budget. It can affect people's donations, right? Because the
Yeah.
firemen, how do they work with donations? How do they have accountability with that when they come around to the neighborhood? What do they do with that money, and how is their
Yeah.
accountability?
So donations, well, we were audited. We have we was we pay a company to audit the department. So department is donations. So we do like a fund drive at the beach or at the firehouse, we'll do a fund drive. We have a raffle every year.
Yeah,
That
the
money
50-50.
is used, yeah, like that. So that money is used for the firemen. They can get jackets, they can get shirts, hats, whatever. They can have a party for the rest of for the firemen at the firehouse or wherever it be. Taxpayer money is different.
Yeah.
That's the money that the district gets. So that's used for equipment only, trucks, that type of thing. Can't be used for, partying and jackets and shirts and all
Who
that,
pays
unless it's uniforms.
for the electric bill or the water bill for the building and
The
and the
district.
diesel for
The
the
district pays for that. Yeah. And that's taxpayer funds.
but is that out of your budget or that's separate from your budget?
That's our district budget, so that's from the taxpayers. The fund
So
drive money that they get is strictly used for, I wanna say recreational, but I guess it is, for the firemen. That's their
yeah,
money.
yeah, it's like for benevolence for the firemen. Listen, I mean, they should have some
Exactly.
perks. Listen, I got saved by a fire department when I got poisoned. I went to
Mhm.
anaphylactic shock. That was in 2017, and I swallowed windshield wiper fluid. It was a freak
Oh,
accident.
wow.
I was standing in the park and I turned off the engine, reached into the
Mhm. Oh, shit.
and I was
Yep.
just like, after that, I was like, oh, it's probably just like Windex. And then I'm
Right.
driving the truck the next spot to do a mark out for locate. So, electrical, water, underground water, you have to mark out the blue and red and the paint, for
Right.
call before you dig. And that's all state and local.
Mhm.
And the people, if they damage something, the people digging got to pay. If our marks
Right.
are bad, then our company pays. It's kind of like they're insuring the utilities companies are paying us to protect them as insurance. That way, if somebody's damaged, we warn them, and now they're liable. Whoever dug. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? Though.
Right.
So we want to have a very low. I think we average like a 10% hit rate. So like 90% of our marks were good. So I mean, and when I say good, if you make a mark, you were good for a foot this way in a square.
Right.
So
Right.
good dot or a flag, you're good in a foot in either way, which kind of gives you 2 feet square, if that makes any sense.
Right.
So you
Yeah.
generally good. So you know what I would do? I'd mark the fuck out of it. I just put paint everywhere. Here you go. What? Why be fuck? I said, is the paint free? Oh, yeah, you get all the paint you want. Fuck,
Right.
mark the fuck out of it. Mark
Right.
the fuck out of it. Some people will get mad. They're like, man, you put spray paint all over my driveway. I was like, well, they're digging through this shit, man. And you don't own the front of your driveway in these communities. The first 9 feet belongs to the fucking county. Sorry, fucking, because
Right.
anyways, because a lot of those underground neighborhoods, new neighborhoods have all underground. They have
Yeah.
troughs with. They generally keep the electric and gas on one side. They're generally like
Mhm.
4 foot troughs, and then water's on one side. So that way, if you hit the water, you don't want to hit water and electric at the same time.
No,
You
no,
know,
no, no. Yeah. So,
like you
like,
be um, the electric and gas is supposed to be 18 inches underground. Water like four
right.
feet. Because you don't want the water to freeze.
Right.
But and water generally wasn't a problem. And those are generally solid pipes, so if they hit it, they probably hear it with noise and they stop. If they're digging by,
Right.
sometimes cable was exposed, like a cable service. Fucking, it was
Mhm.
2 inches below the grass, or people would do yard work and then lower the grass.
Yeah.
And but you hit a gas, dude. We had a gas leak, and it wasn't our fault, but they had to clear the whole neighborhood in Blue Point. You could smell the gas, the mercaptan. They
Yep.
put mercaptan in the gas.
Yep.
And see, you know what I'm talking about. Rich bullshit, man.
Mhm.
And most people don't know about that. And yeah, it stinks. And the whole town smelled like rotten eggs. The whole
Yep.
town had to be cleared out because you
Mhm.
find out where the gas is coming from. 'Cause one match could have just
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I was in a house that was filled with propane and it blew up while I
you
was in
told
it.
me about.
Yeah.
And
So
did you get banged up from that or blow out your eardrums?
no, no, not at all. One guy, the door swung out. A couple of guys got thrown out of the house. It lifted the house off the foundation and moved it several inches over. All the cabinets in the kitchen, all the tile work just blew right off the floors. All the cabinets blew off the walls. Pretty
So
wild.
was the house condemned after that? A complete loss?
I think they condemned it, yeah. And it was a stupid thing. I mean, they had frozen pipes, so they put a propane tank underneath the house sideways. It went out. there was a fire just happened to start on the second floor, so we're going bringing a hose line to the second floor, but the whole underside of the house and the whole first floor was filling with propane, and we didn't know, and it ignited.
And propane doesn't have a smell like natural gas.
No,
Well,
it
natural
doesn't.
smell, but they add mercaptan in it, so it smells.
Yeah. Yep.
So
Exactly.
it's not like you talk about gasoline. The good thing
Mhm.
about gasoline, when it hits the air, it also generally evaporates fast. Whereas that propane or natural gas, if that's filling up in a building,
Yep.
outside you're if people don't know about gas, even in a house, natural gas, um, you're fine until it hits 15% of the air. If
Right.
you're at 10%, it's not going to blow. If you're at 50%, it's too much gas. So
Too
as you
much.
open the
Yep.
lowering, and then when it hits that 15% ratio, that's when it's explosive. See,
Exactly.
so
If
you
it's
guys, I've seen guys weld pipes because the old pipes were cast iron. You could
Mhm.
weld a leak outside with it on
Right.
fire. It's not going to blow
Yep.
up. It can't. It
Yep.
needs to be once it's confined.
Yeah.
You know.
The best thing to do, like, if a propane tank's on fire, don't put it out.
Mhm.
Let it burn. Just cool it. Just
Yeah,
cool the tank itself. Let it burn off, and then try to turn it off if you can.
yeah. He's talking about getting a box of. Yeah, you should get a box of the Andalusian Bull. You're gonna fucking love it. As long as you're looking for something beautiful, and like if you like the Cohiba Series M or something like an Opus X, where a beautiful medium, medium plus, it does build up.
Mhm. Mhm. Yep. No, no. Yes. It did. It
In a way, I think the lighter wrapper, because I don't know if it's a Corojo wrapper, but it's kind of like it's darker than a Connecticut,
mhm.
but it's not that dark wrapper. You know what I'm
No,
saying
no,
though?
it's not.
In fact, that was a wrapper I ever seen an LFD outside of their Connecticut. You
Mhm.
know what I'm saying? No, it really is not a very
No,
dark
no, not at
cigar,
all.
but
Not at all. It was very flavorful, though.
it has a lot of
Mhm.
strong tobacco in it though.
Yes.
People don't understand the wrapper position really directs the
Mhm.
cigar. You know what I'm saying? In a way, the wrapper is kind of like if a person like the attitude you see. But so you could say I'm a kind of a calm guy,
Mhm.
but have a lot of strong filler in him or
Right.
lot of training, but he just doesn't brag about it. You know what I'm saying
Yep.
though? Because on the surface, like, oh, scary looking cigar. It doesn't mean that he's not a scary guy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying
That's right.
though? It does. Because sometimes certain lighter shade cigars can really kick your
Mhm.
ass. I find that the Padron Naturals to me kick my ass
Do they?
more. I don't know why than the Maduros. I don't know why because I think the Maduros add more sweetness to it. You know?
Okay.
Where
I
like a Padron Natural,
I could see that.
or I find a little more earthy.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know.
Yeah, I could see that.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
pref
the double Ajero LFD is
uh
smoked on my father Brazil and double Ajero Maduro and like big cigars, back to back. And at the end, I puked because it was just like. But also, I think that night too, I had chili for dinner, so it was just like,
oh,
all in all, it
oh,
was just oh, like you know, what I'm saying no, like oh, like I had like a bijou,
right.
and then I fucking chili for dinner, and then fucking the double Ajero, like a and those are big cigars,
Yeah.
like a 6 by 6, like something stupid, just
Yep,
you
yep.
know, and they pack those cigars like the double Ajero Maduros are not like they're not to be tried. Did you ever try them like in a little 4 inch? They're actually pretty good.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
come 4 by 50. I actually
Mhm.
like those nuts.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah,
I think I have a couple boxes.
a couple boxes.
I prefer the
Yeah,
Maduro. There's more flavor. It's I like the Maduro, the
I think the sweetness
sweetness.
balances out a
Yeah.
little more
Yep.
uh, because the naturals actually hit me harder. I think on
Mhm.
the L because it's not like it's a sun grown. It's not shade grown. The
Correct.
natural. Um, but no, it's funny. Like when it comes to the double Haro or Lajero, I don't find like the double Haro to be twice as strong. It doesn't generally work like that. It's
Right.
stronger, not like generally twice as strong.
Mhm. Mhm.
And sometimes I found on the LFDs The Lajeros, like the Lajero Maduro, I got more flavor, like more beauty out of it. Whereas the when you add double Lajero,
Right. Yes. Yeah. That's how I used to eat my pizza. Then I got older. I can't
well,
do
you get
I can't do spice anymore. Too much.
it burns out your stomach. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying though.
Yeah.
Each wounds. You know what I'm saying though.
Mhm.
Oh, bro. On that note, man, it was great having you on,
All
man.
right. Yep.
Literally fucking 2.5 hours. I'm not even done.
Wow.
This,
That's crazy.
bro, that's a box worthy cigar. It's a 4.6. It's a great blend. And if you want a lot of time, holy shit.
Yeah.
And this cigar didn't put me in a bad mood. I wasn't bored with it, you
Yeah.
know. It
And
wasn't out of 50,
I started my bowl when you started that, you know. And I'm
really,
done with it. I'm done.
bro. It only went out because I was talking too much, and
Yeah.
with the small diameter, you have to stay on it. But it's strong. I was gonna smoke two cigars. I brought out a Casa de Saco, but 2.5 hours in with one cigar, I'm
That's
not
a
gonna
long
have time.
time.
I'll have to smoke it another time, man. Fucking shit.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see everyone around, man.
All right.
Great comment. I think we covered
Yep.
everything. The guilt,
I think so.
dirty cops, accountability with funding. You know what I'm saying
Yep.
though, and
Yep.
I
Yep.
think we covered a good broad spectrum.
Sure.
You
Sure.
know,
Absolutely.
Long Island pizza.
Well, on pizza is the best. Right. Yep. Oh no. No, I don't. I don't even know.
Like, I want bread to
Hmm.
eat.
I grew up with pasta, pizza, bread, a loaf of bread, you know, Italian bread, more pasta.
Yeah, at a certain point, like
Yeah.
and as you're younger, but as you get older, unless you're doing like tons of like activity, like I mean, like
I'm not.
even if you're doing how much carbs can you eat? And also, I think the quality of the bread. I think they put more chemicals and preservatives in bread, whereas
Yes.
people generations like that bread they'd eat because it would go. They ate it. They bought fresh bread every day because it would go bad. Where
Hmm.
now people buy bread in stores. That loaf of bread will last you a month on your thing. How's it not getting moldy?
Yeah.
Because there's so much preservatives, and then your body can't break down the preservatives.
Yeah.
It's not even real bread, you know. So it's
It's
like
not.
I think that's why people a lot have issues with nobody had gluten problems back in the day.
Nope, they didn't. You never heard of that. And all the allergies today, peanut allergies, you didn't have that many back in the day.
Nothing, nothing,
No.
nothing. Or lactose intolerant. You know why?
Yep.
Because most of the milk products, they're not lactose intolerant. You know how much antibiotics and those cows are all sick because they're
Yep.
overproducing everything. Like you know how they overproduce milk. You know how much milk they
Hmm.
have to pump because people don't buy it. They overproduce the milk and like, dude, a lot of that milk is like is spoiled. If that makes any sense, like it's not.
Hmm.
I find like dairy. I really don't eat that much milk anymore because like drink milk
I
because
don't drink milk at all.
unless you're getting it from like a real healthy farm, like really expensive
Hmm.
milk with $8 for half a gallon, it's garbage. And the biggest killer, people think it's dairy, but it's not. Those creamers they add to the coffee, all that fake shit, like this,
Yes. Yep.
dude. That's just gonna give you colon cancer.
Yep.
That's silk, whatever. Like, dude,
Hmm.
first off, like you don't even have to, when you buy it, if it's, it doesn't have to be in the refrigerator. So how is this
Yep.
a milk product in the refrigerator?
Exactly. Yep.
If you look at the back, it has all these stabilizers and
Hmm.
fillers. Oh yeah, it tastes just like French vanilla. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
France,
Yeah.
and they got French vanilla. There you go.
Made in a lab. Made in a lab.
It's
Yeah.
pure science. You know what I'm saying?
I don't drink any milk at all. I can't even remember. Maybe when I was a kid, I had a glass of milk. I don't drink milk. I eat cheese.
Yeah.
I eat mozzarella cheese like it's going out of style. That's a whole nother thing, but
Yeah, but that's that's different, man. I'm telling you, like, I basically any kind of like off the shelf, like cheap milk,
Right. No, I don't eat milk.
pure diarrhea, just blow it out your ass,
Yeah.
and then bloated.
Mhm.
You know what's crazy about like most like regular orange juices, even like Tropicana. So unless you get like a really expensive organic orange juice, do you know who buys the most orange like scent perfume? Is
Mhm.
these orange juice? They say natural flavors. They infuse these orange juices with because it doesn't. Okay, let me explain to you about orange juice. Okay,
Mhm.
when they squeeze these orange juices and everything like that, by the time you're drinking it, this orange juice could have been squeezed, weeks or months ago, right?
Mhm.
It would smell so bad, like rotten fruit, right?
Right.
So they add fucking orange natural scent, so it smells like oranges.
Right.
So that orange juice you're drinking is so caustic, and your body's just going into shock. You know what I'm saying? Though, like, surprised people don't get drunk off it. You know what I'm saying? like,
Yeah,
like
really.
fermented.
Yep.
But
Yep.
yeah, I'm telling you, man, like that shit. When I heard about that, about the adding orange, uh, basically scent.
Scent, yeah. Yeah.
That's not
We don't drink anything like that in our house. The most we have is we get, salsa water, that's it.
yeah. Well, all I can say is
That's
squeeze
it.
a couple oranges and drink that,
Yeah.
and then drink a glass of Tropicana
Yeah.
and see if it's the same.
Mhm.
You And then they'll say, "Oh, now there's Tropicana with calcium, more calcium
Right,
than."
right.
Oh, yeah, yeah. What cows were they getting? The dead bones of the hookers from the Go-Go?
Yeah,
What the fuck?
yeah, right.
Oh,
Squeezing it in.
it's got protein in it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying though? And I could go on and on, but yeah,
Yeah.
that stuff.
We just don't drink it because of the sugar, the content.
That's another thing. Like
Yeah.
Tropicana, that's owned by PepsiCo, and then you have the Minute Maid and everything, all that shit, all those Minute
Mhm.
Maid juices. That's Coca-Cola, and that
Right,
stuff. Oh my! You don't want to talk about becoming diabetic. If you're drinking Minute Maid and all
right.
that shit, remember the cheap Minute Maid fruit juice when you were kids and
Mhm.
everything?
Yep.
The Minute, and you fuck, as your kids are like, ah, fucking like that shit, man. All those juices, because people think, oh, it's not soda. You look how much fake sugar's in that.
Yep.
Like,
Yep.
yeah, forget about it. I mean, if you're not gonna have 8 ounces of OJ or Minute Maid, you're gonna drink like 25, 35 ounces of that at dinner.
Mhm.
3 glasses. And then meanwhile it's like, and you wonder why people are so overweight with all that sugar.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
exactly. Yes.
It's
They
like,
pump
oh,
they pump sugar into everything.
and when I say you have to drink filter water is because most of the pipe system and everything is disgusting,
Yep.
and then they add so much fluoride in it and everything else and other chemicals, and they treat stuff. You trust those guys in your county with the water?
Right.
Like,
No.
just get a water, and like that's why we only use zero water, and it's
Mhm.
expensive. But think about your kidneys and liver. I've been
Yep.
drinking zero water for a long time. Like when I had Brita, and I thought it was better than tap water, but my
Right.
father sent me water, came with a tester. And I tested the tap water in Colorado, and it was like 277 like parts per million. So it was completely not safe to drink.
Right.
The Brita was like 140. So you're like, oh whoa, it cleaned up a lot of stuff out of it. Zero water, 0.0.
Right.
And so like it's such a. I remember the first time I drank zero water compared to Brita. I felt like I was
Mhm.
drinking velvet. I was like, wow,
Yeah.
this water is so soft.
Yeah.
Because there's no metals and minerals and like shitty stuff they put in there. So with
Yeah.
zero water, when the filter's bad because all of a sudden you get a weird little taste of like ammonia, or like from the water. And you're like, oh, time to change the filter. You know what I'm saying though? Because it
Right.
might last 2 months, and those filters
Mhm.
cost like bucks. But like, what is your kidneys and liver worth? You know what I'm saying? Though?
That's
And
right.
with all the metal content and everything they put in there, what does it do to your brain?
Mhm. Yep. That's
So
right.
think about
Mercury. There's mercury in there.
people will spend $10 a day on Starbucks and like $15 a day on drinks,
Yeah.
but you $20 $10 a month for your filtered water in the house, like
Right.
you know, it's- and like drinking coffee and everything out of styrofoam cups, or
Right.
even the paper cups at Starbucks. They're not paper; they have a polymer lining because
Mhm.
the paper cup would the hot water would would break that cup. So all those paper cups have a polymer lining on the inside. Well, guess what happens when you put coffee that's 132 degrees in there?
Huh?
It's gonna
Oh,
melt the plastic.
that's
So
right.
people that are drinking, Starbucks or any kind of hot coffee out of these paper cups, right?
Mhm.
Recycled, the polymer lining, you're drinking plastics, and that's by design because then you're gonna get cancer
Yep.
and you're gonna have health problems. So people don't want to think about that and like, oh, you're just being paranoid. No, I'm not.
No.
You look at them at nope. When I was a kid, we used to drink out of glass. Everything was
Yep.
came in glass,
Yep.
and now everything's coming in either in plastic or you know it has a plastic liner that's not telling you. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Yep.
And
No, we make drinks, well, we drink out of glass. If I bring something to work, I have glass bottles. That's what we use, all glass in my house. We don't
yeah,
use any of that plastic shit.
yeah, Mikey's talking about having the shower in non-potable water. Yeah, uh, a lot of guys, yeah, uh, guys from Iraq, like before I got there in 2006, but guys that were there in the initial invasion, they were showering in water, and a lot of guys got sick from hepatitis because they were using local.
Really?
Said, oh, they treated the water, bullshit, and guys were showering in dirty water because like local water out there in these places, man, dude, the water they just disgusting. You know what I'm saying
Yep.
though? And the rivers and everything, whatever local water is a sewer.
Right.
A lot of guys got hepatitis from those showers.
Oh, shit.
Luckily, I got tested after the war. I
R
get imagine getting hepatitis. I don't know, it was A, B, C, whatever the one from the water you can get.
Yep. Yep.
That's how too. Like when I go out to a restaurant, I won't drink out of that glass
Mhm.
because you're trusting that guy that they washed it. It's so sterile. The last
Right.
guy that drank and they ran it through the washer real quick, and the guy that's working in the kitchen, he just took a shit and washed his hands. Yeah, okay.
Mhm.
I'm like, give me a straw, please. You know what I'm saying though?
Yep. Yep.
Uh, you know. And then remember they switched everything to these paper straws to save the turtles. But now they're finding out a lot of these paper straws they bought from China, and there's chemicals in these paper straws, and people and they're like, oh, they're not safe because they're fucking, you know, they're,
Huh.
it's
Mhm.
every time they try to change something,
Every time they change it, they fuck it up. That's what they
yeah,
do.
it's for your safety.
Yeah.
It's it's good for you,
Yeah,
you know.
sure it is.
Yeah, like people wouldn't pour their hot coffee into a plastic shopping bag, right, and then drink it, right?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
the cup is lined with plastic,
Mhm.
so you know what they call that the something with a P, where the not peptides, but where the polymer gets into the liquids. You know what I'm saying? No, and they've had
Yeah.
people test liquids
Oh, yeah.
in those cups,
Oh, yeah.
in those, and you're drinking plastic. So every day, now one cup's not going to kill you, but all constant usage of
Over
that,
time, yeah, and your body doesn't break it down. It stays inside your
no,
body. It's in
it's
there.
gonna, it's gonna get well. So what is it? They're stupid. It's part of the plan. It's big business. People getting sick, man.
Oh,
Because
it
also
is.
too,
It is.
big time. So it's not going to happen when you're in your 20s. You're drinking hot coffee out of the Starbucks. But for 30 years, and now you're 55 years old, and now all of a sudden you get stomach cancer, right?
Yeah.
Or breast cancer or whatever, right? From all this plastic building up in your body. Well, now you put into Social Security and your pension. Now you don't get to collect it because you're
Yeah.
dead.
That's right.
Uh, you know what I'm saying, though? Because you're
Mhm.
dead. Who benefits? You know what I'm saying, though?
Yep.
Like my grandma lived in 93. She wasn't drinking out of styrofoam cups in Starbucks. She made coffee at home with the hot
Yep.
percolate, the same
Yep.
ceramic cup. You know what I'm saying though?
Mhm.
You know, fucking, you know, and she drank wine every day.
Mhm.
You know, 93.
Yep.
You know? And then you look at people now, like 30 years old, 35 years old, getting cancer. How the fuck
That's
is that?
right. That's right. It's an epidemic.
Yeah,
It's bad.
I don't know. Maybe people will learn. What do I know? That's what people would tell me. Like, oh, you smoke cigars? I'm like, listen, I'm 40 years old. I don't drink
Mhm.
alcohol. I don't eat fast food. I don't drink soda. Like
Mhm.
I'll have one cigar a day. I'll be okay. Don't worry
Right.
about me. I still work out. Fucking like So you know.
Yep.
That's it. But I see somebody was talking about the other day. They used to vape and then they stopped because they went to Dominican Republic and they didn't have a vape on them, so they found someone selling like illegal vapes, and they said after like one vape, their throat was on fire because it was like a fake
Oh,
vape. When you
right.
buy these vapes, even from real stores, all those vapes are dangerous. But then
Mhm.
a lot of these vapes, they're like Chinese knockoffs. And I saw this video about it, and they showed a guy in the Chinese factory. They're making them. They had a guy draw testing them with his mouth, whereas the real factory
Wow.
machine do it to make sure it works. Right? He would go,
Right.
take, it works, it works. Fucking so, bro. Good luck. Enjoy your herpes, man. Fucking
Yeah, really.
enjoy, or just the bacteria. You know what I'm saying,
Mhm. But you're also inhaling, like, steam into your lungs. It's a liquid.
bro? And the
It's not
liquids,
smoke,
bro. You're literally. It's like taking this can of Febreze, like you know what I'm
right?
saying. No, igniting it on fire into a vapor into your
Yes,
lungs. Because
exactly.
oh, it's tropical punch. It's safer than a cigarette. It's tropical punch. Oh, there
Mhm.
you go. Because what naturally is a vapor than tropical punch? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, it's
Exactly.
peach. Oh, there you go. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? Just like with diet soda, quit soda, drink, switch to a diet. Oh, quit cigarettes, go to vape. People are dying. It's called popcorn lung. Have you ever heard of it?
Mhm.
Popcorn, dude. If these young kids are doing it, they're gonna die faster than cigarettes. And I'm not recommending cigarettes. I'm saying, but vaping is even more fucking dangerous because
Yeah.
people vape all day. They'll be vaping in their bedroom,
Yep.
vaping there, vaping in church. You see, take a quick fucking
Yep.
hit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And that's and they vape like a motherfucker, man.
Mhm.
Uh, but it is what it is, man.
Mhm.
I'll stick to cigars, man. Arnold
Me too.
and smoke cigars, and they exercise for 40 years.
Yeah.
So eventually you're gonna die anyways. But like I think cigars, I know are safer. With little to no alcohol. Like I don't even enjoy alcohol anymore. Like
Mhm.
I'm averaging now 1 or 2 drinks a month of alcohol.
Right.
So it's so rare. So when I do have one, I'm like, wow, that was nice, and that's it. Put it away.
Right.
Just like and what I'm trying to do right now, work out every day, like fucking to work out every day, and then go home and have like 3 or 4 or 5 beers. It's like it tears apart, it kills your
Yeah.
muscle.
That's right. Yeah.
4 years old, man. Like look at that flex. Look at that
Yeah.
flex. Look at that
You
flex.
you work out more than in a day than I do a whole week.
Yeah, bro. Nah, dude, I'm doing an hour, 90 minutes a day in intense
Yeah.
workout. Fucking like no, like I'm strong. Oh, not
I sit at I sit at a fucking desk all day. I gotta get up and move soon.
well.
Move around, you know what I mean?
I'll talk to you on the phone and tell you the things I'm doing. You could do it either from home or at a local gym, but like the intensity of what you're doing with it, you don't
Right.
need weight. You don't need weights, man. Like I don't do any weights anymore. The
Right.
TRX, those straps, and then all the bands, and I
Right.
just max my bands. Then you add in push-ups. You add, but it's nonstop. It's like you go from one thing to the next, to the next, and it's like
Right.
6 or 7 work, and you go back to the one, and you do it. You know what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
And I've never felt so strong, and the recovery the next day, I just want to do it again. Whereas if you're lifting heavy, the next day you're back. I remember when I was
Yeah.
lifting heavy weights and everything, your arms, your joints, like oh my god. The next day you go to pick up a quarter off the floor and your back's like
Yeah.
oh my god. Well, yeah, well you were shoulder shrugging 600 pounds yesterday, so like
Yeah.
yeah, and I just said the ways you also get hurt is setting the weights up and taking the weights off. When you're picking up
Right.
those 40 pound plates, you're like gotta like bend down like this and put on that little ring and stuff it in.
Mhm.
Like that's a young man's thing. As you get older, there's
That's
other
right.
resistance training you can get, stronger actually because it's
Mhm.
usable strength. You know what I'm saying though? There's really
Right.
nothing heavy weightlifting that's really usable. It's not like you know what I'm saying though.
Yep.
You look
Yep.
like an average like fire or a cop like, oh yeah, I could bench 400. Yeah, no, you have to run and chase after a perp. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying though? Or
Yeah.
rest perp, you're gonna be out of your breath. Or climb up a
Mhm.
ladder. You know what I'm saying though? Like what are you gonna do? Have your protein shake? Like no fucking like you know like guys that go to Navy SEAL training or Marine boot camp, they're not weightlifting, and
Right.
and they have the more stamina than you could believe. You know what I'm saying though?
Yep.
So, but don't get me wrong, they're sweating and working out. They're using it,
Oh, yeah.
strength, but
Oh,
it's
for sure.
not a weight. There's a reason why guys, they don't graduate Marine boot camp looking like a weightlifter, but that
Mhm.
motherfucker run 10 miles, stamina like a motherfucker, fight all
Yep.
fucking day, fuck all fucking night. You know what I'm saying though? And like
Yep.
you're a fucking beast. It's the bodybuilding thing that's what you want to do, but it's not a sustainable thing. And if you're trying to be like bigger than what you already are,
Right.
example, if you're like, oh, I want to put on 50 pounds of muscle. You know how much protein you got, dude? You know how many people get sick? You can't eat 12 eggs a day. You can't. I knew a girl that was eating 18 eggs a day. That's all she ate. 18
Jesus.
eggs. Oh, she's a bodybuilder in a bikini thing. Yeah, but like, what is that doing to your kidneys and your liver? You can't process all that protein. Eventually,
Right.
you're gonna have a complete collapse. You know what I'm saying? No, and like, forget it, you're gonna blow out your fucking colon. You
Mm-hmm.
can't eat fucking eggs a day. The fuck is
No.
that? You want to have 2 eggs, 3 eggs, 18 eggs a day. Holy shit! You know what I'm saying? And like 4 pounds of ground meat. Yeah, you're gonna build up your muscle. But the moment you stop eating, it's gone because it's not
That's right. That's
not
right.
sustainable and it's not like
Exactly.
usable. You know what I'm saying though? Like if shit hits
Mm-hmm.
the fan, right? We're fighting the North Koreans and the Russians. You're like, yeah, I need my 18 eggs. Like, no, bro, fucking. Like, you think the guys on D-Day or Vietnam are like, yeah, I gotta get that protein shake. And you know what? Most of
Mm-hmm.
that protein comes from is worms. It's fucking a lot of worms and fucking the you know where protein shakes came from? Because with the dairy farmers, after the vats of milk, all the
Right.
walls are caked. You know what I'm saying, though?
Okay.
And they'd
Yeah. Yeah.
scrape off, they sold that as whey protein, isolate. So those guys, that's why they get so bloated from those protein shakes and everything like that. Plus, they have a lot of fake
Oh.
shit.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
shit so toxic for you, man. Forget about it. It's in the creatine. The creatine takes the water out of your body and puts it in your muscle, so it's fake muscle. So you're
Right.
not even real strength. And that shit, guys die heart attacks because
Yep.
they get internally hydrated. So you're doing all this weightlifting and then you're taking this creatine and whey protein shit. It's not healthy.
No. No.
You know,
No. Not at all.
you drink water, eat your prunes, have a
That's right.
cigar, do exercise. Go
Little
for a walk.
exercise. That's
Fuck
what I
yeah,
got to start to. Me and my wife used to walk a lot, and just life got crazy, and we just don't do it anymore. But I could feel it.
yeah,
I could feel it. I need it.
yeah, yeah. You
Yeah.
just got to start doing it.
Yep.
Uh, I've been about a month now. Every day, I maybe took 2 days off in a month.
Right.
It's fucking nuts. You know what I'm saying though, and like
Right.
I feel strong. You know, I don't know about that Russian lady. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that. I don't know. I like your workout routine. You teach me. You come here tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Give me your number. I call you. You got a husband? Yes, I have. Yes, I have husband. I'm like, well, I don't want him getting jealous. He knows I have gym friends. I'm like, you know, saying no, if it's a Russian wife, she's got like some expensive car, like so that means that
Yep.
guy's got like you don't ever see any poor Russians, like
No.
like
Nope.
Russian need to file unemployment. Like, yeah, no, like fucking, fucking, like I don't need this shit. Fucking,
I can't wait to see the next chapter of this one.
oh God, yeah,
Oh yeah, I can't wait.
yeah, no. She's like, I need to build strength. I need muscle. I just do cardio. I need muscle. Like, why do you need muscle, lady? Like, I've seen horror movies start off like this. You know what I'm saying? Though, like, I need the muscle. I need to chamber around an AK-47. One. I need to carry two AK-47. I need muscle. Yeah, you fuck. Oh, I don't know,
she's
man.
she's gonna be waiting at the gym for you. She'll be sitting outside in the car waiting
I know, dude. I never
in,
had a
in her Mercedes.
give me your number. Like, what time you come back tomorrow? I'm like, tomorrow. I'm like, well, tomorrow I'm gonna be here late. I have an appointment and I have a haircut. I don't. Saturday, you'll be here. What time you be here Saturday? I'm like, 2 o'clock. I'm like, well, probably two, but I don't know exactly. You call me. You let me know. Yeah. Like it was almost like 2 months. I was like, "Ah, I like your routine. I've never seen people do this with the. I'm like, lady, but I'm doing 5 bands. Like you can't do 5 bands. I could start with one, right? Yeah. So, I, he's gonna like try to do the bands and like just fucking like just get thrown. Like, dude, when I'm doing the 5 bands, it's like pulling my body off the ground. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, like, using like Hulk strength to fucking. I don't know. I don't know if I, I don't know. Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear
Well, yeah, the show's over. Everyone stay fresh. Watch out for married Russian women. It's a trap.
it.
It's a trap. Yeah, it's a trap, man. Yeah, here's what it is. Salty balls. Yeah, that's it, my friend. So listen, guys. Everyone
All
stay
right.
fresh. Jimmy, get the fuck out. Thanks for showing up for the last 3 seconds, Jim. Jimmy, like, he's like, yeah. Jimmy's the kind of guy. He's like, yeah, I was in World War II. Oh yeah, when'd you go in the army? 1946. Like, wasn't the war over? No, we were still there. Like, yeah, but that was just peacekeeping. Like, he's in Germany. Like, he's in France. Like, it's like 19, he's just enjoying. Like, all the women like, yes, you liberated us. Fuck me. He's like, yeah, I am World War II veteran. You're like, wait a second. I am Vietnam veteran. What year? 1976. I joined the army. Like, but I thought we pulled out. Some people still there. Fuck it. I don't know, man. Here's what it is. Well, you stay free.
All right. I'll see you.
He said I was there. Exactly. He
I
was there.
saw that.
Yeah, I was there. Yeah, indeed. He was there at Dundee. It was Dundee. Yeah, I was there
All
on
right.
Dundee. Yeah,
Someone had to be there.
yeah. Fucking shit. He was there. Fucking. Yeah, I was in Nagasaki. Really? After they dropped bomb. Not much left to. I don't know why I'm doing the Russian accent still. Not much left to kill. Everyone dead. I tell them to make Nintendo Super Mario Brother. My idea. Maybe. Yeah, that's what I would say. Like after the second nuclear bomb. No,
All
after
right.
the first guys. Look, see how bad this is. Maybe you should make video games. Pretend to kill people, but you can make really. Then the next bomb goes off and Sega Genesis. You need two in case they don't like Nintendo, maybe they like both. You know what I'm saying? No fucking shit. You know, PlayStation was too early. But like, yeah, that's why you had two ones. You had Nintendo
Mhm.
and Sega. Remember? That's
Yep.
because they bombed twice, and then Sega went away, and then PlayStation came out.
Yep.
Xbox was American, even though it was made over there, but Xbox, whatever. So yeah,
Yeah.
you had the Japanese, you had the Nintendo and Sega, and then Sega became PlayStation because
Yeah.
you had two bombs. We dropped three bombs, you would have had fucking three. Like just after the nuke, they're like, we had the white flag. They're like, we promise to make Italian plumber video games. Then you go to Save the Princess. I don't know why the Jap sounds like Russian. They Saving the Princess. You go down the tubes. You collect the gold coins, and not even real guns. They fight. They become a raccoon and they have a tail and they fly and they step on turtles. They step on a turtle. Yeah, it's good. The turtle's a bad guy. Turtle. Turtles are bad. Yeah. Aren't turtles normally good? These are scary turtles. These turtles have spikes. It's a scary fucking shit. I don't know. Fuck. That, yeah, dude. If I was the lone guy left in that Japanese town, Hiroshima, like he survived, you're like, we
Right.
gotta change our ways. Maybe Pearl Harbor was a bad idea. Like
Yeah.
you know, I don't know. Like, and not only that, and I'd be like, maybe we make efficient cars. Toyota four-cylinder. We start with Corolla and Celica. Good car. Good on gas. You'll be happy because it's reliable car. Not think about that. That's what people are like during World War II. They're like, we gotta kill the Japs and we gotta kill the Germans. And then after World War II, it's like Mercedes is looking pretty good right now. Right? You know what I'm saying though?
Yep.
Like Mitsubishi used to make the planes that bomb Pearl Harbor.
Mhm.
1950s, people are like, man, my Cadillac's bad on gas. This is why you drive Mitsubishi. Didn't they make the motors for the planes? Time ago. Now we're friends. We make efficient car, four-cylinder. You drive all around. You won't be mad no more. We're sorry about the Pearl Harbor, but now whoever lived, you're saving the money on the gasoline, and you have more money to buy Nintendo and the Super Nintendo after that. It's good for you. It's better, yeah. The princess, you save her life. It's good. You save. And Americans are
Uh,
like, fuck, all right, like that's
all
a
right.
funny
What
history. Like
what we'll take it.
people that are your enemies, give it 10, 20 years. After you destroy them, they'll make you efficient cars,
Yep.
Nintendo, Sega Genesis, emoji ice cream. Like, wow.
Mhm.
That was the other guy, too. Anyone left? I'm going to make ice cream. What? Americans have ice cream. This is like an ice cream, a dumpling. It's emoji. It's a mochi ice cream. It's a dumpling. It's like an ice cream ravioli. All right, maybe they'll buy it. You're fuck. All right, fuck. that much, but you're like, all right, it's ice cream ravioli. So like, oh, yeah, okay, I don't know why the Japanese do so much Italian shit, but maybe the mafia got involved. You know what I'm saying though?
Mm,
Because Nintendo doesn't make any of the Japanese games, like
right,
because they don't. Nintendo doesn't want you to be reminded of the Japanese.
right.
Nintendo's like, we're Super Mario Brothers. See,
Mhm,
you fight turtles. What was the bad turtle? Bowser. Bowser was the bad
mhm.
guy. Yeah, of course the bad guy wasn't some like Japanese dictator. They're like, oh,
Yep,
it's like,
yep.
wait, did you guys kill millions of Chinese in Nanking, where they had their way with millions of women and butchered the whole town? We're sorry about that to the Chinese. Yeah, we're going to make Nintendo. It's going to be better. Like really, I mean, people forget about the history.
It's
Like
true.
people talk about the Germans, and of course, they all did millions of
Yeah,
people in and terribly, but people forget about the how many people the Japanese people killed millions of Chinese.
yep,
Look that up. At millions of them. Nobody cares.
yep.
Nobody cares. Yeah, nobody cares. It's like,
Nobody
and then
knows history. That's what it
no,
is.
10 years later, then we did it again in North Korea and South Korea, and that's the forgotten war. Everyone forgets about the Korean War. You
Yep,
know, thousands of Americans killed and wounded.
mhm,
Over 1,000 killed, but then more wounded. Um, and that was really fighting against China. So
yep,
after World War II, like China really wasn't involved, right? But then we went to war against China through Korea,
yep,
in that power grab, and then we got South Korea out of it, and we got bases, and we got and it's a major financial. I mean, over there, I mean, there's a lot of money in
yep.
South Korea. Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
South Korea. Like we make a TV now. We make Samsung TV and cell phone. Yeah, we don't do Nintendo, but we're gonna make on the phone. You take a picture of your pussy and you do only. It's good. You're going to like this, yeah. Yeah, it's good. And we make a soup. It's like a pasta soup, but it's how do you say? What's a Korean soup? What do they eat? You know, what I'm talking about the soup they eat. Everyone loves it. You go to
Uh,
Korea.
I know what you're
You,
talking about, Tom.
yeah, what are those called? Korean soup houses. You just go there for soup. What is that called?
The fuck is it called?
It's Korean soup. You know what I'm talking about? It has like
Yeah,
beef
I
and
know exactly. Yeah, they put the slices of beef and a half an
and
egg in it or an egg in it. And I know what you're talking about.
only one half of egg. What? Uh, no, spicy soup. Yeah, but what is it called? The fuck is it called? What are Korean soups called? What, nobody has culture here?
Oh,
What is it
Jesus.
called? What is it called? What's the spicy Korean soup? They have the soup places. There's one in Port Jeff.
Oh,
What is it called?
come on, someone here's got to know.
Nobody knows. No, not cream of some.
No, Uncle Larry, you got to know.
Come on,
The hell's it called?
what's the Korean soup called? Okay, what's the soup called? East Korean. Mikey, what's the soup called? He doesn't know his own soup. Now this is gonna bother me. It's ruining my joke. You know what I'm saying
Oh,
though? Come on, what's the Korean fucking soup? What is it called? He doesn't know. You get noodles, and they
mhm,
either have a spicy one with the
yeah.
beef and
They put the thin slices of the raw beef in it. And I know what you're
and
talking about.
mushrooms. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. Well, anyways, back to the joke. Yeah, we'll make a soup and we make Samsung TV, LG, real reliable TV. So in reality, like Jigsaw, no. So after all these wars, no, no, come on, you don't know why can't I don't know. So after each war, like Japan's like, we'll make cars and video games. Fucking South Korea's like, we'll make TVs and cell phones. Okay. Vietnam, I don't know what the fuck we did with that after Vietnam, but a lot of Vietnamese women came to America, opened up nail salons and
Yeah.
massage parlors. So I don't know if they got the short end of the stick, but no, actually, they're making money off the women. They get the nails done
Mhm.
every week. and the massage parlors guys need their feet rubbed every week.
Alright. It
Yeah,
happens.
it happens. So they got the hands-on job. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
And then after the Iraq War was like, well, we got the oil. That was a big grab. And the
yep.
Afghanistan War is like, well, we got the heroin and also all the mining for for the smart cars and the cobalt and all
Mhm.
that.
Yep,
The
yep. For the
shit out of.
batteries.
So pretty much after every war, you realize they're there for, but it always benefits the modern world. So
Right.
is it evil? Sure, it's evil, but people like the video games. So if you can go, listen, guys, if we can go back in time and not nuclear bomb Japan, we won't have Toyota and we won't have Nintendo. And people are like, I like my Game Boy, Daddy. And you're like, "Ah, shit." Listen, my kid likes his Apple Watch. You know what I'm saying? The fuck. you that would be, say right. I mean, it is what it is.
Mhm.
It is what it is. So I don't know what country left there is to really. I'm mad nobody knows the name of that soup. I don't know what country left the modern world. It says soon to be. No, that's not
No.
Kamichi. No, come on, man. Do I have to Google? I'm gonna Google. Hold on.
Yeah. It's like a broth, and they put noodles in it, they put sliced beef in it. I've seen it with an egg in it. I think it's something bowl or something, isn't it? Hey, Alexa, what's Korean soup? Hey, Alexa, volume 8. Hey, Alexa, music off. Can't find it?
Find it. What is it called?
I know exactly what you're talking
I
about,
typed in
too.
Korean.
Huh?
What is it called? One in Port Jeff. Look up Korean soup in Port Jeff Station, New York. Port Jeff Village, Port Jeff, New York. What is it? What the hell is
Let
it
me see.
called? It's not served cold, Mikey. How do you not know? Fucking shit. Soup.
Yep,
Are you there?
yep, the ra
It's ramen,
yep.
dude. How did none of us get that ramen?
I don't know.
You know what
Especially
I'm
we
saying?
we
Though,
have about 500 of them at work. The guys in the shop eat them.
Yeah, but
I don't eat that
that's the
shit.
cheap. No,
Yeah, they eat
you know
that
what's
cheap
funny?
shit.
And it's that paper cup with the liner, or it's in like it's styrofoam. It's garbage.
Styrofoam, yeah. Guys
Yeah,
at work eat that
ramen.
shit.
Yeah, ramen. Yeah. So that was that, and then people don't realize that in the past we battle with Canada. People think Canada's a nice place. I
Mhm.
have that book from 1862. Do you know how bad the Canadians were with the French Indians in the France? So before America was a country, and even afterwards, when it was
Right.
colonies, the people up from French Canada, what's above New York? That's Vancouver or Montreal. It's kind of both, right?
Yeah.
So they would come down to Albany and Rochester, and this
Mhm.
happened in the book several times in the 1700s and 1800s. And they'd come down at nighttime, and they would kill a lot of the men, steal, and R-wood a lot of the women. They'd come down and just have their way with the town and light it on fire on the way out. And this
Really?
happened. This happened a lot. To eventually where they sent enough troops up there and killed a lot of fucking Canadians, like a lot. And now Canada doesn't do that shit no more.
Yeah, really.
So people forget their past. Don't trust the fucking Canadians. I can't stress that enough. People forget about them. People also talk about the English. Oh, they're our allies now. Fuck that. I'm not against the regular commoner English people person because they're just doing what they're told. But
Right.
people forget during the Revolutionary War that when they captured American soldiers, like in Long Island or Jersey or
Mhm.
Connecticut, where all the fighting was mostly and starting, because remember the English were based out of Brooklyn and they had their
Mhm.
ports and everything. Because Brooklyn was Kings County, it's all the main naval ports and everything, and out of southern Manhattan, Battery Park and everything. So they had these ships with all the a lot of ships there, and they would when they captured the American soldiers. America, they were colonial soldiers because America wasn't a country yet. They would throw them on these ships outside of Manhattan, and when they put them in the ship, 99% of them died. The ship, they put you in there, and that's it. When I
Right.
say that's it, they put you in the ship. And you say, "What's the big deal, Richie? They didn't feed you. They didn't give you water. You die of typhoid,
Right.
cannibal, rats, shit, open wounds, piss." And it was just men screaming
Right.
under inside the ships. You know what I'm saying? No, and just fucking, and they would let the ship people out once in a while, and family members of the soldiers would throw sacks of apples of fruit, fruit on there to try to give them some food. And they say this was stories of one man that survived and became a preacher afterwards. It was in this book from 1862. So this is in the late 1700s. And in this story, when they would throw sacks of fruit on the ship on the port, eh, all the men would dive to try to get some of the food, right?
Right. Right.
And men would die in the process. Guys getting suffocated or just their necks broken because men,
Right.
so and when the men would die, the British soldiers would just throw their bodies right into the little bay there. So after the Revolutionary War was over and the British were kicked out and the Americans won, and became a country, there was so many body parts along the coast of Brooklyn and southern Manhattan from all those ships that
Mhm.
it was called the Daughters and Sons of George Washington. It was some kind of group, and they gathered as many bones as they could and gave them proper burials. Just the bones.
Right.
That's the
Right.
whole coastline was covered in skulls and bones.
No
How
shit.
disgusting!
I didn't know
Thousands.
this.
It's in the book. No, and that's
Yeah.
the English crown did that. The English crown, the King of England did that. Now, Americans gave a lot of their British people quarter. But I'm sure they killed a lot of them. But we didn't
Mm.
have ships like that. You know what I'm saying? Though I
Right.
hope they them all. You know what I'm saying? Though, but
Mhm.
because when it comes to war, fuck it, right?
Right.
Afterwards, you can make Nintendo. Who gives a shit? So, but how no one talks about that. People talk about the Revolutionary War. No one realizes they had ships, POW ships, and they just let them starve and be eaten to death by rats or each other. You know what I'm saying? Though, how
Wow.
brutal is how brutal is that? The preacher that did survive said that being once you got put on that ship, it was almost indefinitely a death sentence within a few days.
Right.
Saying they said it was actually better to go quick if you got sick real quick and died because it just was that brutal. That story alone, and when you think about Manhattan called the Big Apple,
Yeah.
and we
Really.
men that died trying to eat apples it makes you really wonder about the history of the apple in New York, the Big Apple.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Really.
you had the colonial soldiers dying trying to get a bite of an apple. Next time you have an apple, think about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Really.
Think, think about that. Thousands, thousands died. Imagine being in that ship.
Wow.
Brutal. And guess what? Just like Richie says, nobody fucking cares.
Nope.
Nobody see those guys like, oh, my death will mean something. Nope.
Nope.
Nope. Not even to Americans, because Americans don't even know about it. Let alone
Nope.
the British. You know what I'm saying? Though. So you want to talk about like, oh, gun control? Yeah, we wouldn't have had a revolutionary army if they didn't have muskets.
Yeah. Really.
And though the second time around, the War of 1812, in the book it talks about they came to Riverhead, the British, and they came
Mhm.
out by Riverhead and Spionk in that area.
Uh huh.
And when they out, uh, the lookout rang the bell, and the mayor of the town said the mayor of the town and all the men stopped working, grabbed their muskets, got onto the beach, and as the guys were rowing their boats to come in, they said they just lit them all up. and there was so many rowboats, and they killed them all. And they said they got all. They gave a number of all the muskets, barrels of powder, and swords, and provisions they got
Right.
from that. I'm saying though, and
Yeah.
it's just funny. And it says the men did all that. They collected what they could collect. They left their bodies out there, and then they went back to work. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Ah. Holy
all the
shit.
that's the Second Amendment, baby. 1812 didn't go too well. Like, yeah,
Sure.
they have a little because we still didn't really have a navy back then, so they did come
Mhm.
in the night and they did burn down DC and everything. And you know what? The one building they didn't burn down
Mm.
in DC, they didn't burn the White House down. People forget about that. War
Right.
18.
That's right. Yeah.
They came in. That's why they had. If people look at the Bahamas and everything, the Bermuda and everything, it's right off the coast of like North South Carolina. So that's a British staging point, and they had that. So when they came back in 1812, they came up the coast that way, and so they tried to come back, through Long Island and everything else.
Mhm.
But the only government building they didn't burn down in D.C. was the Marine Corps barracks, which was interesting.
Mm.
Um, I'm not sure if it was just either too heavily defended or out of respect for the Marines. I don't know. But yeah, so it's really interesting learning the history about that kind of stuff. And you know what? Nobody fucking cares.
Yeah.
In the Civil War, rich people, because this is all about the history of Suffolk County, but for AP, we'll call Long Island. The
Mhm.
rich sons of Suffolk County for the Civil War, because people were getting drafted. Well, not if you're rich, because you could hire someone to go in your, there's a word for it, not alibi, but basically the person would go for you. So let's say your son got drafted. You're like, but wait, I got money. You could hire a poor person who didn't get drafted, and you'd give them a guarantor of $1,000, five
Right.
hundred up front, and 500 if he lived when he came back. Most people didn't live or make
Right.
it back or whatever the fuck, right? Because imagine you got wounded down there and you lost your leg from a musket ball in the Civil War. You weren't making back to Long Island.
Right.
Now you're down in Tennessee or fucking North Carolina, wherever you were. You're like now you're stuck there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Though, so people don't understand about that. That even back then, the rich kids didn't have to go to the war
Yeah.
because daddy paid some poor guy thousand. That was a lot of money back then.
Yeah. Yeah.
$1,000.
Oh.
These are the kind of things no one talks about.
No, nobody talks about it. You talk about a lot of stuff that I never knew, to be honest
I'm not
with you.
shit up.
Yeah.
I'm not making this shit
You
up.
always you always you always send me to bed looking up stuff now.
Yeah, you know. Look up the red ribbon during during the Revolutionary War against the British to kick them out. When it started, the king said, "I demand everyone to wear." People talk about Nazi Germany. You have to wear the badge, and if you were Jewish, you have to
Right.
wear the star. Well, if you look in the 1700s, the king said, "If you have to swear allegiance to me, or you'll die." And to prove your allegiance, you have to wear a red ribbon on your body. So that way, if your soldiers saw someone wearing a red ribbon, it was for allegiance. And it said red ribbon after that point, it said became very valuable. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's just some guy who sold ribbon in like materials, and all of a sudden one day he's like, I'm gonna make a lot of money off this shit. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
And yeah, red dye became very valuable. And it said even people that didn't swear allegiance would still wear it so they didn't get killed and
Sure.
they could
Of course.
yeah, yeah, of course, because like, yeah, I swear allegiance to the king. Look, I got my permit. And and then the king said, if you want to have your house to have protection, so we don't, come with our soldiers and destroy your house, you must have an order of protection. And so the people would have to go to Brooklyn and
Right.
swear allegiance to the king, and he'd give you a plaque, an order of protection, and you would mount it on your house in New York or New Jersey, and mount it on your house. So when the king's men would come by, oh, this house has an order of protection from the king. Let's leave these people alone. But you have
Oh,
to swear.
shit.
Oh yeah. Oh, you got a restraining order put
Wow.
to restrain his own troops to say, no, these people are with us. Now, of
Right.
course, but of course, it's really, but
Mhm.
Suffolk County, it said, was the hardest to control because if you look at Long Island,
Right.
it was the furthest from Brooklyn. And
Mhm.
furthest, so the people out there said they were more ruffians, they said, Suffolk counties, a lot of hunters and fishermen. And,
Right.
and they weren't really, and so a lot of them at nighttime, they had what's called, was it Roman? No. there was these pirates that would go out at night. During the day, they were farmers, but at night they would. Oh, what's the word? There was a term for it. Um, it wasn't pirate, but there was a word for it. Oh, these guys would do some fucked up shit. They would go out at night in rowboats and kill a British soldier, steal supplies, or even supplies from their own people. They were just doing terrible things. So because it was lawlessness, you know, what I'm saying, out in Suffolk County at nighttime, and they said people would come over. They would come over on a rowboat from fucking Connecticut at night. Imagine
Right.
riding a rowboat 17 fucking miles,
Holy shit,
fucking
yeah.
shore of Suffolk County, fucking kill a British soldier, steal some muskets. Like, yo, AP, let's get the
Right.
fuck out of here. They're fucking back, fucking stabbing a
Wow.
drink. Were they drinking Gatorade? You know what I'm saying though? Whalemen. I think it was called. I think they were called whalemen, and pretty sure they were called whalemen. I'll look that up, but I'm almost positive during the revolution, there was you had the
Revolution.
colonial versus the British, and then you had the I
Right.
think they were called whalemen that were like, I'm just out for myself, motherfucker, and like fucking.
Mhm.
Those were contractors, you know what I'm saying? Though
Right, right, right.
getting whatever they can get. So you had the motherfuckers in Connecticut rowing over. So next time you're taking the Port Jet ferry, that whole way, imagine taking a rowboat at night.
That's a long distance.
Now maybe
Yeah.
day, and then you got closer at night, so they couldn't see you coming in. You know what I'm saying? Though,
Right, right,
yeah,
yeah.
you have to start. But dude, there are some swells. There
Mhm.
are some waves in the North Shore, of Long
Yeah.
Island. On a rowboat, it's kind of tipsy, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then imagine you got to get out of there. You know, and I
Yeah.
mean, applies, right? Things weren't light back then. So even if you
Yeah.
got three swords and two muskets and a barrel of rum, I don't know whatever the fuck you stole, like, and you had your way with someone's
Right.
woman. It's fucked. People think it was bad now.
Right.
Back in the 1600s, when the Dutch first came to Long Island, Suffolk County, um, people would do a game. It was called Ding Dong, but it wasn't like you think Ding Dong Ditch. And what they
Yeah.
do, ride up to someone's house, shoot their musket at your front door, and the man would come out and say, "Oh, come on in," and he let you in, and you would drink all his wine and whiskey, and then both of you would grab on your horse, and then that guy got to decide, let's go to this guy's house, and you go to his house, and now both you guys would shoot muskets at his door, and that guy would say, "Come on in," and then you drink all of his shit, and then now that third guy would say, "Let's go to this guy's house." So it said at the end you could have 20 men go into a house and find their muskets, shit faced riding horses.
Holy
And
shit.
you want to talk about DWI drive by? Literally, there was no British power then, really like that. It was the local magistrate and whatever the fuck. And basically, they told him like, guys, it literally said they told him you can't do this anymore. But it said it was to little avail. They would never. The Dutch would never stop their game of ding dong.
Right.
The 1600s
Interesting.
were fucking wild. They also said most people didn't live past the age of 30,
Right.
and they would save their money and their best clothes. They wouldn't wear it, and they would save their money for when they died. So when they died, that money was used for a funeral party for all their friends and family, and the best clothes they had, they buried them in it. Well, they put them on them, but the Dutch in their church, they would just leave the bodies in the churches. And then the
Right.
local people said, "You have all these rotten bodies and skeletons in the church. This is not sanitary and this is not holy." But the Dutch didn't give a shit. So the
Right.
early Dutchmen were fucking nuts. Dude, that's some fucking gangster shit. Like,
Yeah.
imagine you're comprised of ding dong, saving your money for your best fucking day, your funeral, and then living in the church as a dead corpse. Yo,
Wow.
must have been fucking wild. Like, it's Sunday. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Fucking imagine
Holy
like
shit.
fathers in their church, there's always dead bodies everywhere. You're like, church is scary, mom. Shut up, Johan. Shut up, shut thy mouth. You want to play ding dong? I'm the ding dong champion of Suffolk County, motherfucker. Twice, fucking twice. Dude. The
Wow.
history of that, bro. And I only read like 10 pages of that book. I'm not even joking. The book is like 1,000 pages.
Holy shit.
I can, dude, I could make movies of this shit, man. Just that's some crazy history, man. You can't even make that shit up.
Yeah.
Guys think they're tough now, and their gangs doing a drive by with the Glock,
Right.
and they get out of there. Imagine 20 guys on a horse, ding dong, and then the guy coming out going, "Drink my whiskey now," you know, saying,
Mhm. Wow, that's some crazy shit.
and there you, and then that's why you have doorbells. Think about it,
Yep,
ding
yep,
dong,
yep.
ding dong. History comes from crazy shit. Those are true. Why do you have a doorbell? Ding dong. Because eventually some guy's like, maybe we should just put a bell. Like the doors are the doors are just blown the fuck away. Is there a draft? Oh, we played ding dong last night. We were house 21. Just the first guy gets, you know what I'm saying though. The first guy. But like, who's the first guy decides he's like, we're playing ding dong tonight. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Like these houses weren't that like close to each other. So you
Right,
have
right.
a porch and you're like, where's this guy live? I swear I make a left on Lower Sheep's Head Pass. You know, fucking where are you right now? I don't know, Glen Cove. You know, so I thought we started at 4. Shit, we are. I am not going to make it to work tomorrow. Fucking, you know what I'm saying? You get pulled over by
Wow.
people. Thou's been drinking, Johan? Well, maybe a little, but I had a couple. I had a few. I had a few. It's like,
Yeah. I
fuck,
didn't realize there was so much history here.
bro,
Wow.
bro, bro, bro. I can make a whole YouTube channel just reading one page a night. One page a night. Because also back then, there was things that now you have to be careful with the certain topics, but there's things were happening back then. So
Yeah.
obviously slavery was going on back then. So it talks
Mhm.
about things and also the way they described Native Americans. They didn't call them that. So
Sure.
the book, even though it was written 1862, by today's standards would be very racist and
Oh,
racial.
I'm sure.
But
I'm sure.
still real history. That's why they took it out of history books.
Right.
So, for example, John Smith from Smithtown, who made the town of Smithtown, it has his will. And when he died, it told his family who got what. And so it would say, like, to my son, such and such, I give
Right.
him this, and this, and my three
Mhm.
slaves, like, for
Yep.
12 years, and like, 12 years, like, what the fuck is it's brutal history. And it tells the
Holy
name.
shit.
They don't want people knowing this history.
Yeah,
They just
yeah, yeah.
history. It talks about how much the original colonies before America, the original people that came there, the Dutch,
Mhm.
how much they paid the Native Americans for their land. So, for example, you had the 5 towns of Long Island, right?
Mhm.
County. I'm sorry. You had Babylon, the Islip, you had Huntington, you had Riverhead, which is in the North Fork, and which one would be Quorum? What town would they call that? I already said town of Smithtown. Well, Smithtown didn't say, and then Brookhaven, Brookhaven,
Brookhaven.
because Brookhaven was the biggest town, but
Mhm.
Brookhaven was usable. Brookhaven had more marshes in the south, like in Patchogue and everything. It had the least, believe it or not, farming land. Well, some of the best farmlands were, believe it or not, like in Riverhead. You know what I'm saying though?
Right, right,
So Brookhaven was the biggest town, but Brookhaven had the ports and everything because you had Port Jeff and you had Patchogue, which were major ports. You know what I'm saying though?
right.
And the history of that, and talked about how much they paid the when they say they paid the Native Americans, they only paid the chief. So when people say, "Oh, they stole the land," well, they paid off the chief, but then the chief sold out his people, and the
Right.
chief always got a lot of shit. Like he got like coats,
Mhm.
muskets, money, books, um, gold, and they always gave the chief. It's in the book. One fine Dutch hat. The chief
Interesting.
because he wanted to wear the one fine Dutch hat.
Wow.
Yeah, but some of the chiefs came back because they said in the book they talked to other chiefs. They're like, "Wait, you gave this other chief more." So imagine the chiefs hanging out like, "What's the what?
Right, right.
Hey, Guantanamo, what? I'll give some Indian name. I don't know. Saskatchewan. What'd you get? Well, let me tell you what I got, motherfucker. Let me show you my shit. He's like, wait a second, And so some of them came back and they said, we gave them some more muskets and some more beer. You know what I'm saying? They just
Right.
fucking but dude, imagine getting the whole town of Brookhaven for, whatever. A
Yeah.
couple of fucking some beer, whiskey,
Mhm.
some
And a
powder,
f and a fucking hat.
fine Dutch hat, a fine Dutch hat.
Wow.
Bro, the Dutch stole that shit. I mean,
Mhm.
but the deal's a deal. So imagine like the chief coming back. He's like, I got good news and bad news. Chief Saskatchewan, what's that? What's that on your head? It's a fine Dutch hat. Now shut the fuck up. You got 1 day to get the fuck out of here. I'm going. I'm going to Brooklyn with fucking if the fuck
Yep.
it's really. I mean, some crazy shit, man.
Wow.
It literally tells them how much they paid. So it does prove they didn't steal it. They just gave him a really shitty deal.
Yeah.
Didn't steal it. They paid them, but only the chief.
Right.
And his, whoever women he had, but everyone else is probably like, well, what do I get? Nothing. You get nothing, Geronimo. He's like,
Yeah.
I never even liked you, cocksucker. He's like, fuck. He's like, okay, I'm going to Oklahoma. There's no white
Yep.
men over there. Not. He's like, not yet. Wait 100 years. I'll be
Yeah.
dead. And crazy, dude. Like it literally tells you exactly how much they paid for it.
No
So
shit.
like, yeah, just think about like inflation. Like, yeah. I only read 10 pages, man.
Right, right. I gotta
This
look
book,
this up.
Rich might get killed for having this book. Like, like
Yeah,
if,
really.
if I put all this information out there, you know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
Like, imagine if I could build a time machine and be like, oh, I'll give you 2 fucking hats, 3 fucking hats. He's like, what? Fucking, instead of Brookhaven, it's like the town of Richie. It's
Right.
fucking,
I didn't realize there was that many Dutch here, though.
oh, yeah.
I never knew that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. And then the British took over.
Right.
But in a way, so the British took over what the Dutch established, because you look at Manhattan, that was New Amsterdam, right? I think Manhattan.
Mhm.
And then the British took over. What is the name of the book? It's called The History of the State of New York, Suffolk County, 16. I don't know if it was 1637 to like 1862, and it was written in 1864. So basically,
Wow.
it was almost 200 years of history. Uh, and what's funny is too, like in the book, because it's
Right. Mhm. Yep. Yep. No, it's true.
changed, and you got a
You
chance.
got a chance.
If you have your lightning rod, you got a chance. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Get that. So that's why like people say, like, why? Oh, well, just do a background check, or everyone should have to get a license. Why do you? Well, you need a carry license? Is this from the king? He gave you a right. I thought
Mhm.
we have the Second Amendment. I thought we have a constitution. The
Right.
Constitution was the law of the land. It was higher than the law. It cannot be changed. When
Right.
America was made, the Constitution was full and void. Not no full. It was. It was. Can't change it. In fact, it wasn't for the people. The Constitution. It was for the government. Meaning, this is you can. It was to limit the power of the government. The
Right.
Constitution didn't give the power of the people. It took the power away from the government and says,
Mhm.
"Hey, you can never tell people what to say." And now people would, "Oh, you can't say this. Fuck that." Because once you go, we're gonna go back to Richie. Pull out the book. Let me tell you what happens when you can't say what you want. Because people back then with the king, see what happens when you can't say, "Well, fuck that king." I'm not, oh yeah, they kill you right there. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying though?
Yep.
So there's your speech, and then forget about you know Second Amendment. You know what I'm saying though? And they talk about property. To people's and the pursuit of happiness. Um, so yeah, during the Revolutionary War, they were taking almost 100% of all goods of the farmers and everything, and giving it to the fight for the British soldiers. But
Right.
as it went on, the British soldiers that were there and getting killed, they didn't care about this war, and then they had to start hiring Hessians, German Hessians, to fight against. And how much hired fighters are never going to do as good as your own
Right.
people, and for the money. And then also a lot of people came, took the money, and they went back. or they joined forces with the Americans. So
Right.
yeah, the king, it's to try to it's hard enough to control your own country. And this happened with Rome. Look at Rome. Rome was so big, and then they got too big, and then they split up. You had the Roman Empire, and you had the Eastern,
Mhm.
over by Turkey and everything, and then that became its own thing. So the bottom line is, once you get too big, you will collapse. Something else
Right.
will take its place, but nothing is sustainable if you're always expanding,
Right.
and it comes down to greed. It's never enough, and then eventually the house always wins. You know what I'm saying? Though you self
Mhm.
implode. The fact that a bunch of fucking Long Island farmers and Jersey fucking Connecticut fucking farmers um, defeated the world's greatest by numbers was the world's greatest, most powerful navy. The British, the British took at a certain point. The British, I think, from like what the 1600s, maybe 15, 16. Because before the British, had Spanish were the best, but the British from the 1600s on to the 1800s, even up to early 1900s, the British. There was now one point where the sun never set on the British Empire. People forget about Australia, parts of Africa.
Right.
The British fucking took over India. People forget it. Why do you see like
Mhm.
India people from India with British accents? They took over that country, steal all their trade, their silk, their
Yep.
spices. They literally people talk about, oh, you went to Iraq for fucking oil, yeah. Well, 200 years ago, the British went to India for fucking spice,
Yep.
for fucking pepper, for tea. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Imagine fucking like your kids getting killed in a war with India for like for black pepper.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But that was and that's where pale ale pale ale came. What was it called? Uh, India. Was it called Indian pale ale? What was it called? The stronger
Oh,
beers.
yeah, IPA, Indian Pale
Like
Ale.
that came because they were finding that the beer they were sending with the British soldiers to go to India that it was spoiling, so they would put more hops in it to last, and it made
Okay.
it stronger, you know. And so that's where Indian Pale Ale came from.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah, so the guys would get more drunk, and the beer would last longer,
Right,
you
right,
know, more hops. So yeah, I mean, it's really interesting, and we're doing the same thing what the British did, and we're at the point where I feel of the British American Revolution, which was a civil
right.
war in a sense. We're at that point where we're imploding from within, where now
Mhm.
there's a good part of Americans, well, infiltrated by communist ideas, and then you have people
Mhm.
that want to keep old school values, family,
Right.
self-choice. So we're at a point where the good thing is either way, someone's going to win, and things will move on. But the bottom line until people collide and just get their beefs over with, this shit's not going to
Right.
stop.
That's right.
You know, no, it's not going to stop. You know,
No.
they're just not going to stop. But I never thought the end of the world was going to be about like 451 and like grown
Yeah,
men
really.
in front of children. I never thought it'd be like I thought when I was a kid, the church I went to, they're like, in the end times, the mark of the beast is gonna be there. You're not gonna be able to
Yep.
buy or sell money. And they're like, well, everyone now's like Venmo, Zelle, like what I'm saying though. Like I at the
Yep.
gym, I bought this bottle of water. It's okay because it's cold water, so it's not hot water, so it doesn't melt the plastic, right? And
Mhm.
so you buy a bottle of water and they're like, oh, we don't take cash. Go, you got Venmo, Zelle, whatever the fuck, 666 app, whatever like, no cash. But literally, I was a kid, like in
Right.
the future, like the mark of the beast. So I had to use my phone and like they just like whatever the fuck whatever magic they do. And you're like, wow, this is really happening, but it's not as cool as you think it. I thought the end times was going to be like it's just a bunch of 451, but really good cigars though. At least
Right.
God is faithful to give us the best blends. Like we have the best blends of cigars and cigar page and like shit like that. So there's always a miracle. So at least in the end, even though everything's falling apart, we do have our best blends.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying though? We do. This is the
This
best
is
time for cigars. The
right.
best times. From Padron to Opus X to Anejos
Mhm.
to even all the mid tier stuff, great Aganorsas or AJ. AJ's doing a new cigar with Gurkha, which is going to be great because all AJ's blends are great. We're not saying they're mind
Right.
blowing, always better
Yeah,
and
yeah.
great construction. And so and Gurkha was smart. It just says Gurkha small and has two
Right.
dragons and it says
Mhm.
by AJ Fernandez, which is smart. Which I always felt because Gurkha doesn't make their own cigars. I
Right,
would say buy Aganorsa or buy AJ, so people will go, I don't like Gurkha, but I do like AJ. So at least they
right.
know it's not gonna suck. You know what I'm saying though?
Yep.
And no, it's funny. The guy, I won't say his name, but the guy that runs that cigar shop, with all the guys we were talking about, because I was talking about different things and people I know, Ed Lamont and Juan Lopez, this and that. And he's like, "Oh, let me tell you some funny story about Juan Lopez." He's like, "I'm friends with the guy, but he's like, he fucked up last year at the cigar event, because he goes, let me tell you, this is how TAA works. I didn't know that. TAA, when you have the big cigar events, the
Mhm.
company, let's say AJ will say, all right, if we get orders for 100 boxes of this cigar, because TA are special cigars, like they
Right.
only release to their people, the biggest stores, and you know what I'm saying
Mhm.
though, and so they can
Mhm.
sell a special version of a cigar they don't normally release, right? So every year they have one special cigar if they're part of TAA, Tobacco Associated America. So let's say Padron came up and said, okay, we have a special size for the number 96, or a special size, because I had a special TA Padron years ago it was actually a Padron 1926 6x60 box press.
Mhm.
It was fucking phenomenal. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? It was Padron 26 Maduro box press, special size. You know what I'm saying? Though,
Right.
um, um, they'll say if we get 100 orders, this is the price. But if we get 200 orders first today, then it'll go down 10%. If we get 300 orders, whatever it is, so the more all the people ordered, the lower the price would be for everyone. You know what I'm saying? Though,
Right. Right.
bigger order, then it's cheaper to make more cigars to set everyone up, for them for less, right? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because they'll spread the cost. The cost. If the more cigars they'll sell, they can lower it because they'll make more. You get what I'm saying though.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
more cigars you order, the lower the price it is because then they'll still make more money. But then if you only order 100, 1,000 cigars, they're gonna make their money up front.
Yeah.
So when the Gurkha guy came up and everyone else talked about whatever special cigar they had and how much they wanted, the Gurkha guy got up, Juan Lopez, and said, "Hi, I'm Juan Lopez from Gurkha Cigars, and we don't fucking make cigars. He said we're in the jewelry box business." And he sat down. And like, the fuck? It's like he talks shit about his own brand. You know what I'm saying though? Now I'm
Right.
not
Right.
big, whatever the fuck it was, or maybe because people talk so much shit. But basically, it was just like, yeah, we don't sell cigars. Maybe he was making a jab at people that talk shit about Gurkha, but whatever it
Right.
was, because the Gurkha gets no respect, and I get it. So it's got, and Juan Lopez knows cigars, and since he's been in, he's made better brands with Aganorsa and PDR and Oliva. So he has made better stuff, but they'll never get past the sins of the father. It's still always
Right.
going to be, oh yeah, you fucked around on the internet and you had a real
Mhm.
version and an internet version for 2 cents and it was a piece of shit.
Right.
So long story short, he said, yeah, we don't sell cigars. We don't make cigars. We're in the jewelry box business. And he said everyone was like, what the fuck was that about? Like everyone was like that. I just thought it was a funny story. Like that's
Yeah.
fucking. And now he
Wow.
has. So I texted him to see if I could get one of those to review as an early release. But he didn't get back to me. I'd
Right.
like to review it, before it comes out. It's coming out in
Yeah.
April. But he didn't get back to you. So maybe they're not doing any pre-releases. Maybe they want to. I don't know. Sometimes though, maybe they have like an NDA, like they can't. They don't want reviews before it comes out.
Right. Right.
I see that with gun reviewers. Like all of a sudden, one day, all these different gun channels will have this review of a new pistol, but they couldn't release the video until the company
Right.
said, you know,
Yeah.
because what if it sucks before it comes out? That would hurt. That would hurt
That's
the.
true.
You know what I'm saying though?
That's true. Yeah.
Like, oh,
I.
I'm gonna.
I.
If you tell your friends, oh, I'm gonna go out with this girl Jessica, and then all the guys like, don't do that. Why? Oh, her pussy stinks. Like if three guys tell you that, you're like, yeah, yeah. Like they want a pre-review. You know what I'm saying? No, they didn't
Yeah.
fucking, you know, I guess whatever the fuck. But yeah,
I.
man.
I will definitely buy one of those to try it.
It's gonna be
The curiosity just
it's gonna be
kill me.
good. I'm not saying it's gonna be some great cigar, but it's gonna be a solid cigar. And I'm gonna say it's probably gonna be strong for a Gurkha.
I bet it's gonna be the best one they ever had their name on.
Yeah, I think it's probably gonna even beat the Cellar Reserves.
Yeah.
I think, you know what I'm saying though, and
Mhm.
supposedly though, I thought which this is the only stupid part. I don't know the price point, and supposedly it was only 1,000 boxes originally though. I think they're trying to do the hype thing and Because
Right, right.
AJ can make more than 1,000 boxes.
Sure.
So come on, but whatever. Not that guys are gonna be like, hyping that shit up. Oh, I got a box, man, but
Right.
flipping it for 1,500. So,
Yeah,
but it should be interesting. It
yeah.
should be. It should be better than you know. Now, I'm not saying it's been better than Aganorsa stuff was solid, but uh,
Mhm.
part to actually put by AJ and no more Gurkha face. The guy with the machete, whatever the fuck
Yep,
that is.
yep, yep.
That's just shit. They're putting two dragons, but the
That
dragons are
yeah,
like
that's pretty cool.
black, and it's just like a gold, like a Chinese dragon for the year of the
Yep.
dragon. So I'm not sure if it's going to be like a higher in AJ, which could be interesting. Even if
Yeah,
it is a
yeah.
60 Gurkha, but from AJ, higher in AJs get pretty good.
Right.
So actually not a super dark wrapper, which is interesting. So
Mhm.
I think it could be really interesting blend. And it's a green and gold band. It looks fucking solid.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's it in the thing. I don't know if you saw it,
I saw
but
it, I saw it.
I'm excited. You got to wait one more month. Well, they'll
Yeah,
definitely have Florida.
yeah,
So, well, yeah, I'd like to review that when that comes out. So,
yeah. I'll be
on
down
that note,
in end of April, I'll be down there.
yeah, well, hopefully we can come down. Maybe we'll get to catch up. I don't know where you'll be,
Yeah.
but yeah. So it's I'm gonna go to bed, man. See, dude, we start talking
Alright.
about
Alright,
and
go ahead. We'll go for another 4 hours.
it's well, that's because we're both Italian paisanos,
Yeah.
and
Huh?
so you don't want to be the first guy to go. I gotta go because then the other guy's like, "Oh, I guess you got somewhere better to go. I guess fuck you." And then I'll remember that next time you call me, like, hey, Anthony, my car broke down. Yeah, I'm a little busy right now. Remember that time you let, you
Huh?
know? Yeah, it is what it is. But I think we covered a lot of good topics tonight.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
never forget about all that. The Big
Yep,
Apple, Tamagotchi,
absolutely.
Nintendo.
I'm gonna be
But
looking into a lot of that stuff tonight, honestly.
yeah, Richie doesn't like, and the Gilgo.
Yeah,
We covered fucking
we covered it all.
we covered corrupt correction officers getting run over. Fucking
Yeah.
uh, Gary, dude, Gary got fucked up,
Mhm.
bro. He got run over twice. I think it was by like something like a Nissan Pathfinder, something like twice, bro. He
Wow.
got fucked. Rear tires, backwards and forwards. You know what I'm saying though, bro?
Wow.
The forwards one was the worst
Right.
because guy backwards wasn't as fast. The forward one, the guy like the car bounced off his body, and like you know what I'm saying. And I hear like the axle like slam back down. You know what I'm saying though.
Holy shit, yeah.
Imagine how fucked up. Imagine the first time you're like, oh, just get me to a hospital. I think and the car runs over again, and then you just fucking. Because dude, they had to do a trach. There was
Right,
not they tried to put oxygen on. Dude, the Center Ridge Fire Department got there in less. I'm gonna say less than a minute for like the actual like the cars got there fast, and the truck got there
right,
maybe minutes. They got there fast because it was
right.
like luckily I guess they didn't have any other calls, and like maybe it was like 10:30 at night, and
That's a good time.
because right there because Center Ridge Fire Department's close to
Mhm,
Center Ridge Fire Department. Where's the Center Ridge Fire? Oh, Center Ridge Fire Department is right by. They have a Goodyear Mavis down that street in the
mhm.
right off like near Rustic Road, just
Yep,
south of Rustic. So once they hit Middle Country, it's not even a mile down the road. Not even a mile, so it's close. And but the Chiefs can get there faster, And they
yeah,
tried to oxygen, but the oxygen wasn't even. He couldn't. He wasn't breathing. So
right.
they did trach whatever they do where they stab the neck,
Yep,
bro.
yep,
Gross, fucking shit, man. I almost puked a little bit on that. What do they do? Shove like
yeah,
a pipe? How do they do that?
yeah. It's like a knife with a pipe, and it just
No.
pops it right through.
Oof.
You
Ooh.
gotta open up the airway. You gotta open up the airway.
That his friend wasn't calling an ambulance. So if I didn't
Yeah.
call right there another minute,
He
he
would have
could have
died. He would have died. He would have been dead.
breathing. So
Yeah.
whatever. How many fucking piece of
Now you saved 2 people.
that's just from that. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? No, dude, I mean,
Yeah,
um, you know, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying though? I get no
yeah,
credit. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying though? Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm like the asshole's guardian angel. You know what I'm saying though? Like Richie, paint state of fuck ups. Like the paint state of pieces of shit. Someone's got to do it.
Right.
Like like look at this piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, look at this guy trying to beat up a high school
Yeah,
kid and trying to drink some Miller Lights.
yeah,
Yeah. why don't you save him? You know what I'm saying though?
Yeah.
'Cause as soon as he got run over, I called 911. It
Right,
was like
right.
2 seconds later. So he
Yep,
got the fastest possible
yep,
ambulance. You know what I'm saying though? Um, that cocksucker, man. And he lived. He
yep.
fucking, you know, uh, run over twice over the stomach with an SUV. What kind of damage to your stomach are you talking about? Internal organs, your spine, everything?
Oh, easily. Yeah,
Yeah,
probably kidneys, liver. Yeah, probably
because
hit it all.
his stomach, he looked like he was pregnant. He got this. It's called distended. You know what I'm talking about?
Mhm. Yep,
So that means all the muscle broke in the stomach. People don't
that's right.
realize the muscle lining that keeps all your internal
That's right.
organs
Holds it
from
all in. Yep,
right. So the skin was still there, but all of the muscle. As soon as they opened up his shirt, you know what I'm saying?
yep,
Or it's like a t-shirt, like his
yep.
stomach it looked like a foot higher than it should be. So
Right,
that means
right.
at that point, that means only his skin was holding
Was
his internal.
holding it back. Yep.
So how do they fix that?
Wow.
How do they fix that?
It's just like when you get a hernia. They'll go in there and they put a mesh in there to hold everything back down.
But so at that point, well, what if any of the internal parts were damaged? Now you could die of infection
Oh,
because you
you
get.
absolutely. Yeah, that's really dangerous.
I'm surprised this cocksucker lived.
Yeah,
Well, he's surprised he got the fastest service to fucking,
yeah, that's true too.
But yeah, I can legally say I saved his life
Yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
if I didn't do that, who else was gonna call? Not Gary's friend. I never knew what his friend's name. Gary. He sounded like such 451. I don't know if he
Yeah.
was Gary
Maybe he was. Yeah.
because he was like petting his head and he's like Gary, Gary. He's
Really?
like, oh Gary. He's like Gary, but it wasn't like Gary, brother, man, you could do this. So it was
Yeah.
just Gary. So that makes sense why he was acting like a bitch. Maybe he was a bitch.
Yeah, really. Yeah.
And maybe he was out with his friend. You know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I wonder what happens when you save the third person. I wonder what's
No,
gonna happen. Something
I
might happen.
other people in other ways. I'm being dead serious.
Okay.
There was a working girl. I got her out of a bad situation,
Mhm.
and she was being trafficked, and she thought she was going to do a foot modeling job, and I got her out of that, and because basically she was held up at a hotel, and
Right.
they stealing all the money, and then so I got her out of there, and I brought her to my cigar lounge, and then I let her hide out at my place for a couple of days,
Mhm.
and then I flew her home, and I gave her some money.
Wow. Oh, no shit.
And at the time, she was 1 month pregnant, and I was like, "You can't be doing this," you know. And about a year later, she sent me a picture. Well, first she sent me a picture when she was full term. You know,
Right.
women don't, if they say, "Oh, look, 9 months pregnant," but she showed me a picture of her fully naked. So she's
Oh,
9 months.
Jesus.
I was like, "Oh, congratulations!" She's like, "Yeah, I'm about to have my baby boy," and I'm like, "Okay, well, congratulations." And then, and she had the baby, and then a little
Right.
over later, 2 months later, she texted me, "Thank you so much. You saved my life." Because she's like, "Yeah, you're," because she was at best case they were just gonna leave her there in Long Island and
Right.
go. She doesn't know anybody. She'd end up on the streets, and then whatever
Yep.
the fuck, or they were gonna Gilgo her. So,
Yep.
um, so the point is, um, I drove her, yeah, to LaGuardia. She said I got her a flight to Arizona, and her boyfriend that got her pregnant was a skinhead, and then he
Oh,
at the time then he was in county jail for something in the
right.
I don't know whatever KKK whatever the fuck he was in, and
Right.
classy girl, and then she told me a few months after she had the baby, she goes, I got a real job now. I'm not hooking anymore. I'm like, I'm proud of you. Amanda was her name. I'm like, I'm proud of you, man.
Right.
What are you doing? She's like, well, I'm at a massage parlor. I'm only doing hand jobs now. And I'm like, congratulations. I'm like, God, God bless you. I said, God does miracles. I said, I'm happy you're only doing that now. She's
Right.
like, yeah,
Right.
only doing that. That's it. And I'm like, congratulations. I'm so proud of you. Like, Richie,
Right. Right.
patron saint of fucking losers. You know? No, dude,
Uh,
on my daughter, it's a true story, man. I saved that girl's life.
yeah.
She would have been another missing girl. And
Yep.
driving around Uber at night and everything, you meet a lot of fucking interesting people, man. None of these stories are like some great happy ending. But fucking like the guy that fucking was choking to death. Who
Yeah.
knows what
Yeah.
piece of shit that was? You know what I'm saying though. But who knows? Maybe they'll have a second chance to become a
Yeah.
better person.
That's true. That's true.
You know what I'm saying though. Or
Mhm.
even then, in a way, when people you study the story about Christ, he didn't come for the good because he
Okay.
said the good don't need a doctor, the sick do.
Right.
So maybe in a way, I'm putting spots for bad people or people in a bad situation. Like that girl, I didn't believe she was a bad person because she told me she grew up abused as a kid. Man, so
Right.
ending up, you know, whatever, being, put in that situation, like she was just selling her body. It was sad, you know what I'm saying though, because like
Mhm.
you wouldn't want someone's daughter to end up like that,
Sure. Absolutely.
That's true story. And so it was like Pretty Woman. Like, so for a few days, I let her stay at my place to cool down because I was worried about these guys looking for her because they were
Right.
calling her, like, don't answer the fucking phone. You know what I'm saying though? And um, so when I come home, she would cook dinner for me and everything, and I leave her some money for like Chinese. She's like, I ordered Chinese. I'm like, oh, good. She's like, I left you some. I'm like, that's okay, baby. You just fucking like, she'd be wearing like my sweatpants and just like a
Right.
t-shirt. With
Right.
fucking Richie fucking saving dirty cops all and fucking juiced up bodybuilders. Why can't I save
Right.
like a person? Like, oh no, my kid Stephanie, save Richie. Can you save her? Like someone innocent. Like saying no,
Right. Right.
like fucking
It's
degenerate.
not time for that yet. That will come.
That,
It's not time.
okay. Yeah, no, I mean, and there's more Oh, I saved. Oh, you know what? I saved an old lady. Um, on Holbrook Road and Portion Road, right by Jack's Bar, right across
Okay.
from C in Ronkonkoma.
Mhm.
And I was driving northbound on Holbrook Road. I was like 3 cars behind the red light, and then his Portion Road. And this woman was trying to cross Holbrook Road at the edge of Portion Road to go eastbound over from Jack's parking lot to keep on going down Portion Road. And she was
Right.
walking the walker. Well, she fucking fell down like in between both lanes, like in the middle. And she fell on the ground and she's like trying to get up and she couldn't get up. Well, the guy that had this white Ford Ecoline, like Ecoline 250, big box fan, he looks out his window and he's trying to drive around her head and he's turning the wheel and he has like this much room. He's like, am I going to crush your head or not? He's trying to drive
Oh my god.
my car. I'm banging on the back of the van. Stop, you cocksucker! And I literally said to him, I go, is it worth it? You were looking to see if you're going to crush your head? He's like, "Oh, you're right, man. Fuck." Like, then he felt like shit. I was like, "This is someone's fucking grandmother." I gave that guy like a fucking like, and I was on fire. So I said,
Wow.
"Lily, this is what you should have did, motherfucker." And I fucking picked up the old lady. You know what I'm saying? Though pretty much almost put me on my
Wow.
shoulder, grabbed the fucking walker. I said, "Come on, sweetheart." And she's like, "Thank you, sir. I'm so scared." I'm like, "It's like 80 years old." I put her in my
Wow.
car. Like my kidnapping. I'm like, "I'll take you home, lady." Like this fucking. Um, and I was like, "Where do you live?" And so and then she didn't even know where she lived. So she
Uh,
called her granddaughter, whatever. And I talked to her on the phone. I'm like, "Yeah, I got your mother, grandmother, whatever the fuck." I found her in the middle of the road. She's on. Oh my god. Drove her home. Thank you so much. I think they gave me $20. Oh,
right.
please,
Right.
all right, I think, and they were. I never saw her again. But like,
Right.
dude, the guy was literally looking outside his van. He's like, "Can I get this?" And a F-250 is a solid front axle. It's a
Yeah.
head.
Yeah.
Fuck, am I gonna crush this bitch's head? Fucking bro,
Fucking
bro.
people is stupid.
The story of the Good Samaritan. You know what I'm saying? And I'm
Yeah.
not even saying a good guy, but like, it's something like if something's really bad, then Richie will step in. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're like, come
Yeah.
on. Like, what I mean is, if the other person doesn't have a chance, then Richie will step in.
Right.
If it's a fair fight, hey, duke it out. I'm not going to get involved. But for something like that, or someone choking, or
Right.
for a woman there, against her will, or she didn't realize it, but well, so well, what happened was I told her she shouldn't be doing this, and she's like, well, I'm scared though, but I told her, so she called me the next day and she's crying early in the morning, like 6, 7 in the morning. That was the hooker. She's like, Richie. Obviously, she didn't call me Richie. She's like, Richie. She's like, you serious? You said you get me out of here? I'm like, yeah. What's going on? She's like, I gotta get out of here. What happened? This old man, he couldn't get it up, so he said he paid. So he said he's gonna get something out of it. So he made me sit on my knees, and he just pissed on my hands. I'm like, what the fuck? I was, I was like, I'll be there in 10 minutes, Amanda. Fucking grabbed. Well, I had a Corvette. Fucking what's called fucking Richie. Fucking saving the day. And I look because I looked for because she said Italian guy in a white Cadillac was the guy that was driving her around and bringing her
Right.
food, money. So I looked for the white Cadillac, didn't see a Cadillac. And I'm like, Amanda, get out now, pack your shit. She's like, it's not much, it's just thongs and socks. I'm like, get your thongs and socks, get the fuck out of here. Fuck, she's taking a cross country trip. All she's got is like two dresses and thongs. Fucking
Yeah.
took my grandma's washed her thongs and socks. My grandmother she had no idea. I'm like, Amanda, this is my Nonna. Nonna's like, oh, you're a nice and pretty girl. You have a boyfriend? And she's like, oh, no, no, my grandson, he's a nicer boy. Yeah. Oh, he saved my life. Yeah, he's a good boy. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, fucking, and she made her socks, like booty socks, you know what I'm
Right,
saying, though?
right. Yep.
Wearing the socks. Then I took her to fucking the cigar lounge, and everyone's like looking at her, and I'm like, "It's Amanda." And she's smoking a cigar. I think I gave her an acid blondie
Right.
cigar. That's okay for her.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I just told all the guys, I'm like, don't ask any questions. I'll tell you later. And fucking, because I didn't want her to be embarrassed or like,
Yeah,
why she
yeah.
would. So come on. I mean, the girl had a bad enough life. The fucking
Mhm.
afterwards, like, the fuck, you gotta let this hooker live in your house? Like, she's not a like, yeah, she is a hook, but she's in a bad spot. I'm saving this
Right.
girl. You know what I'm saying? That's like a rescue pet. And
No. No.
so yeah, and most people wouldn't do that.
No.
Well, because she couldn't call the police. What's she gonna say? Well, yeah,
No, what's she gonna say?
what's she gonna? Yeah, this guy's trying to piss on my hands.
Yeah,
Fucking.
yeah.
I'd like to find that motherfucker. You know, what I'm saying though, fuck, that fucking
What a weird thing to do, though.
bro. It's probably that police. Probably that fucking. Hey, Chief Jimmy Burke. He's like, Richie, you again. He's like, damn it, Richie. He's like, I didn't even go to federal prison yet. It's like 15. It's like,
Yeah.
Richie, why are you trying to save this neighborhood, man? It's fucking yeah, yeah. So there's
Wow.
been a few. It's been a few. It's been a few.
Well,
I don't know.
there'll be more.
I got to get some kind of pass from God. You know what I'm saying? Well, listen, I've been dead a few times, so I guess I got a pass. I choked to death
Mhm,
on the poison, and the Holbrook Fire Department saved my life.
mhm.
Anaphylactic shock. They put adrenaline, I guess, everything, right? What do they do
Yep.
for anaphylactic shock? If you had a guy
Yeah.
poison shock, what do you do? Not
But
breathing.
probably like an EpiPen or something they must have hit you with.
I think they did EpiPen and adrenaline, everything, right?
Yeah, yeah,
I just remember making up. Well, I was having these thoughts when I just remember not breathing and I collapsed, and my throat became cement.
yep,
And
yep.
I collapsed on Grundy Avenue, and luckily I told them the address. And they
Wow.
came quick, and some guy stopped in the middle of the road to protect my body, and luckily, like, he parked his car. He said this. I found out afterwards. And
Mhm.
just one of the avenue was busy, during the daytime, and
Right.
so he protected my body, and then the ambulance came there, and I don't remember him at all. And I was looking at the sky, but in my mind, I was arguing with somebody, and I just heard my voice, but I wasn't going to answer back. But I knew I was talking to someone a lot bigger than me. I just can't.
Right.
So it was God or whatever. Maybe not God in a sense, but maybe the person that hands you over, like the angel of
Yeah.
death, collects your soul and brings you to the afterlife. But I was saying
Mhm.
no. I said, "Who's gonna take her for ice cream?" I was talking about my daughter. I said,
Right.
"Who's gonna take her for ice cream?" I'm supposed to take her out for ice cream after work today. I need her to take her out for ice cream. Please. I kept on saying, please. Who will take her for ice cream? I need to take her out for, and I started yelling, I need to take her out for ice cream. And all of a sudden I woke up in the ambulance. I was like, ah, like from the adrenaline and everything. It was just like fucking, and they were like, oh, chill out, big man. Fucking, they hold me down. They had me strapped down. Ah, fucking, I was like, I gotta get her ice cream. Fucking, they're like, oh, he's like, we'll get ice cream. Boy, get some food. I'm like, it's not for me. It's for my kid. That's all fucking like. So Richie's like shaking the head, read the skull. And this looked like a guy. He's like, what? Fucking the guy's like, why do you want to take your kid out for ice cream? What the fuck you choking in the fuck? Like, bro. So but the angel of death's like, time to collect another one, and he's like, unless he gives me a really good reason. Most people, it's like, I need more money, more bitches. And Richie's like, with all due respect, I'm taking my kid out for ice cream tonight. He's like, "Oh."
Uh,
He's like, you really want to go back and pay child support? Get the fuck out of here. Fuck. You know, whatever it was, it was so if you're dying, guys, if you're not completely dead yet, have an innocent request if you want more time.
yeah,
You
right.
know, if you're like, no, no, man, like, I didn't get to enjoy my social security yet. He's like, fuck you, man.
Yeah.
Fucking piece. You know. Imagine I come back and then I'm like, I don't even have a kid. Like, fuck, which kid he fucking. I'm
Uh,
just buying a bunch of fucking like orphans ice cream. Come here, little Johnny. You want some ice cream? Everyone's gonna get ice cream today. Everyone's getting. I did take out my kid for ice cream after the hospital, but then I went back to my grandma's house when my dad was in town, actually from New York, from Florida, I
right,
mean, and I literally I drank 2 bottles of fucking Mum's French champagne because like I bought a bunch of French champagne, everyone because everyone heard what happened and they thought I was in the hospital, and I just
right.
came home, you know what I'm saying though, so
Mhm.
fucked up, from all because dude, they said for the next month when your body's gonna be flushing out all the
Yeah,
toxins, bro.
detoxing.
My tongue and everything, bro, tasted so bad, like from all that from whatever chemicals and that shit. But that
Right.
night we drank 2 bottles of Mum's French champagne, big Italian dinner. Everyone
Yeah,
celebrated. It was like, well, I was dead today, but
right.
I, I was fucking dead.
Wow.
Now, I forget what day. Maybe like April or May in 2017.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah, that was a day. So
Hmm,
maybe I'm just repaying it forward. Yeah.
hmm.
He said worse than Five Guys. Yeah, yeah, definitely. In your case, if you got poisoned, you'd be like, "No, I got so much Opus X
Yeah,
left."
I gotta smoke them.
You're like, "I didn't even get to my BBMF. Fuck the Patron. Those are everyday cigars. I need to smoke fucking all my Opus." And he's like, "It's too late. Your wife's gonna sell them all, or whatever. It's gonna be the garage sale in Long Island." He's like, Long Island, like you know what I mean? Suffolk County. You fucking Angel, Angel Day's like, you know what the fuck I. So I don't know. He has like the Angel of Death, Suffolk County permit, like you know what I'm saying though.
Right,
No, it's not Long Island. He's like, it's a nicer word. Long Island sounds nicer. You know,
right.
nobody knows what the fuck county is. Suffolk. You know, what's up, fuck? You know what I'm saying though?
That's a fuck.
Yeah, Suffolk. You know what I'm saying though? Yeah, yeah. It's just like it's if someone like it's like they're telling a story. Like he had a bad day. Oh, it's so fucked. I'll tell you.
Yep.
So, that should be the phrase. So fucked county taxes. You know what I'm saying though? You're
Right.
so.
You're so
Hey,
fucked. Huh?
that's a brilliant idea, man. I'm gonna make T-shirts. You're so
That
fucked.
is pretty good. That is good.
Yeah. So fucked county. You know what I'm saying? No, just says highest property taxes. So fucked county. You know what I'm saying though?
Mhm.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, I think on that note, we're gonna end it with that, man. I mean,
Alright.
fucking like we're gonna be here for 5 days. Fucking yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
look at
really.
like, all right, because I said I would go. You're like, all right, buddy. I guess you don't like spending time with me. Fucking, fucking. And then so Richie tells another story. We go fucking like, oh, okay, all right, one more story, Richie. Fucking, suck it. I don't even. How many hours? We're at 4 hours now. I'm gonna go. Fuck
Holy
it.
shit. Is it
Yeah,
really?
2 hours,
Wow.
250 minutes. 180 minutes is 3 hours. Yeah, we're at 4 hours.
Wow.
4 hours, 2 minutes. Fuck, bro. That's like a work day. Fuck it, bro. Bro, we are not fresh anymore. I need to go take another shower.
Yeah, yeah, really.
Fuck, bro. I'll see you around, brother, man.
Alright. Alright. Good
Take
night.
it.
Good
Take
night.
it.
Enjoy yourself. I'll
Yes, sir,
talk to
man.
you.
All right, stay
Alright.
fresh.
Yep.
Peace.